The methods and purpose of religion. In studying the religions of the world, we generally find two methods of procedure. The one is from God to man. That is to say, we have the Semitic group of religions in which the idea of God comes almost from the very first, and, strangely enough, without any idea of soul. It was very remarkable amongst the ancient Hebrews that, until very recent periods in their history, they never evolved any idea of a human soul. Man was composed of certain mind and material particles, and that was all. With death everything ended. But, on the other hand, there was a most wonderful idea of God evolved by the same race. This is one of the methods of procedure. The other is through man to God. The second is peculiarly Aryan, and the first is peculiarly Semitic. The Aryan first began with the soul. His ideas of God were hazy, indistinguishable, not very clear, but, as his idea of the human soul began to be clearer, his idea of God began to be clearer in the same proportion. So the inquiry in the Vedas was always through the soul. All the knowledge the Aryans got of God was through the human soul, and, as such, the peculiar stamp that has been left upon their whole cycle of philosophy is that introspective search after divinity. The Aryan man was always seeking divinity inside his own self. It became, in course of time, natural, characteristic. It is remarkable in their art and in their commonest dealings. Even at the present time, if we take a European picture of a man in a religious attitude, the painter always makes his subject point his eyes upwards, looking outside of nature for God, looking up into the skies. In India, on the other hand, the religious attitude is always presented by making the subject close his eyes. He is, as it were, looking inward. These are the two subjects of study for man, external and internal nature, and though at first these seem to be contradictory, yet external nature must, to the ordinary man, be entirely composed of internal nature, the world of thought. The majority of philosophies in every country, especially in the West, have started with the assumption that these two, matter and mind, are contradictory existences, but in the long run we shall find that they converge towards each other and in the end unite and form an infinite whole. So it is not that by this analysis I mean a higher or lower standpoint with regard to the subject. I do not mean that those who want to search after truth through external nature are wrong, nor that those who want to search after truth through internal nature are higher. These are the two modes of procedure. Both of them must live, both of them must be studied, and in the end we shall find that they meet. We shall see that neither is the body antagonistic to the mind, nor the mind to the body, although we find many persons who think that this body is nothing. In old times, every country was full of people who thought this body was only a disease, a sin, or something of that kind. Later on, however, we see how, as it was taught in the Vedas, this body melts into the mind, and the mind into the body. You must remember the one theme that runs through all the Vedas: just as by the knowledge of one lump of clay we know all the clay that is in the universe, so what is that, knowing which we know everything else? This, expressed more or less clearly, is the theme of all human knowledge. It is the finding of a unity towards which we are all going. Every action of our lives, the most material, the grossest as well as the finest, the highest, the most spiritual, is alike tending towards this one ideal, the finding of unity. A man is single. He marries. Apparently it may be a selfish act, but at the same time, the impulsion, the motive power, is to find that unity. He has children, he has friends, he loves his country, he loves the world, and ends by loving the whole universe. Irresistibly we are impelled towards that perfection which consists in finding the unity, killing this little self and making ourselves broader and broader. This is the goal, the end towards which the universe is rushing. Every atom is trying to go and join itself to the next atom. Atoms after atoms combine, making huge balls, the earths, the suns, the moons, the stars, the planets. They in their turn, are trying to rush towards each other, and at last, we know that the whole universe, mental and material, will be fused into one. The process that is going on in the cosmos on a large scale, is the same as that going on in the microcosm on a smaller scale. Just as this universe has its existence in separation, in distinction, and all the while is rushing towards unity, non-separation, so in our little worlds each soul is born, as it were, cut off from the rest of the world. The more ignorant, the more unenlightened the soul, the more it thinks that it is separate from the rest of the universe. The more ignorant the person, the more he thinks, he will die or will be born, and so forth, ideas that are an expression of this separateness. But we find that, as knowledge comes, man grows, morality is evolved, and the idea of non-separateness begins. Whether men understand it or not, they are impelled by that power behind to become unselfish. That is the foundation of all morality. It is the quintessence of all ethics, preached in any language, or in any religion, or by any prophet in the world. Be thou unselfish, not I, but thou. That is the background of all ethical codes. And what is meant by this is the recognition of non-individuality, that you are a part of me, and I of you, the recognition that in hurting you I hurt myself, and in helping you I help myself, the recognition that there cannot possibly be death for me when you live. When one worm lives in this universe, how can I die? For my life is in the life of that worm. At the same time it will teach us that we cannot leave one of our fellow beings without helping him, that in his good consists my good. This is the theme that runs through the whole of Vedanta, and which runs through every other religion. For, you must remember, religions divide themselves generally into three parts. There is the first part, consisting of the philosophy, the essence, the principles of every religion. These principles find expression in mythology, lives of saints or heroes, demigods, or gods, or divine beings, and the whole idea of this mythology is that of power. And in the lower class of mythologies, the primitive, the expression of this power is in the muscles. Their heroes are strong, gigantic. One hero conquers the whole world. As man advances, he must find expression for his energy higher than in the muscles, so his heroes also find expression in something higher. The higher mythologies have heroes who are gigantic moral men. Their strength is manifested in becoming moral and pure. They can stand alone, they can beat back the surging tide of selfishness and immorality. The third portion of all religions is symbolism, which you call ceremonials and forms. Even the expression through mythology, the lives of heroes, is not sufficient for all. There are minds still lower. Like children, they must have their kindergarten of religion, and these symbologies are evolved concrete examples which they can handle and grasp and understand, which they can see and feel as material somethings. So in every religion you find there are the three stages: philosophy, mythology, and ceremonial. There is one advantage which can be pleaded for the Vedanta, that in India, fortunately, these three stages have been sharply defined. In other religions the principles are so interwoven with the mythology that it is very hard to distinguish one from the other. The mythology stands supreme, swallowing up the principles, and in course of centuries the principles are lost sight of. The explanation, the illustration of the principle, swallows up the principle, and the people see only the explanation, the prophet, the preacher, while the principles have gone out of existence, almost so much so that even today, if a man dares to preach the principles of Christianity apart from Christ, they will try to attack him and think he is wrong and dealing blows at Christianity. In the same way, if a man wants to preach the principles of Mohammedanism, Mohammedans will think the same, because concrete ideas, the lives of great men and prophets, have entirely overshadowed the principles. In Vedanta the chief advantage is that it was not the work of one single man, and therefore, naturally, unlike Buddhism, or Christianity, or Mohammedanism, the prophet or teacher did not entirely swallow up or overshadow the principles. The principles live, and the prophets, as it were, form a secondary group, unknown to Vedanta. The Upanishads speak of no particular prophet, but they speak of various prophets and prophetesses. The old Hebrews had something of that idea, yet we find Moses occupying most of the space of the Hebrew literature. Of course, I do not mean that it is bad that these prophets should take religious hold of a nation, but it certainly is very injurious if the whole field of principles is lost sight of. We can very much agree as to principles, but not very much as to persons. The persons appeal to our emotions, and the principles, to something higher, to our calm judgment. Principles must conquer in the long run, for that is the manhood of man. Emotions many times drag us down to the level of animals. Emotions have more connection with the senses than with the faculty of reason, and, therefore, when principles are entirely lost sight of and emotions prevail, religions degenerate into fanaticism and sectarianism. They are no better than party politics and such things. The most horribly ignorant notions will be taken up, and for these ideas thousands will be ready to cut the throats of their brethren. This is the reason that, though these great personalities and prophets are tremendous motive powers for good, at the same time their lives are altogether dangerous when they lead to the disregard of the principles they represent. That has always led to fanaticism, and has deluged the world in blood. Vedanta can avoid this difficulty, because it has not one special prophet. It has many seers, who are called rishis or sages. Seers, that is the literal translation, those who see these truths, the mantras. The word mantra means thought out, cogitated by the mind, and the rishi is the seer of these thoughts. They are neither the property of particular persons, nor the exclusive property of any man or woman, however great he or she may be, nor even the exclusive property of the greatest spirits, the Buddhas or Christs whom the world has produced. They are as much the property of the lowest of the low, as they are the property of a Buddha, and as much the property of the smallest worm that crawls as of the Christ, because they are universal principles. They were never created. These principles have existed throughout time, and they will exist. They are non-create, uncreated by any laws which science teaches us today. They remain covered and become discovered, but are existing through all eternity in nature. If Newton had not been born, the law of gravitation would have remained all the same and would have worked all the same. It was Newton's genius which formulated it, discovered it, brought it into consciousness, made it a conscious thing to the human race. So are these religious laws, the grand truths of spirituality. They are working all the time. If all the Vedas and the Bibles and the Qurans did not exist at all, if seers and prophets had never been born, yet these laws would exist. They are only held in abeyance, and slowly but surely would work to raise the human race, to raise human nature. But they are the prophets who see them, discover them, and such prophets are discoverers in the field of spirituality. As Newton and Galileo were prophets of physical science, so are they prophets of spirituality. They can claim no exclusive right to any one of these laws, they are the common property of all nature. The Vedas, as the Hindus say, are eternal. We now understand what they mean by their being eternal, i.e. that the laws have neither beginning nor end, just as nature has neither beginning nor end. Earth after earth, system after system, will evolve, run for a certain time, and then dissolve back again into chaos, but the universe remains the same. Millions and millions of systems are being born, while millions are being destroyed. The universe remains the same. The beginning and the end of time can be told as regards a certain planet, but as regards the universe, time has no meaning at all. So are the laws of nature, the physical laws, the mental laws, the spiritual laws. Without beginning and without end are they, and it is within a few years, comparatively speaking, a few thousand years at best, that man has tried to reveal them. The infinite mass remains before us. Therefore the one great lesson that we learn from the Vedas, at the start, is that religion has just begun. The infinite ocean of spiritual truth lies before us to be worked on, to be discovered, to be brought into our lives. The world has seen thousands of prophets, and the world has yet to see millions. There were times in olden days when prophets were many in every society. The time is to come when prophets will walk through every street in every city in the world. In olden times, particular, peculiar persons were, so to speak, selected by the operations of the laws of society to become prophets. The time is coming when we shall understand that to become religious means to become a prophet, that none can become religious until he or she becomes a prophet. We shall come to understand that the secret of religion is not being able to think and say all these thoughts, but, as the Vedas teach, to realize them, to realize newer and higher one than have ever been realized, to discover them, bring them to society, and the study of religion should be the training to make prophets. The schools and colleges should be training grounds for prophets. The whole universe must become prophets, and until a man becomes a prophet, religion is a mockery and a byword unto him. We must see religion, feel it, realize it in 1,000 times more intense a sense than that in which we see the wall. But there is one principle which underlies all these various manifestations of religion and which has been already mapped out for us. Every science must end where it finds a unity, because we cannot go any further. When a perfect unity is reached, that science has nothing more of principles to tell us. All the work that religions have to do is to work out the details. Take any science, chemistry, for example. Suppose we can find one element out of which we can manufacture all the other elements. Then chemistry, as a science, will have become perfect. What will remain for us is to discover every day new combinations of that one material and the application of those combinations for all the purposes of life. So with religion. The gigantic principles, the scope, the plan of religion were already discovered ages ago when man found the last words, as they are called, of the Vedas. I am he, that there is that one in whom this whole universe of matter and mind finds its unity, whom they call God, or Brahman, or Allah, or Jehovah, or any other name. We cannot go beyond that. The grand principle has been already mapped out for us. Our work lies in filling it in, working it out, applying it to every part of our lives. We have to work now so that everyone will become a prophet. There is a great work before us. In old times, many did not understand what a prophet meant. They thought it was something by chance, that just by a fiat of will or some superior intelligence, a man gains superior knowledge. In modern times, we are prepared to demonstrate that this knowledge is the birthright of every living being, whosoever and wheresoever he be, and that there is no chance in this universe. Every man who, we think, gets something by chance, has been working for it slowly and surely through ages. And the whole question devolves upon us: do we want to be prophets? If we want, we shall be. This, the training of prophets, is the great work that lies before us, and, consciously or unconsciously, all the great systems of religion are working toward this one great goal, only with this difference, that in many religions you will find they declare that this direct perception of spirituality is not to be had in this life, that man must die, and after his death there will come a time in another world, when he will have visions of spirituality, when he will realize things which now he must believe. But Vedanta will ask all people who make such assertions, then how do you know that spirituality exists? And they will have to answer that there must have been always certain particular people who, even in this life, have got a glimpse of things which are unknown and unknowable. Even this makes a difficulty. If they were peculiar people, hailing this power simply by chance, we have no right to believe in them. It would be a sin to believe in anything that is by chance, because we cannot know it. What is meant by knowledge? Destruction of peculiarity. Suppose a boy goes into a street or a menagerie, and sees a peculiarly shaped animal. He does not know what it is. Then he goes to a country where there are hundreds like that one, and he is satisfied, he knows what the species is. Our knowledge is knowing the principle. Our non-knowledge is finding the particular without reference to principle. When we find one case or a few cases separate from the principle, without any reference to the principle, we are in darkness and do not know. Now, if these prophets, as they say, were peculiar persons who alone had the right to catch a glimpse of that which is beyond and no one else has the right, we should not believe in these prophets, because they are peculiar cases without any reference to a principle. We can only believe in them if we ourselves become prophets. You, all of you, hear about the various jokes that get into the newspapers about the sea serpent, and why should it be so? Because a few persons, at long intervals, came and told their stories about the sea serpent, and others never see it. They have no particular principle to which to refer, and therefore the world does not believe. If a man comes to me and says a prophet disappeared into the air and went through it, I have the right to see that. I ask him, did your father or grandfather see it? Oh, no, he replies, but 5,000 years ago such a thing happened. And if I do not believe it, I have to be barbecued through eternity. What a mass of superstition this is! And its effect is to degrade man from his divine nature to that of brutes. Why was reason given us if we have to believe? Is it not tremendously blasphemous to believe against reason? What right have we not to use the greatest gift that God has given to us? I am sure God will pardon a man who will use his reason and cannot believe, rather than a man who believes blindly instead of using the faculties he has given him. He simply degrades his nature and goes down to the level of the beasts, degrades his senses and dies. We must reason, and when reason proves to us the truth of these prophets and great men about whom the ancient books speak in every country, we shall believe in them. We shall believe in them when we see such prophets among ourselves. We shall then find that they were not peculiar men, but only illustrations of certain principles. They worked, and that principle expressed itself naturally, and we shall have to work to express that principle in us. They were prophets, we shall believe, when we become prophets. They were seers of things divine. They could go beyond the bounds of senses and catch a glimpse of that which is beyond. We shall believe that when we are able to do it ourselves and not before. That is the one principle of Vedanta. Vedanta declares that religion is here and now, because the question of this life and that life, of life and death, this world and that world, is merely one of superstition and prejudice. There is no break in time beyond what we make. What difference is there between 10 and 12 o'clock, except what we make by certain changes in nature? Time flows on the same. So what is meant by this life or that life? It is only a question of time, and what is lost in time may be made up by speed in work. So, says Vedanta, religion is to be realized now. And for you to become religious means that you will start without any religion, work your way up and realize things, see things for yourself, and when you have done that, then, and then alone, you have religion. Before that you are no better than atheists, or worse, because the atheist is sincere. He stands up and says, I do not know about these things, while those others do not know but go about the world, saying, we are very religious people. What religion they have no one knows, because they have swallowed some grandmother's story, and priests have asked them to believe these things. If they do not, then let them take care. That is how it is going. Realization of religion is the only way. Each one of us will have to discover. Of what use are these books, then, these Bibles of the world? They are of great use, just as maps are of a country. I have seen maps of England all my life before I came here, and they were great helps to me in forming some sort of conception of England. Yet, when I arrived in this country, what a difference between the maps and the country itself. So is the difference between realization and the scriptures. These books are only the maps, the experiences of past men, as a motive power to us to dare to make the same experiences and discover in the same way, if not better. This is the first principle of Vedanta, that realization is religion, and he who realizes is the religious man, and he who does not is no better than he who says, I do not know, if not worse, because the other says, I do not know, and is sincere. In this realization, again, we shall be helped very much by these books, not only as guides, but as giving instructions and exercises, for every science has its own particular method of investigation. You will find many persons in this world who will say, I wanted to become religious, I wanted to realize these things, but I have not been able, so I do not believe anything. Even among the educated you will find these. Large numbers of people will tell you, I have tried to be religious all my life, but there is nothing in it. At the same time you will find this phenomenon. Suppose a man is a chemist, a great scientific man. He comes and tells you this. If you say to him, I do not believe anything about chemistry, because I have all my life tried to become a chemist and do not find anything in it, he will ask, when did you try? When I went to bed, I repeated, O chemistry, come to me, and it never came. That is the very same thing. The chemist laughs at you and says, oh, that is not the way. Why did you not go to the laboratory and get all the acids and alkalis and burn your hands from time to time? That alone would have taught you. Do you take the same trouble with religion? Every science has its own method of learning, and religion is to be learnt the same way. It has its own methods, and here is something we can learn, and must learn, from all the ancient prophets of the world, everyone who has found something, who has realized religion. They will give us the methods, the particular methods, through which alone we shall be able to realize the truths of religion. They struggled all their lives, discovered particular methods of mental culture, bringing the mind to a certain state, the finest perception, and through that they perceived the truths of religion. To become religious, to perceive religion, feel it, to become a prophet, we have to take these methods and practice them, and then if we find nothing, we shall have the right to say, there is nothing in religion, for I have tried and failed. This is the practical side of all religions. You will find it in every Bible in the world. Not only do they teach principles and doctrines, but in the lives of the saints you find practices, and when it is not expressly laid down as a rule of conduct, you will always find in the lives of these prophets that even they regulated their eating and drinking sometimes. Their whole living, their practice, their method, everything was different from the masses who surrounded them, and these were the causes that gave them the higher light, the vision of the divine. And we, if we want to have this vision, must be ready to take up these methods. It is practice, work, that will bring us up to that. The plan of Vedanta, therefore, is, first, to lay down the principles, map out for us the goal, and then to teach us the method by which to arrive at the goal, to understand and realize religion. Again, these methods must be various. Seeing that we are so various in our natures, the same method can scarcely be applied to any two of us in the same manner. We have idiosyncrasies in our minds, each one of us, so the method ought to be varied. Some, you will find, are very emotional in their nature, some very philosophical, rational, others cling to all sorts of ritualistic forms, want things which are concrete. You will find that one man does not care for any ceremony or form or anything of the sort, they are like death to him. And another man carries a load of amulets all over his body, he is so fond of these symbols. Another man who is emotional in his nature wants to show acts of charity to everyone, he weeps, he laughs, and so on. And all of these certainly cannot have the same method. If there were only one method to arrive at truth, it would be death for everyone else who is not similarly constituted. Therefore the methods should be various. Vedanta understands that and wants to lay before the world different methods through which we can work. Take up any one you like, and if one does not suit you, another may. From this standpoint we see how glorious it is that there are so many religions in the world, how good it is that there are so many teachers and prophets, instead of there being only one, as many persons would like to have it. The Mohammedans want to have the whole world Mohammedan, the Christians, Christian, and the Buddhists, Buddhist, but Vedanta says, let each person in the world be separate, if you will, the one principle, the units will be behind. The more prophets there are, the more books, the more seers, the more methods, so much the better for the world. Just as in social life the greater the number of occupations in every society, the better for that society, the more chance is there for everyone of that society to make a living, so in the world of thought and of religion. How much better it is today when we have so many divisions of science. How much more is it possible for everyone to have great mental culture, with this great variety before us? How much better it is, even on the physical plane, to have the opportunity of so many various things spread before us, so that we may choose any one we like, the one which suits us best. So it is with the world of religions. It is a most glorious dispensation of the Lord that there are so many religions in the world, and would to God that these would increase every day, until every man had a religion unto himself. Vedanta understands that and therefore preaches the one principle and admits various methods. It has nothing to say against anyone whether you are a Christian, or a Buddhist, or a Jew, or a Hindu, whatever mythology you believe, whether you owe allegiance to the Prophet of Nazareth, or of Mecca, or of India, or of anywhere else, whether you yourself are a prophet. It has nothing to say. It only preaches the principle which is the background of every religion and of which all the prophets and saints and seers are but illustrations and manifestations. Multiply your prophets if you like, it has no objection. It only preaches the principle, and the method it leaves to you. Take any path you like, follow any prophet you like, but have only that method which suits your own nature, so that you will be sure to progress. The nature of the soul and its goal. The earliest idea is that a man, when he dies, is not annihilated. Something lives and goes on living even after the man is dead. Perhaps it would be better to compare the three most ancient nations, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and the ancient Hindus, and take this idea from all of them. With the Egyptians and the Babylonians, we find a sort of soul idea, that of a double. Inside this body, according to them, there is another body which is moving and working here, and when the outer body dies, the double gets out and lives on for a certain length of time, but the life of the double is limited by the preservation of the outer body. If the body which the double has left is injured in any part, the double is sure to be injured in that part. That is why we find among the ancient Egyptians such solicitude to preserve the dead body of a person by embalming, building pyramids, etc. We find both with the Babylonians and the ancient Egyptians that this double cannot live on through eternity. It can, at best, live on for a certain time only, that is, just so long as the body it has left can be preserved. The next peculiarity is that there is an element of fear connected with this double. It is always unhappy and miserable, its state of existence is one of extreme pain. It is again and again coming back to those that are living, asking for food and drink and enjoyments that it can no more have. It is wanting to drink of the waters of the Nile, the fresh waters which it can no more drink. It wants to get back those foods it used to enjoy while in this life, and when it finds it cannot get them, the double becomes fierce, sometimes threatening the living with death and disaster if it is not supplied with such food. Coming to Aryan thought, we at once find a very wide departure. There is still the double idea there, but it has become a sort of spiritual body, and one great difference is that the life of this spiritual body, the soul, or whatever you may call it, is not limited by the body it has left. On the contrary, it has obtained freedom from this body, and hence the peculiar Aryan custom of burning the dead. They want to get rid of the body which the person has left, while the Egyptian wants to preserve it by burying, embalming, and building pyramids. Apart from the most primitive system of doing away with the dead, amongst nations advanced to a certain extent, the method of doing away with the bodies of the dead is a great indication of their idea of the soul. Wherever we find the idea of a departed soul closely connected with the idea of the dead body, we always find the tendency to preserve the body, and we also find burying in some form or other. On the other hand, with those in whom the idea has developed that the soul is a separate entity from the body and will not be hurt if the dead body is even destroyed, burning is always the process resorted to. Thus we find among all ancient Aryan races burning of the dead, although the Parsis changed it to exposing the body on a tower. But the very name of the tower, Dakama, means a burning place, showing that in ancient times they also used to burn their bodies. The other peculiarity is that among the Aryans there was no element of fear with these doubles. They are not coming down to ask for food or help, and when denied that help, they do not become ferocious or try to destroy those that are living. They rather are joyful, are glad at getting free. The fire of the funeral pyre is the symbol of disintegration. The symbol is asked to take the departed soul gently up and to carry it to the place where the fathers live, where there is no sorrow, where there is joy forever, and so on. Of these two ideas we see at once that they are of a similar nature, the one optimistic, and the other pessimistic being the elementary. The one is the evolution of the other. It is quite possible that the Aryans themselves had, or may have had, in very ancient times exactly the same idea as the Egyptians. In studying their most ancient records, we find the possibility of this very idea. But it is quite a bright thing, something bright. When a man dies, this soul goes to live with the fathers and lives there enjoying their happiness. These fathers receive it with great kindness. This is the most ancient idea in India of a soul. Later on, this idea becomes higher and higher. Then it was found out that what they called the soul before was not really the soul. This bright body, however fine it might be, was a body after all, and all bodies must be made up of materials, either gross or fine. Whatever had form or shape must be limited, and could not be eternal. Change is inherent in every form. How could that which is changeful be eternal? So, behind this bright body, as it were, they found something which was the soul of man. It was called the Atman, the self. This self-idea then began. It had also to undergo various changes. By some it was thought that the self was eternal, that it was very minute, almost as minute as an atom, that it lived in a certain part of the body, and when a man died, his self went away, taking along with it the bright body. There were other people who denied the atomic nature of the soul on the same ground on which they had denied that this bright body was the soul. Out of all these various opinions rose Sankhya philosophy, where at once we find immense differences. The idea there is that man has first this gross body, behind the gross body is the fine body, which is the vehicle of the mind, as it were, and behind even that is the self, the perceiver, as the Sankhyas call it, of the mind, and this is omnipresent. That is, your soul, my soul, everyone's soul is everywhere at the same time. If it is formless, how can it be said to occupy space? Everything that occupies space has form. The formless can only be infinite. So each soul is everywhere. The second theory put forward is still more startling. They all saw in ancient times that human beings are progressive, at least many of them. They grew in purity and power and knowledge, and the question was asked, whence was this knowledge, this purity, this strength which men manifested? Here is a baby without any knowledge. This baby grows and becomes a strong, powerful, and wise man. Whence did that baby get its wealth of knowledge and power? The answer was that it was in the soul of the baby had this knowledge and power from the very beginning. This power, this purity, this strength were in that soul, but they were unmanifested, they have become manifested. What is meant by this manifestation or unmanifestation? That each soul is pure and perfect, omnipotent and omniscient, as they say in the Sankhya, but it can manifest itself externally only according to the mind it has got. The mind is, as it were, the reflecting mirror of the soul. My mind reflects to a certain extent the powers of my soul, so your soul, and so everyone's. That mirror which is clearer reflects the soul better. So the manifestation varies according to the mind one possesses, but the souls in themselves are pure and perfect. There was another school who thought that this could not be. Though souls are pure and perfect by their nature, this purity and perfection become, as they say, contracted at times, and expanded at other times. There are certain actions and certain thoughts which, as it were, contract the nature of the soul, and then also other thoughts and acts, which bring its nature out, manifest it. This again is explained. All thoughts and actions that make the power and purity of the soul get contracted are evil actions, evil thoughts, and all those thoughts and actions which make the soul manifest itself make the powers come out, as it were are good and moral actions. The difference between the two theories is very slight, it is more or less a play on the words expansion and contraction. The one that holds that the variation only depends on the mind the soul has got is the better explanation, no doubt, but the contracting and expanding theory wants to take refuge behind the two words, and they should be asked what is meant by contraction of soul, or expansion. Soul is a spirit. You can question what is meant by contraction or expansion with regard to material, whether gross, which we call matter, or fine, the mind, but beyond that, if it is not matter, that which is not bound by space or by time, how to explain the words contraction and expansion with regard to that? So it seems that this theory, which holds that the soul is pure and perfect all the time, only its nature is more reflected in some minds than in others, is the better. As the mind changes, its character grows, as it were, more and more clear and gives a better reflection of the soul. Thus it goes on, until the mind has become so purified that it reflects fully the quality of the soul, then the soul becomes liberated. This is the nature of the soul. What is the goal? The goal of the soul among all the different sects in India seems to be the same. There is one idea with all, and that is liberation. Man is infinite, and this limitation in which he exists now is not his nature. But through these limitations he is struggling upward and forward until he reaches the infinite, the unlimited, his birthright, his nature. All these combinations and recombinations and manifestations that we see round us are not the aim or the goal, but merely by the way and in passing. These combinations as earths and suns and moons and stars, right and wrong, good and bad, our laughter and our tears, our joys and sorrows, are to enable us to gain experience through which the soul manifests its perfect nature and throws off limitation. No more, then, is it bound by laws either of internal or external nature. It has gone beyond all law, beyond all limitation, beyond all nature. Nature has come under the control of the soul, not the soul under the control of nature, as it thinks it is now. That is the one goal that the soul has, and all the succeeding steps through which it is manifesting, all the successive experiences through which it is passing in order to attain to that goal freedom are represented as its births. The soul is, as it were, taking up a lower body and trying to express itself through that. It finds that to be insufficient, throws it aside, and a higher one is taken up. Through that it struggles to express itself. That also is found to be insufficient, is rejected, and a higher one comes, so on and on until a body is found through which the soul manifests its highest aspirations. Then the soul becomes free. Now the question is, if the soul is infinite and exists everywhere, as it must do, if it is a spirit, what is meant by its taking up bodies and passing through body after body? The idea is that the soul neither comes nor goes, neither is born nor dies. How can the omnipresent be born? It is meaningless nonsense to say that the soul lives in a body. How can the unlimited live in a limited space? But as a man having a book in his hands reads one page and turns it over, goes to the next page, reads that, turns it over, and so on, yet it is the book that is being turned over, the pages that are revolving, and not he is where he is always. Even so with regard to the soul. The whole of nature is that book which the soul is reading. Each life, as it were, is one page of that book, and that read, it is turned over, and so on, until the whole of the book is finished, and that soul becomes perfect, having got all the experiences of nature. Yet at the same time it never moved, nor came, nor went, it was only gathering experiences. But it appears to us that we are moving. The earth is moving, yet we think that the sun is moving instead of the earth, which we know to be a mistake, a delusion of the senses. So is also this delusion that we are born and that we die, that we come or that we go. We neither come nor go, nor have we been born. For where is the soul to go? There is no place for it to go. Where is it not already? Thus the theory comes of the evolution of nature and the manifestation of the soul. The processes of evolution, higher and higher combinations, are not in the soul, it is already what it is. They are in nature. But as nature is evolving forward into higher and higher combinations, more and more of the majesty of the soul is manifesting itself. Suppose here is a screen, and behind the screen is wonderful scenery. There is one small hole in the screen through which we can catch only a little bit of that scenery behind. Suppose that hole becomes increased in size. As the hole increases in size, more and more of the scenery behind comes within the range of vision, and when the whole screen has disappeared, there is nothing between the scenery and you see the whole of it. This screen is the mind of man. Behind it is the majesty, the purity, the infinite power of the soul, and as the mind becomes clearer and clearer, purer and purer, more of the majesty of the soul manifests itself. Not that the soul is changing, but the change is in the screen. The soul is the unchangeable one, the immortal, the pure, the ever-blessed one. So, at last, the theory comes to this. From the highest to the lowest and most wicked man, in the greatest of human beings and the lowest of crawling worms under our feet, is the soul, pure and perfect, infinite and ever-blessed. In the worm that soul is manifesting only an infinitesimal part of its power and purity, and in the greatest man it is manifesting most of it. The difference consists in the degree of manifestation, but not in the essence. Through all beings exists the same pure and perfect soul. There are also the ideas of heavens and other places, but these are thought to be second-rate. The idea of heaven is thought to be a low idea. It arises from the desire for a place of enjoyment. We foolishly want to limit the whole universe with our present experience. Children think that the whole universe is full of children. Madmen think the whole universe a lunatic asylum, and so on. So those to whom this world is but sense enjoyment, whose whole life is in eating and feasting, with very little difference between them and brute beasts, such are naturally found to conceive of places where they will have more enjoyments, because this life is short. Their desire for enjoyment is infinite, so they are bound to think of places where they will have unobstructed enjoyment of the senses, and we see, as we go on, that those who want to go to such places will have to go, they will dream, and when this dream is over, they will be in another dream where there is plenty of sense enjoyment, and when that dream breaks, they will have to think of something else. Thus they will be driving about from dream to dream. Then comes the last theory, one more idea about the soul. If the soul is pure and perfect in its essence and nature, and if every soul is infinite and omnipresent, how is it that there can be many souls? There cannot be many infinites. There cannot be two even, not to speak of many. If there were two infinites, one would limit the other, and both become finite. The infinite can only be one, and boldly the last conclusion is approached that it is but one and not two. Two birds are sitting on the same tree, one on the top, the other below, both of most beautiful plumage. The one eats the fruits, while the other remains, calm and majestic, concentrated in its own glory. The lower bird is eating fruits, good and evil, going after sense enjoyments, and when it eats occasionally a bitter fruit, it gets higher and looks up and sees the other bird sitting there calm and majestic, neither caring for good fruit nor for bad, sufficient unto itself, seeking no enjoyment beyond itself. It itself is enjoyment, what to seek beyond itself? The lower bird looks at the upper bird and wants to get near. It goes a little higher, but its old impressions are upon it, and still it goes about eating the same fruit. Again an exceptionally bitter fruit comes, it gets a shock, looks up. There the same calm and majestic one. It comes near but again is dragged down by past actions, and continues to eat the sweet and bitter fruits. Again the exceptionally bitter fruit comes, the bird looks up, gets nearer, and as it begins to get nearer and nearer, the light from the plumage of the other bird is reflected upon it. Its own plumage is melting away, and when it has come sufficiently near, the whole vision changes. The lower bird never existed, it was always the upper bird, and what it took for the lower bird was only a little bit of a reflection. Such is the nature of the soul. This human soul goes after sense enjoyments, vanities of the world. Like animals it lives only in the senses, lives only in momentary titillations of the nerves. When there comes a blow, for a moment the head reels, and everything begins to vanish, and it finds that the world was not what it thought it to be, that life was not so smooth. It looks upward and sees the infinite Lord a moment, catches a glimpse of the majestic one, comes a little nearer, but is dragged away by its past actions. Another blow comes, and sends it back again. It catches another glimpse of the infinite presence, comes nearer, and as it approaches nearer and nearer, it begins to find out that its individuality, its low, vulgar, intensely selfish individuality is melting away, the desire to sacrifice the whole world to make that little thing happy is melting away, and as it gets gradually nearer and nearer, nature begins to melt away. When it has come sufficiently near, the whole vision changes, and it finds that it was the other bird, that this infinity which it had viewed as from a distance was its own self, this wonderful glimpse that it had got of the glory and majesty was its own self, and it indeed was that reality. The soul then finds that which is true in everything. That which is in every atom, everywhere present, the essence of all things, the God of this universe. Know that thou art He, know that thou art free. The importance of psychology. The idea of psychology in the West is very much degraded. Psychology is the science of sciences, but in the West it is placed upon the same plane as all other sciences, that is, it is judged by the same criterion: utility. How much practical benefit will it do to humanity? How much will it add to our rapidly growing happiness? How much will it detract from our rapidly increasing pain? Such is the criterion by which everything is judged in the West. People seem to forget that about 90% of all our knowledge cannot, in the very nature of things, be applied in a practical way to add to our material happiness or to lessen our misery. Only the smallest fraction of our scientific knowledge can have any such practical application to our daily lives. This is so because only an infinitely small percentage of our conscious mind is on the sensuous plane. We have just a little bit of sensuous consciousness and imagine that to be our entire mind and life, but, as a matter of fact, it is but a drop in the mighty ocean of subconscious mind. If all there is of us were a bundle of sense perceptions, all the knowledge we could gain could be utilized in the gratification of our sense pleasures. But fortunately such is not the case. As we get further and further away from the animal state, our sense pleasures become less and less, and our enjoyment, in a rapidly increasing consciousness of scientific and psychological knowledge, becomes more and more intense, and knowledge for the sake of knowledge, regardless of the amount of sense pleasures it may conduce to, becomes the supreme pleasure of the mind. But even taking the Western idea of utility as a criterion by which to judge, psychology, by such a standard even, is the science of sciences. Why? We are all slaves to our senses, slaves to our own minds, conscious and subconscious. The reason why a criminal is not because he desires to be one, but because he has not his mind under control and is therefore a slave to his own conscious and subconscious mind, and to the mind of everybody else. He must follow the dominant trend of his own mind, he cannot help it, he is forced onward in spite of himself, in spite of his own better promptings, his own better nature, he is forced to obey the dominant mandate of his own mind. Poor man, he cannot help himself. We see this in our own lives constantly. We are constantly doing things against the better side of our nature, and afterwards we upbraid ourselves for so doing and wonder what we could have been thinking of, how we could do such a thing. Yet again and again we do it, and again we suffer for it and upbraid ourselves. At the time, perhaps, we think we desire to do it, but we only desire it because we are forced to desire it. We are forced onward, we are helpless. We are all slaves to our own and to everybody else's mind, whether we are good or bad, that makes no difference. We are led here and there because we cannot help ourselves. We say we think, we do, etc. It is not so. We think because we have to think. We act because we have to. We are slaves to ourselves and to others. Deep down in our subconscious mind are stored up all the thoughts and acts of the past, not only of this life, but of all other lives we have lived. This great boundless ocean of subjective mind is full of all the thoughts and actions of the past. Each one of these is striving to be recognized, pushing outward for expression, surging, wave after wave, out upon the objective mind, the conscious mind. These thoughts, the stored up energy, we take for natural desires, talents, etc. It is because we do not realize their true origin. We obey them blindly, unquestioningly, and slavery, the most helpless kind of slavery, is the result, and we call ourselves free. Free. We who cannot for a moment govern our own minds, nay, cannot hold our minds on a subject, focus it on a point to the exclusion of everything else for a moment. Yet we call ourselves free. Think of it. We cannot do as we know we ought to do even for a very short space of time. Some sense desire will crop up, and immediately we obey it. Our conscience smites us for such weakness, but again and again we do it, we are always doing it. We cannot live up to a high standard of life, try as we will. The ghosts of past thoughts, past lives hold us down. All the misery of the world is caused by the slavery to the senses. Our inability to rise above the sense life, the striving for physical pleasures, is the cause of all the horrors and miseries in the world. It is the science of psychology that teaches us to hold in check the wild gyrations of the mind, place it under the control of the will, and thus free ourselves from its tyrannous mandates. Psychology is therefore the science of sciences, without which all sciences and all other knowledge are worthless. The mind uncontrolled and unguided will drag us down, forever rend us, kill us, and the mind controlled and guided will save us, free us. So it must be controlled, and psychology teaches us how to do it. To study and analyze any material science, sufficient data are obtained. These facts are studied and analyzed, and a knowledge of the science is the result. But in the study and analysis of the mind, there are no data, no facts acquired from without, such as are equally at the command of all. The mind is analyzed by itself. The greatest science, therefore, is the science of the mind, the science of psychology. In the West, the powers of the mind, especially unusual powers, are looked upon as bordering on witchcraft and mysticism. The study of higher psychology has been retarded by its being identified with mere alleged psychic phenomena, as is done by some mystery-mongering order of Hindu fakirs. Physicists obtain pretty much the same results the world over. They do not differ in their general facts, nor in the results which naturally follow from such facts. This is because the data of physical science are obtainable by all and are universally recognized, and the results are logical conclusions based upon these universally recognized facts. In the realm of the mind, it is different. Here there are no data, no facts observable by the physical senses, and no universally recognized materials therefore, from which to build a system of psychology after their being equally experimented upon by all who study the mind. Deep within, is the soul, the essential man, the Atman. Turn the mind inward and become united to that, and from that standpoint of stability, the gyrations of the mind can be watched and facts observed, which are to be found in all persons. Such facts, such data, are to be found by those who go deep enough, and only by such. Among that large class of self-styled mystics the world over, there is a great difference of opinion as to the mind, its nature, powers, etc. This is because such people do not go deep enough. They have noticed some little activity of their own and others' minds and, without knowing anything about the real character of such superficial manifestations, have published them as facts universal in their application, and every religious and mystical crank has facts, data, etc., which, he claims, are reliable criteria for investigation, but which are in fact nothing more or less than his own imaginings. If you intend to study the mind, you must have systematic training, you must practice to bring the mind under your control, to attain to that consciousness from which you will be able to study the mind and remain unmoved by any of its wild gyrations. Otherwise the facts observed will not be reliable, they will not apply to all people and therefore will not be truly facts or data at all. Among that class who have gone deeply into the study of the mind, the facts observed have been the same, no matter in what part of the world such persons may be or what religious belief they may have. The results obtained by all who go deep enough into the mind are the same. The mind operates by perception and impulsion. For instance, the rays of the light enter by eyes, are carried by the nerves to the brain, and still I do not see the light. The brain then conveys the impulse to the mind, but yet I do not see the light. The mind then reacts, and the light flashes across the mind. The mind's reaction is impulsion, and as a result the eye perceives the object. To control the mind you must go deep down into the subconscious mind, classify and arrange in order all the different impressions, thoughts, etc., stored up there, and control them. This is the first step. By the control of the subconscious mind you get control over the conscious. Nature and man. The modern idea of nature includes only that part of the universe that is manifested on the physical plane. That which is generally understood to be mind is not considered to be nature. Philosophers endeavoring to prove the freedom of the will have excluded the mind from nature, for as nature is bound and governed by law, strict unbending law, mind, if considered to be in nature, would be bound by law also. Such a claim would destroy the doctrine of free will, for how can that be free which is bound by law? The philosophers of India have taken the reverse stand. They hold all physical life, manifest and unmanifest, to be bound by law. The mind as well as external nature, they claim, is bound by law, and by one and the same law. If mind is not bound by law, if the thoughts we think are not the necessary results of preceding thoughts, if one mental state is not followed by another which it produces, then mind is irrational, and who can claim free will and at the same time deny the operation of reason? And on the other hand, who can admit that the mind is governed by the law of causation and claim that the will is free? Law itself is the operation of cause and effect. Certain things happen according to certain other things which have gone before. Every precedent has its consequent. Thus it is in nature. If this operation of law obtains in the mind is bound and is therefore not free. No, the will is not free. How can it be? But we all know, we all feel, that one are free. Life would have no meaning, it would not be worth living, if we were not free. The Eastern philosophers accepted this doctrine, or rather propounded it, that the mind and the will are within time, space, and causation, the same as so-called matter, and that they are therefore bound by the law of causation. We think in time, our thoughts are bound by time, all that exists in time and space. All is bound by the law of causation. Now that which we call matter and mind are one and the same substance. The only difference is in the degree of vibration. Mind at a very low rate of vibration is what is known as matter. Matter at a high rate of vibration is what is known as mind. Both are the same substance, and therefore, as matter is bound by time and space and causation, mind which is matter at a high rate of vibration is bound by the same law. Nature is homogeneous. Differentiation is in manifestation. The Sanskrit word for nature is prakriti, and means literally differentiation. All is one substance, but it is manifested variously. Mind becomes matter, and matter in its turn becomes mind. It is simply a question of vibration. Take a bar of steel and charge it with a force sufficient to cause it to vibrate, and what would happen? If this were done in a dark room, the first thing you would be aware of would be a sound, a humming sound. Increase the force, and the bar of steel would become luminous, increase it still more, and the steel would disappear altogether. It would become mind. Take another illustration, if I do not eat for 10 days, I cannot think. Only a few stray thoughts are in my mind. I am very weak and perhaps do not know my own name. Then I eat some bread, and in a little while I begin to think, my power of mind has returned. The bread has become mind. Similarly, the mind lessens its rate of vibration and manifests itself in the body, becomes matter. As to which is first, matter or mind, let me illustrate. A hen lays an egg, the egg brings out another hen, that hen lays another egg, that egg brings out another hen, and so on in an endless chain. Now which is first, the egg or the hen? You cannot think of an egg that was not laid by a hen, or a hen that was not hatched out of an egg. It makes no difference which is first. Nearly all our ideas run themselves into the hen and egg business. The greatest truths have been forgotten because of their very simplicity. Great truths are simple because they are of universal application. Truth itself is always simple. Complexity is due to man's ignorance. Man's free agency is not of the mind, for that is bound. There is no freedom there. Man is not mind, he is soul. The soul is ever free, boundless, and eternal. Herein is man's freedom, in the soul. The soul is always free, but the mind, identifying itself with its own ephemeral waves, loses sight of the soul and becomes lost in the maze of time, space, and causation, Maya. This is the cause of our bondage. We are always identifying ourselves with the mind, and the mind's phenomenal changes. Man's free agency is established in the soul, and the soul, realizing itself to be free, is always asserting the fact in spite of the mind's bondage: I am free. I am what I am. I am what I am. This is our freedom. The soul, ever free, boundless, eternal through eons and eons, is manifesting itself more and more through its instrument, the mind. What relation then does man bear to nature? From the lowest form of life to man, the soul is manifesting itself through nature. The highest manifestation of the soul is involved in the lowest form of manifest life and is working itself outward through the process called evolution. The whole process of evolution is the soul's struggle to manifest itself. It is a constant struggle against nature. It is a struggle against nature, and not conformity to nature, that makes man what he is. We hear a great deal about living in harmony with nature, of being in tune with nature. This is a mistake. This table, this pitcher, the minerals, a tree, are all in harmony with nature. Perfect harmony there, no discord. To be in harmony with nature means stagnation, death. How did man build this house? By being in harmony with nature? No. By fighting against nature. It is the constant struggle against nature that constitutes human progress, not conformity with it. Concentration and breathing. The main difference between men and the animals is the difference in their power of concentration. All success in any line of work is the result of this. Everybody knows something about concentration. We see its results every day. High achievements in art, music, etc., are the results of concentration. An animal has very little power of concentration. Those who have trained animals find much difficulty in the fact that the animal is constantly forgetting what is told him. He cannot concentrate his mind long upon anything at a time. Herein is the difference between man and the animals. Man has the greater power of concentration. The difference in air power of concentration also constitutes the difference between man and man. Compare the lowest with the highest man. The difference is in the degree of concentration. This is the only difference. Everybody's mind becomes concentrated at times. We all concentrate upon those things we love, and we love those things upon which we concentrate our minds. What mother is there that does not love the face of her homeliest child? That face is to her the most beautiful in the world. She loves it because she concentrates her mind on it, and if every one could concentrate his mind on that same face, every one would love it. It would be to all the most beautiful face. We all concentrate our minds upon those things we love. When we hear beautiful music, our minds become fastened upon it, and we cannot take them away. Those who concentrate their minds upon what you call classical music do not like common music, and vice versa. Music in which the notes follow each other in rapid succession holds the mind readily. A child loves lively music, because the rapidity of the notes gives the mind no chance to wander. A man who likes common music dislikes classical music, because it is more complicated and requires a greater degree of concentration to follow it. The great trouble with such concentrations is that we do not control the mind, it controls us. Something outside of ourselves, as it were, draws the mind into it and holds it as long as it chooses. We hear melodious tones or see a beautiful painting, and the mind is held fast. We cannot take it away. If I speak to you well upon a subject you like, your mind becomes concentrated upon what I am saying. I draw your mind away from yourself and hold it upon the subject in spite of yourself. Thus our attention is held, our minds are concentrated upon various things, in spite of ourselves. We cannot help it. Now the question is, can this concentration be developed, and can we become masters of it? The yogis say, yes. The yogis say that we can get perfect control of the mind. On the ethical side there is danger in the development of the power of concentration, the danger of concentrating the mind upon an object and then being unable to detach it at will. This state causes great suffering. Almost all our suffering is caused by our not having the power of detachment. So along with the development of concentration we must develop the power of detachment. We must learn not only to attach the mind to one thing exclusively, but also to detach it at a moment's notice and place it upon something else. These two should be developed together to make it safe. This is the systematic development of the mind. To me the very essence of education is concentration of mind, not the collecting of facts. If I had to do my education over again, and had any voice in the matter, I would not study facts at all. I would develop the power of concentration and detachment, and then with a perfect instrument I could collect facts at will. Side by side, in the child, should be developed the power of concentration and detachment. My development has been one-sided all along. I developed concentration without the power of detaching my mind at will, and the most intense suffering of my life has been due to this. Now I have the power of detachment, but I had to learn it in later life. We should put our minds on things, they should not draw our minds to them. We are usually forced to concentrate. Our minds are forced to become fixed upon different things by an attraction in them which we cannot resist. To control the mind, to place it just where we want it, requires special training. It cannot be done in any other way. In the study of religion, the control of the mind is absolutely necessary. We have to turn the mind back upon itself in this study. In training the mind, the first step is to begin with the breathing. Regular breathing puts the body in a harmonious condition, and it is then easier to reach the mind. In practicing breathing, the first thing to consider is asana or posture. Any posture in which a person can sit easily is his proper position. The spine should be kept free, and the weight of the body should be supported by the ribs. Do not try by contrivances to control the mind, simple breathing is all that is necessary in that line. All austerities to gain concentration of the mind are a mistake. Do not practice them. The mind acts on the body, and the body in its turn acts upon the mind. They act and react upon each other. Every mental state creates a corresponding state in the body, and every action in the body has its corresponding effect on the mind. It makes no difference whether you think the body and mind are two different entities, or whether you think they are both but one body, the physical body being the gross part and the mind the fine part. They act and react upon each other. The mind is constantly becoming the body. In the training of the mind, it is easier to reach it through the body. The body is easier to grapple with than the mind. The finer the instrument, the greater the power. The mind is much finer and more powerful than the body. For this reason it is easier to begin with the body. The science of breathing is the working through the body to reach the mind. In this way we get control of the body, and then we begin to feel the finer working of the body, the finer and more interior, and so on till we reach the mind. As we feel the finer workings of the body, they come under our control. After a while you will be able to feel the operation of the mind on the body. You will also feel the working of one half of the mind upon the other half, and also feel the mind recruiting the nerve centers, for the mind controls and governs the nervous system. you will feel the mind operating along the different nerve currents. Thus the mind is brought under control by regular systematic breathing, by governing the gross body first and then the fine body. The first breathing exercise is perfectly safe and very healthful. It will give you good health, and better your condition generally at least. The other practices should be taken up slowly and carefully. Introduction to Jnana Yoga. This is the rational and philosophic side of yoga and very difficult, but I will take you slowly through it. Yoga means the method of joining man and God. When you understand this, you can go on with your own definitions of man and God, and you will find the term yoga fits in with every definition. Remember always, there are different yogas for different minds, and that if one does not suit you, another may. All religions are divided into theory and practice. The Western mind has given itself up to the theory and only sees the practical part of religion as good works. Yoga is the practical part of religion and shows that religion is a practical power apart from good works. At the beginning of the 19th century, man tried to find God through reason, and deism was the result. What little was left of God by this process was destroyed by Darwinism and Millism. Men were then thrown back upon historical and comparative religion. They thought religion was derived from element worship, see Max Muller on the sun myths, etc. Others thought that religion was derived from ancestor worship, see Herbert Spencer. But taken as a whole, these methods have proved a failure. Man cannot get at truth by external methods. If I know one lump of clay, I know the whole mass of clay. The universe is all built on the same plan. The individual is only a part, like the lump of clay. If we know the human soul, which is one atom, its beginning and general history, we know the whole of nature. Birth, growth, development, decay, death, this is the sequence in all nature and is the same in the plant and the man. The difference is only in time. The whole cycle may be completed in one case in a day, in the other in 60 years and 10, the methods are the same. The only way to reach a sure analysis of the universe is by the analysis of our own minds. A proper psychology is essential to the understanding of religion. To reach truth by reason alone is impossible, because imperfect reason cannot study its own fundamental basis. Therefore the only way to study the mind is to get at facts, and then intellect will arrange them and deduce the principles. The intellect has to build the house, but it cannot do so without bricks, and it cannot make bricks. Jnana Yoga is the surest way of arriving at facts. First we have the physiology of mind. We have organs of the senses, which are divided into organs of action and organs of perception. By organs I do not mean the external sense instruments. The ophthalmic center in the brain is the organ of sight, not the eye alone. So with every organ, the function is internal. Only when the mind reacts, is the object truly perceived. The sensory and motor nerves are necessary to perception. Then there is the mind itself. It is like a smooth lake which, when struck, say by a stone, vibrates. The vibrations gather together and react on the stone, and all through the lake they will spread and be felt. The mind is like the lake, it is constantly being set in vibrations, which leave an impression on the mind, and the idea of the ego, or personal self, the I, is the result of these impressions. This I therefore is only the very rapid transmission of force and is in itself no reality. The mind stuff is a very fine material instrument used for taking up the prana. When a man dies, the body dies, but a little bit of the mind, the seed, is left when all else is shattered, and this is the seed of the new body called by St. Paul the spiritual body. This theory of the materiality of the mind accords with all modern theories. The idiot is lacking in intelligence because his mind stuff is injured. Intelligence cannot be in matter, nor can it be produced by any combinations of matter. Where then is intelligence? It is behind matter, it is the jiva, the real self, working through the instrument of matter. Transmission of force is not possible without matter, and as the jiva cannot travel alone, some part of mind is left as a transmitting medium when all else is shattered by death. How are perceptions made? The wall opposite sends an impression to me, but I do not see the wall until my mind reacts, that is to say, the mind cannot know the wall by mere sight. The reaction that enables the mind to get a perception of the wall is an intellectual process. In this way the whole universe is seen through our eyes plus mind, or perceptive faculty. It is necessarily colored by our own individual tendencies. The real wall, or the real universe, is outside the mind, and is unknown and unknowable. Call this universe X, and our statement is that the seen universe is X plus mind. What is true of the external must also apply to the internal world. Mind also wants to know itself, but this self can only be known through the medium of the mind and is, like the wall, unknown. This self we may call Y, and the statement would then be, Y plus mind is the inner self. Kant was the first to arrive at this analysis of mind, but it was long ago stated in the Vedas. We have thus, as it were, mind standing between X and Y and reacting on both. If X is unknown, then any qualities we give to it are only derived from our own mind. Time, space, and causation are the three conditions through which mind perceives. Time is the condition for the transmission of thought, and space for the vibration of grosser matter. Causation is the sequence in which vibrations come. Mind can only cognize through these. Anything therefore, beyond mind must be beyond time, space, and causation. To the blind man the world is perceived by touch and sound. To us with five senses it is another world. If any of us developed an electric sense and the faculty seeing electric waves, the world would appear different. Yet the world, as the X to all of these, is still the same. As each one brings his own mind, he sees his own world. There is X plus one sense, X plus two senses, up to 5, as we know humanity. The result is constantly varied, yet X remains always unchanged. Y is also beyond our minds and beyond time, space, and causation. But, you may ask, how do we know there are two things, X and Y, beyond time, space, and causation? Quite true, time makes differentiation, so that, as both are really beyond time, they must be really one. When mind sees this one, it calls it variously X, when it is the outside world, and Y, when it is the inside world. This unit exists and is looked at through the lens of minds. The being of perfect nature, universally appearing to us, is God, is absolute. The undifferentiated is the perfect condition, all others must be lower and not permanent. What makes the undifferentiated appear differentiated to mind? This is the same kind of question as what is the origin of evil and free will? The question itself is contradictory and impossible, because the question takes for granted cause and effect. There is no cause and effect in the undifferentiated. The question assumes that the undifferentiated is in the same condition as the differentiated. Whys and wherefores are in mind only. The self is beyond causation, and it alone is free. Its light it is which percolates through every form of mind. With every action I assert I am free, and yet every action proves that I am bound. The real self is free, yet when mixed with mind and body, it is not free. The will is the first manifestation of the real self, the first limitation therefore of this real self is the will. Will is a compound of self and mind. Now, no compound can be permanent, so that when we will to live, we must die. Immortal life is a contradiction in terms, for life, being a compound, cannot be immortal. True being is undifferentiated and eternal. How does this perfect being become mixed up with will, mind, thought, all defective things? It never has become mixed. You are the real you, the Y of our former statement. You never were will, you never have changed, you as a person never existed, it is illusion. Then on what, you will say, do the phenomena of illusion rest? This is a bad question. Illusion never rests on truth, but only on illusion. Everything struggles to go back to what was before these illusions, to be free in fact. What then is the value of life? It is to give us experience. Does this view do away with evolution? On the contrary, it explains it. It is really the process of refinement of matter allowing the real self to manifest itself. It is as if a screen or a veil were between us and some other object. The object becomes clear as the screen is gradually withdrawn. The question is simply one of manifestation of the higher self. The Vedanta philosophy and Christianity. Notes of a lecture delivered at the Unitarian Church, in Oakland, California, on February 28, 1900. Between all great religions of the world there are many points of similarity, and so startling is this likeness, at times, as to suggest the idea that in many particulars the different religions have copied from one another. This act of imitation has been laid at the door of different religions, but that it is a superficial charge is evident from the following facts. Religion is fundamental in the very soul of humanity, and as all life is the evolution of that which is within, it, of necessity, expresses itself through various peoples and nations. The language of the soul is one, the languages of nations are many, their customs and methods of life are widely different. Religion is of the soul and finds expression through various nations, languages, and customs. Hence it follows that the difference between the religions of the world is one of expression and not of substance, and their points of similarity and unity are of the soul, are intrinsic, as the language of the soul is one, in whatever peoples and under whatever circumstances it manifests itself. The same sweet harmony is vibrant there also, as it is on many and diverse instruments. The first thing in common in all great religions of the world is the possession of an authentic book. When religious systems have failed to have such a book, they have become extinct. Such was the fact of the religions of Egypt. The authentic book is the hearthstone, so to speak, of each great religious system, around which its adherents gather, and from which radiates the energy and life of the system. Each religion, again, lays the claim that its particular book is the only authentic word of God, that all other sacred books are false and are impositions upon poor human credulity, and that to follow another religion is to be ignorant and spiritually blind. Such bigotry is characteristic of the orthodox element of all religions. For instance, the orthodox followers of the Vedas claim that the Vedas are the only authentic word of God in the world, that God has spoken to the world only through the Vedas, not only that, but that the world itself exists by virtue of the Vedas. Before the world was, the Vedas were. Everything in the world exists because it is in the Vedas. A cow exists because the name cow is in the Vedas, that is, because the animal we know as a cow is mentioned in the Vedas. The language of the Vedas is the original language of God, all other languages are mere dialects and not of God. Every word and syllable in the Vedas must be pronounced correctly, each sound must be given its true vibration, and every departure from this rigid exactness is a terrible sin and unpardonable. Thus, this kind of bigotry is predominant in the orthodox element of all religions. But this fighting over the letter is indulged in only by the ignorant, the spiritually blind. All who have actually attained any real religious nature never wrangle over the form in which the different religions are expressed. They know that the life of all religions is the same, and, consequently, they have no quarrel with anybody because he does not speak the same tongue. The Vedas are, in fact, the oldest sacred books in the world. Nobody knows anything about the time when they were written or by whom. They are contained in many volumes, and I doubt that any one man ever read them all. The religion of the Vedas is the religion of the Hindus, and the foundation of all Oriental religions, that is, all other Oriental religions are offshoots of the Vedas, all Eastern systems of religion have the Vedas as authority. It is an irrational claim to believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ and at the same time to hold that the greater part of his teachings have no application at the present time. If you say that the reason why the powers do not follow them that believe, as Christ said they would, is because you have not faith enough and are not pure enough, that will be all right. But to say that they have no application at the present time is to be ridiculous. I have never seen the man who was not at least my equal. I have traveled all over the world, I have been among the very worst kind of people, among cannibals, and I have never seen the man who is not at least my equal. I have done as they do when I was a fool. Then I did not know any better, now I do. Now they do not know any better, after a while they will. Every one acts according to his own nature. We are all in process of growth. From this standpoint, one man is not better than another. Worshipper and worshipped. This lecture is reproduced from the Vedanta and the West. See Volume 4. Delivered in San Francisco area, April 9, 1900. We have been taking up the more analytical side of human nature. In this course we shall study the emotional side. The former deals with man as unlimited being, as principle, the latter with man as limited being. The one has no time to stop for a few teardrops or pangs, the other cannot proceed without wiping the teardrop, without healing that misery. One is great, so great and grand that sometimes we are staggered by the magnitude, the other is commonplace, and yet most beautiful and dear to us. One gets hold of us, takes us up to the heights where our lungs almost burst. We cannot breathe in that atmosphere. The other leaves us where we are and tries to see the objects of life, takes the limited view. One will accept nothing until it has the shining seal of reason, the other has faith, and what it cannot see it believes. Both are necessary. A bird cannot fly with only one wing. What we want is to see the man who is harmoniously developed. Great in heart, great in mind, great in deed. We want the man whose heart feels intensely the miseries and sorrows of the world. And we want the man who not only can feel but can find the meaning of things, who delves deeply into the heart of nature and understanding. We want the man who will not even stop there, but who wants to work out the feeling and meaning by actual deeds. Such a combination of head, heart, and hand is what we want. There are many teachers in this world, but you will find that most of them are one-sided. One sees the glorious midday sun of intellect and sees nothing else. Another hears the beautiful music of love and can hear nothing else. Another is immersed in activity, and has neither time to feel nor time to think. Why not have the giant who is equally active, equally knowing, and equally loving? Is it impossible? Certainly not. This is the man of the future, of whom there are only a few at present. The number of such will increase until the whole world is humanized. I have been talking to you so long about intellect and reason. We have heard the whole of Vedanta. The veil of Maya breaks, wintry clouds vanish, and the sunlight shines on us. I have been trying to climb the heights of the Himalayas, where the peaks disappear beyond the clouds. I propose lip study with you the other side, the most beautiful valleys, the most marvelous exquisiteness in nature. We shall study the love that holds us here in spite of all the miseries of the world, the love that has made us forge the chain of misery, this eternal martyrdom which man is suffering willingly, of his own accord. We want to study that for which man has forged the chain with his own hands, that for which he suffers, that eternal love. We do not mean to forget the other. The glacier of the Himalayas must join hands with the rice fields of Kashmir. The thunderbolt must blend its bass note with the warbling of the birds. This course will have to do with everything exquisite and beautiful. Worship is everywhere, in every soul. Everyone worships God. Whatever be the name, they are all worshipping God. The beginnings of worship, like the beautiful lotus, like life itself, are in the dirt of the earth. There is the element of fear. There is the hungering for this world's gain. There is the worship of the beggar. These are the beginnings of the world worshipping, culminating in loving God and worshipping God through man. Is there any God? Is there anyone to be loved, any such one capable of being loved? Loving the stone would not be much good. We only love that which understands love, that which draws our love. So with worship. Never say that there is a man in this world of ours who worshipped a piece of stone as stone. He always worshipped the omnipresent being in the stone. We find out that the omnipresent being is in us. But how can we worship, unless that being is separate from us? I can only worship thee, and not me. I can only pray to thee, and not me. Is there any thou? The one becomes many. When we see the one, Any limitations reflected through Maya disappear, but it is quite true that the manifold is not valueless. It is through the many that we reach the one. Is there any personal God, a God who thinks, who understands, a God who guides us? There is. The impersonal God cannot have any one of these attributes. Each one of you is an individual. You think, you love, you hate, you are angry, sorry, etc., yet you are impersonal, unlimited. You are personal and impersonal in one. You have the personal and the impersonal aspects. That impersonal reality cannot be angry, nor sorry, nor miserable, cannot even think misery. It cannot think, cannot know. It is knowledge itself. But the personal aspect knows, thinks, and dies, etc. Naturally, the universal absolute must have two aspects, the one representing the infinite reality of all things, the other, a personal aspect, the soul of our souls, Lord of all lords. It is He who creates this universe. Under His guidance this universe exists. He, the infinite, the ever pure, the ever free. He is no judge. God cannot be a judge. He does not sit upon a throne and judge between the good and the wicked. He is no magistrate, no general, nor master. Infinitely merciful, infinitely loving is the personal God. Take it from another side. Every cell in your body has a soul conscious of the cell. It is a separate entity. It has a little will of its own, a little sphere of action of its own. All cells combined make up an individual. In the same way, the personal God of the universe is made up of all these many individuals. Take it from another side. You, as I see you, are as much of your absolute nature as has been limited and perceived by one. I have limited you in order to see you through the power of my eyes, my senses. As much of you as my eyes can see, I see. As much of you as my mind can grasp is what I know to be you, and nothing more. In the same way, I am reading the absolute, the impersonal, and see him as personal. As long as we have body and mind, we always see this triune being, God, nature, and soul. There must always be the three in one, inseparable. There is nature. There are human souls. There is again that in which nature and the human souls are contained. The universal soul has become embodied. My soul itself is a part of God. He is the eye of our eves, the life of our life, the mind of our mind, the soul of our soul. This is the highest ideal of the personal God we can have. If you are not a dualist, but are a monist, you can still have the personal God. There is the one without a second. That one wanted to love himself. Therefore, out of that one, he made many. It is the big me, the real me, that little me is worshipping. Thus in all systems you can have the personal God. Some people are born under circumstances that make them happier than others. Why should this be in the reign of a just being? There is mortality in this world. These are the difficulties in the way. These problems have never been answered. They cannot be answered from any dualistic plane. We have to go back to philosophy to treat things as they are. We are suffering from our own karma. It is not the fault of God. What we do is our own fault, nothing else. Why should God be blamed? Why is there evil? The only way you can solve the problem is by saying that God is the cause of both good and evil. The great difficulty in the theory of the personal God is that if you say he is only good and not evil, you will be caught in the trap of your own argument. How do you know there is a God? You say that he is the father of this universe, and you say he is good, and because there is also evil in the world, God must be evil. The same difficulty. There is no good, and there is no evil. God is all there is. How do you know what is good? You feel it. How do you know what is evil? If evil comes, you feel it. We know good and evil by our feelings. There is not one man who feels only good, happy feelings. There is not one who feels only unhappy feelings. Want and anxiety are the causes of all unhappiness and happiness too. Is want increasing or decreasing? Is life becoming simple or complex? Certainly complex. Wants are being multiplied. Your great-grandfathers did not want the same dress or the same amount of money you do. They had no electric cars, nor railroads, etc. That is why they had to work less. As soon as these things come, the want arises, and you have to work harder. More and more anxiety, and more competition. It is very hard work to get money. It is harder work to keep it. You fight the whole world to get a little money together and fight all your life to protect it. Therefore there is more anxiety for the rich than for the poor. This is the way it is. There are good and evil everywhere in this world. Sometimes evil becomes good, true, but other times good becomes evil also. All our senses produce evil sometime or other. Let a man drink wine. It is not bad at first, but let him go on drinking, and it will produce evil. A man is born of rich parents, good enough. He becomes a fool, never exercises his body or brain. That is good producing evil. Think of this love of life, we go away and jump about and live a few moments, we work hard. We are born babies, entirely incapable. It takes us years to understand things again. At 60 or 70 we open our eyes, and then comes the word, get out. And there you are. We have seen that good and evil are relative terms. The thing that is good for me is bad for you. If you eat the dinner that I eat, you will begin to weep, and I shall laugh. We may both dance, but I with joy and you with pain. The same thing is good at one part of our life and bad at another part. How can you say that good and evil are all cut and dried, that this is all good and that is all evil? Now, who is responsible for all this good and evil, if God is ever the good? The Christians and the Mohammedans say there is a gentleman called Satan. How can you say there are two gentlemen working? There must be one. The fire that burns the child also cooks the meal. How can you call the fire good or bad, and how can you say it was created by two different persons? Who creates all so-called evil? God. There is no other way out. He sends death and life, plague and epidemics, and everything. If such is God, He is the good, He is the evil, He is the beautiful, He is the terrible, He is life, and He is death. How can such a God be worshipped? We shall come to understand how the soul can really learn to worship the terrible, then that soul will have peace. Have you peace? Do you get rid of anxieties? Turn around, first of all, and face the terrible. Tear aside the mask and find the same God. He is the personal all that is apparently good and all that is apparently bad. There is none else. If there were two gods, nature could not stand a moment. There is not another one in nature. It is all harmony. If God played one side and the devil the other, the whole of nature would be in chaos. Who can break the law? If I break this glass, it will fall down. If anyone succeeds in throwing one atom out of place, every other atom will go out of balance. The law can never be broken. Each atom is kept in its place. Each is weighed and measured and fulfills its purpose and place. Through His command the winds blow, the sun shines. Through His rule the worlds are kept in place. Through His orders death is sporting upon the earth. Just think of 2 or 3 gods having a wrestling match in this world. It cannot be. We now come to see that we can have the personal God, the creator of this universe, who is merciful and also cruel. He is the good, He is the evil. He smiles, and He frowns. And none can go beyond His law. He is the creator of this universe. What is meant by creation? Something coming out of nothing. 6,000 years ago God woke up from His dream and created the world, and before that there was nothing? What was God doing then? Taking a good nap? God is the cause of the universe, and we can know the cause through the effect. If the effect is not present, the cause is not the cause. The cause is always known in and through the effect. Creation is infinite. You cannot think of the beginning in time or in space. Why does he create it? Because he likes to, because he is free. You and I are bound by law, because we can work only in certain ways and not in others. Without hands, he can grasp everything. Without feet, he moves fast. Without body, he is omnipotent. Whom no eyes can see, but who is the cause of sight in every eye, know him to be the Lord. You cannot worship anything else. God is the omnipotent supporter of this universe. What is called law is the manifestation of his will. He rules the universe by his laws. So far we have discussed God and nature, eternal God and eternal nature. What about souls? They also are eternal. No soul was ever created, neither can the soul die. Nobody can even imagine his own death. The soul is infinite, eternal. How can it die? It changes bodies. As a man takes off his old, worn-out garments and puts on new and fresh ones, even so the worn-out body is thrown away and a fresh body is taken. What is the nature of the soul? The soul is also omnipotent and omnipresent. Spirit has neither length, nor breadth, nor thickness. How can it be said to be here and there? This body falls, the soul works through another body. The soul is a circle of which the circumference is nowhere, but the center is in the body. God is a circle whose circumference is nowhere, but whose center is everywhere. The soul by its very nature is blessed, pure, and perfect. It could never be pure if its nature was impure. The soul's nature is purity, that is why souls can become pure. It is blessed by nature, that is why it can become blessed. It is peace, that is why it can become peaceful. All of us who find ourselves in this plane, attracted to the body, work hard for a living, with jealousies and quarrels and hardships, and then death. That shows we are not what we should be. We are not free, perfectly pure, and so on. The soul, as it were, has become degraded. Then what the soul requires is expansion. How can you do it? Can you work it out yourself? No. If a man's face is dusty, can you wash it out with dust? If I put a seed in the ground, the seed produces a tree, the tree produces a seed, the seed another tree, etc. Hen and egg, egg and hen. If you do something good, you will have to reap the result of that, be born again and be sorry. Once started in this infinite chain, you cannot stop. You go on. Up and down, to heavens and earths, and all these bodies. There is no way out. Then how can you get out of all this, and what are you here for? One idea is to get rid of misery. We are all struggling day and night to get rid of misery. We cannot do it by work. Work will produce more work. It is only possible if there is someone who is free himself and lends us a hand. Here, ye children of immortality, all those that reside in this plane and all those that reside in the heavens above, I have found the secret, says the great sage. I have found him who is beyond all darkness. Through his mercy alone we cross this ocean of life. In India, the idea of the goal is this: there are heavens, there are hells, there are earths, but they are not permanent. If I am sent to hell, it is not permanent. The same struggle goes on and on wherever I am. How to get beyond all this struggle is the problem. If I go to heaven, perhaps there will be a little bit of rest. If I get punished for my misdeeds, that cannot last forever either. The Indian ideal is not to go to heaven. Get out of this earth, get out of hell, and get out of heaven. What is the goal? It is freedom. You must all be free. The glory of the soul is covered up. It has to be uncovered again. The soul exists. It is everywhere. Where shall it go? Where can it go? It can only go where it is not. If you understand that it is ever present, there will be perfect happiness forever afterwards. No more births and deaths. No more disease, no body. The body itself is the biggest disease. The soul shall stand as soul. Spirit shall live as spirit. How is this to be done? By worshipping the Lord in the soul, who, by his very nature is ever present, pure, and perfect. There cannot be two almighty beings in this world. Imagine having 2 or 3 gods, one will create the world, another says, I will destroy the world. It can never happen. There must be one God. The soul attains to perfection, it becomes almost omnipotent and omniscient. This is the worshipper. Who is the worshipped? He, the Lord God himself, the omnipresent, the omniscient, and so on. And above all, he is love. How is the soul to attain this perfection? By worship. Vedanta and the West, July 1955. Formal worship. This lecture is reproduced from the Vedanta and the West. See Volume 4. Delivered in San Francisco area, April 10, 1900. All of you who are students of the Bible. Understand that the whole of Jewish history and Jewish thought have been produced by 2 types of teachers, priests and prophets, the priests representing the power of conservatism, the prophets the power of progress. The whole thing is that a conservative ritualism creeps in, formality gets hold of everything. This is true of every country and every religion. Then come some new seers with new visions, they preach new ideals and ideas and give a new push to society. In a few generations the followers become so faithful to their master's ideas that they cannot see anything else. The most advanced, liberal preachers of this age within a few years will be the most conservative priests. The advanced thinkers, in their turn, will begin to hinder the man who goes a little farther. They will not let anyone go farther than what they themselves have attained. They are content to leave things as they are. The power which works through the formative principles of every religion in every country is manifested in the forms of religion. Principles and books, certain rules and movements, standing up, sitting down, all these belong to the same category of worship. Spiritual worship becomes materialist in order that the majority of mankind can get hold of it. The vast majority of mankind in every country are never seen to worship spirit as spirit. It is not yet possible. I do not know if there ever will be a time when they can. How many thousands in this city are ready to worship God as spirit? Very few. They cannot, they live in the senses. You have to give them cut and dried ideas. Tell them to do something physical, stand up 20 times, sit down 20 times. They will understand that. Tell them to breathe in through one nostril and breathe out through the other. They will understand that. All this idealism about spirit they cannot accept at all. It is not their fault. If you have the power to worship God as spirit, good. But there was a time when you could not. If the people are crude, the religious conceptions are crude, and the forms are uncouth and gross. If the people are refined and cultured, the forms are more beautiful. There must be forms, only the forms change according to the times. It is a curious phenomenon that there never was a religion started in this world with more antagonism to the worship of forms than Mohammedanism. The Mohammedans can have neither painting, nor sculpture, nor music. That would lead to formalism. The priest never faces his audience. If he did, that would make a distinction. This way there is none. And yet it was not 2 centuries after the prophet's death before saint worship developed. Here is the toe of the saint. There is the skin of the saint. So it goes. Formal worship is one of the stages we have to pass through. Therefore, instead of crusading against it, let us take the best in worship and study its underlying principles. Of course, the lowest form of worship is what is known as tree and stone worship. Every crude, uncultured man will take up anything and add to it some idea of his own, and that will help him. He may worship a bit of bone, or stone, anything. In all these crude states of worship man has never worshipped a stone as stone, a tree as tree. You know that from common sense. Scholars sometimes say that men worshipped stones and trees. That is all nonsense. Tree worship is one of the stages through which the human race passed. Never, really, was there ever worship of anything but the spirit by man? He is spirit and can feel nothing but spirit. Divine mind could never make such a gross mistake as to worship spirit as matter. In this case, man conceived the stone as spirit or the tree as spirit. He imagined that some part of that being resides in the stone or the tree, that the stone or the tree has a soul. Tree worship and serpent worship always go together. There is the tree of knowledge. There must always be the tree, and the tree is somehow connected with the serpent. These are the oldest forms of worship. Even there you find that some particular tree or some particular stone is worshipped, not all the trees or stones in the world. A higher state in formal worship is that of images of ancestors and God. People make images of men who have died and imaginary images of God. Then they worship those images. Still higher is the worship of saints, of good men and women who have passed on. Men worship their relics. They feel that the presence of the saints is somehow in the relics, and that they will help them. They believe that if they touch the saint's bone, they will be healed, not that the bone itself heals, but that the saint who resides there does. These are all low states of worship and yet worship. We all have to pass through them. It is only from an intellectual standpoint that they are not good enough. In our hearts we cannot get rid of them. If you take from a man all the saints and images and do not allow him to go into a temple, he will still imagine all the gods. He has to. A man of 80 told me he could not conceive God except as an old man with a long beard sitting on a cloud. What does that show? His education is not complete. There has not been any spiritual education, and he is unable to conceive anything except in human terms. There is still a higher order of formal worship, the world of symbolism. The forms are still there, but they are neither trees, nor stones, nor images, nor relics of saints. They are symbols. There are all sorts of symbols all over the world. The circle is a great symbol of eternity. There is the square, the well-known symbol of the cross, and two figures like S and Z crossing each other. Some people take it into their heads to see nothing in symbols. Others want all sorts of abracadabra. If you tell them plain, simple truths, they will not accept them. Human nature being what it is, the less they understand the better, the greater man they think you are. In all ages, in every country, such worshippers are deluded by certain diagrams and forms. Geometry was the greatest science of all. The vast majority of the people knew nothing of it. They believed that if the geometrist just drew a square and said abracadabra at the four corners, the whole world would begin to turn, the heavens would open, and God would come down and jump about and be a slave. There is a whole mass of lunatics today poring over these things day and night. All this is a sort of disease. It is not for the metaphysician at all, it is for the physician. I am making fun, but I am so sorry. I see this problem so grave in India. These are signs of the decay of the race, of degradation and duress. The sign of vigor, the sign of life, the sign of hope, the sign of health, the sign of everything that is good, is strength. As long as the body lives, there must be strength in the body, strength in the mind, and strength in the hand. In wanting to get spiritual power through all this abracadabra, there is fear, fear of life. I do not mean that sort of symbolism. But there is some truth in symbolistic. There cannot be any falsehood without some truth behind it. There cannot be any imitation without something real. There is the symbolic form of worship in the different religions. There are fresh, vigorous, poetic, healthy symbols. Think of the marvelous power the symbol of the cross has had upon millions of people. Think of the symbol of the crescent. Think of the magnetism of this one symbol. Everywhere there are good and great symbols in the world. They interpret the spirit and bring about certain conditions of the mind. As a rule, we find they create a tremendous power of faith and love. Compare the Protestant with the Catholic Church. Who has produced more saints, more martyrs within the last 400 years during which both have been in existence? The tremendous appeal of Catholic ceremonialism, all those lights, incense, candles, and the robes of the priests, has a great effect in itself. Protestantism is quite austere and unpoetic. The Protestants have gained many things, have granted a great deal more freedom in certain lines than the Catholics have, and so have a clear, more individualized conception. That is all right, but they have lost a good deal. Take the paintings in the churches. That is an attempt at poetry. If we are hungry for poetry, why not have it? Why not give the soul what it wants? We have to have music. The Presbyterians were even against music. They are the Mohammedans of the Christians. Down with all poetry. Down with all ceremonials. Then they produce music. It appeals to the senses. I have seen how collectively they strive for the ray of light there over the pulpit. Let the soul have its fill of poetry and religion represented on the external plane. Why not? You cannot fight formal worship. It will conquer again and again. If you do not like what the Catholics do, do better. But we will neither do anything better nor have the poetry that already exists. That is a terrible state of things. Poetry is absolutely necessary. You may be the greatest philosopher in the world. But philosophy is the highest poetry. It is not dry bones, it is essence of things. The reality itself is more poetic than any dualism. Learning has no place in religion, for the majority learning is a block in the way. A man may have read all the libraries in the world and may not be religious at all, and another, who cannot perhaps write his own name, senses religion and realizes it. The whole of religion is our own inner perception. When I use the words man making religion, I do not mean books, nor dogmas, nor theories. I mean the man who has realized, has fully perceived, something of that infinite presence in his own heart. The man at whose feet I sat all my life, and it is only a few ideas of his that try to teach, could hardly write his name at all. All my life I have not seen another man like that, and I have traveled all over the world. When I think of that man, I feel like a fool, because I want to read books and he never did. He never wanted to lick the plates after other people had eaten. That is why he was his own book. All my life I am repeating what Jack said and John said, and never say anything myself. What glory is it that you know what John said 25 years ago and what Jack said 5 years ago? Tell me what you have to say. Mind you, there is no value in learning. You are all mistaken in learning. The only value of knowledge is in the strengthening, the disciplining, of the mind. By all this eternal swallowing, it is a wonder that we are not all dyspeptics. Let us stop, and burn all the books, and get hold of ourselves and think. You all talk about and get distracted over losing your individuality. You are losing it every moment of your lives by this eternal swallowing. If any one of you believes what I teach, I will be sorry. I will only be too glad if I can excite in you the power of thinking for yourselves. My ambition is to talk to men and women, not to sheep. By men and women, I mean individuals. You are not little babies to drag all the filthy rags from the street and bind them up into a doll. This is a place for learning. That man is placed in the university. He knows all about what Mr. Blank said. But Mr. Blank said nothing. If I had the choice, I would say to the professor, get out. You are nobody. Remember this individualism at any cost. Think wrong if you will, no matter whether you get truth or not. The whole point is to discipline the mind. That truth which you swallow from others will not be yours. You cannot teach truth from my mouth, neither can you learn truth from my mouth. None can teach another. You have to realize truth and work it out for yourself according to your own nature. All must struggle to be individual strong, standing on your own feet, thinking your own thoughts, realizing your own self. No use swallowing doctrines others pass on, standing up together like soldiers in jail, sitting down together, all eating the same food, all nodding their heads at the same time. Variation is the sign of life. Sameness is the sign of death. Once I was in an Indian city, and an old man came to me. He said, "Swami, teach me the way." I saw that that man was as dead as this table before me. Mentally and spiritually he was really dead. I said, "Will you do what I ask you to do? Can you steal? Can you drink wine? Can you eat meat?" The man exclaimed, "What are you teaching?" I said to him, "Did this wall ever steal? Did the wall ever drink wine?" "No, sir. Man steals, and he drinks wine, and becomes God." "I know you are not the wall, my friend. Do something. Do something." I saw that if that man stole, his soul would be on the way to salvation. How do I know that you are individuals all saying the same thing, all standing up and sitting down together? That is the road to death. Do something for your souls. Do wrong if you please, but do something. You will understand me by and by, if you do not just now. Old age has come upon the soul, as it were. It has become rusty. The rust must be rubbed off, and then we go on. Now you understand why there is evil in the world. Go home and think of that, just to take off that rustiness. We pray for material things. To attain some end we worship God with shopkeeping worship. Go on and pray for food and clothes. Worship is good. Something is always better than nothing. A blind uncle is better than no uncle at all. A very rich young man becomes ill, and then to get rid of his disease he begins to give to the poor. That is good, but it is not religion yet, not spiritual religion. It is all on the material plane. What is material, and what is not? When the world is the end and God the means to attain that end, that is material. When God is the end and the world is only the means to attain that end, spirituality has begun. Thus, to the man who wants this material life enough, all his heavens are a continuance of this life. He wants to see all the people who are dead, and have a good time once more. There was one of those ladies who bring the departed spirits down to us, a medium. She was very large, yet she was called medium. Very good. This lady liked me very much and invited me to come. The spirits were all very polite to me. I had a very peculiar experience. You understand, it was a séance, midnight. The medium said, "I see a ghost standing here. The ghost tells me that there is a Hindu gentleman on that bench." I stood up and said, "It required no ghost to tell you that." There was a young man present who was married, intelligent, and well educated. He was there to see his mother. The medium said, "So-and-so's mother is here." This young man had been telling me about his mother. She was very thin when she died, but the mother that came out of the screen. You ought to have seen her. I wanted to see what this young man would do. To my surprise he jumped up and embraced the spirit and said, "Oh mother, how beautiful you have grown in the spirit land." I said, "I am blessed that I am here. It gives me an insight into human nature." Going back to our formal worship. It is a low state of worship when you worship God as a means to the end, which is this life and this world. The vast majority of people have never had any conception of anything higher than this lump of flesh and the joys of the senses. Even in this life, all the pleasures these poor souls have are the same as the beasts. They eat animals. They love their children. Is that all the glory of man? And we worship God Almighty. What for? Just to give us these material things and defend them all the time. It means we have not gone beyond the animals and birds. We are no better. We do not know any better. And woe unto us, we should know better. The only difference is that they do not have a God like ours. We have the same 5 senses as the animals, only theirs are better. We cannot eat a morsel of food with the relish that a dog chews a bone. They have more pleasure in life than we, so we are a little less than animals. Why should you want to be something that any power in nature can operate better? This is the most important question for you to think about. What do you want, this life, these senses, this body, or something infinitely higher and better, something from which there is no more fall, no more change? So what does it mean? You say, Lord, give me my bread, my money. Heal my diseases. Do this and that. Every time you say that, you are hypnotizing yourselves with the idea, I am matter, and this matter is the goal. Every time you try to fulfill a material desire, you tell yourselves that you are the body, that you are not spirit. Thank God, this is a dream. Thank God, for it will vanish. Thank God, there is death, glorious death, because it ends all this delusion, this dream, this fleshiness, this anguish. No dream can be eternal, it must end sooner or later. There is none who can keep his dream forever. I thank God that it is so. Yet this form of worship is all right. Go on. To pray for something is better than nothing. These are the stages through which we pass. These are the first lessons. Gradually, the mind begins to think of something higher than the senses, the body, the enjoyments of this world. How does man do it? First he becomes a thinker. When you think upon a problem, there is no sense enjoyment there, but the exquisite delight of thought. It is that makes the man. Take one great idea. It deepens. Concentration comes. You no longer feel your body. Your senses have stopped. You are above all physical senses. All that was manifesting itself through the senses is concentrated upon that one idea. That moment you are higher than the animal. You get the revelation none can take from you, a direct perception of something higher than the body. Therein is the gold of mind, not upon the plane of the senses. Thus, working through the plane of the senses, you get more and more entry into the other regions, and then this world falls away from you. You get one glimpse of that spirit, and then your senses and your sense enjoyments, your dinging to the flesh, will all melt away from you. Glimpse after glimpse will come from the realm of spirit. You will have finished yoga, and spirit will stand revealed as spirit. Then you will begin the worship of God as spirit. Then you will begin to understand that worship is not to gain something. At heart, our worship was that infinite finite element, love, which is an eternal sacrifice at the feet of the Lord by the soul. Thou and not I. I am dead. Thou art, and I am not. I do not want wealth nor beauty, no, nor even learning. I do not want salvation. If it be thy will, let me go into 20 million hells. I only want one thing, be thou my love. Vedanta and the West, November Dec 1955. Divine Love. This lecture is reproduced from the Vedanta and the West. See Volume 4. Delivered in San Francisco area, April 12, 1900. Love may be symbolized by a triangle. The first angle is love questions not. It is not a beggar. Beggar's love is no love at all. The first sign of love is when love asks nothing, when it gives everything. This is the real spiritual worship, the worship through love. Whether God is merciful is no longer questioned. He is God, He is my love. Whether God is omnipotent and almighty, limited or unlimited, is no longer questioned. If He distributes good, all right, if He brings evil, what does it matter? All other attributes vanish except that one infinite love. There was an old Indian emperor who on a hunting expedition came across a great sage in the forest. He was so pleased with the sage that he insisted that the latter come to the capital to receive some presents. At first the sage refused. But the emperor insisted, and at last the sage consented. When he arrived at the palace, he was announced to the emperor, who said, "Wait a minute until I finish my prayer." The emperor prayed, "Lord, give me more wealth, more land, more health, more children." The sage stood up and began to walk out of the room. The emperor said, "You have not received my presents." The sage replied, "I do not beg from beggars. All this time you have been praying for more land, for more money, for this and that. What can you give me? First satisfy your own wants. Love never asks, it always gives." When a young man goes to see his sweetheart, there is no business relationship between them, theirs is a relationship of love, and love is no beggar. In the same way, we understand that the beginning of real spiritual worship means no begging. We have finished all begging, Lord, give me this and that. Then will religion begin. The second angle of the triangle of love is that love knows no fear. You may cut me to pieces, and I will still love you. Suppose one of you mothers, a weak woman, sees a tiger in the street snatching your child. I know where you will be, you will face the tiger. Another time a dog appears in the street, and you will fly. But you jump at the mouth of the tiger and snatch your child away. Love knows no fear. It conquers all evil. The fear of God is the beginning of religion, but the love of God is the end of religion. All fear has died out. The third angle of the love triangle is that love is its own end. It can never be the means. The man who says, I love you for such and such a thing, does not love. Love can never be the means, it must be the perfect end. What is the end and aim of love? To love God, that is all. Why should one love God? There is no why, because it is not the means. When one can love, that is salvation, that is perfection, that is heaven. What more? What else can be the end? What can you have higher than love? I am not talking about what every one of us means by love. Little namby-pamby love is lovely. Man falls in love with woman, and woman goes to die for man. The chances are that in 5 minutes John kicks Jane, and Jane kicks John. This is a materialism and no love at all. If John could really love Jane, he would be perfect that moment. His true nature is love, he is perfect in himself. John will get all the powers of yoga simply by loving Jane, although he may not know a word about religion, psychology, or theology. I believe that if a man and woman can really love, they can acquire all the powers the yogis claim to have, for love itself is God. That God is omnipresent, and therefore you have that love, whether you know it or not. I saw a boy waiting for a girl the other evening. I thought it a good experiment to study this boy. He developed clairvoyance and clairaudience through the intensity of his love. 60 or 70 times he never made a mistake, and the girl was 200 miles away. He would say, she is dressed this way. Or, there she goes. I have seen that with my own eyes. This is the question, is not your husband God, your child God? If you can love your wife, you have all the religion in the world. You have the whole secret of religion and yoga in you. But can you love? That is the question. You say, I love. Oh Mary, I die for you. But if you see Mary kissing another man, you want to cut his throat. If Mary sees John talking to another girl, she cannot sleep at night, and she makes life hell for John. This is not love. This is barter and sale in sex. It is blasphemy to talk of it as love. The world talks day and night of God and religion, so of love. Making a sham of everything, that is what you are doing. Everybody talks of love, yet in the columns in the newspapers we read of divorces every day. When you love John, do you love John for his sake or for your sake? If you love him for your sake, you expect something from John. If you love him for his sake, you do not want anything from John. He can do anything he likes, and you will love him just the same. These are the 3 points, the 3 angles that constitute the triangle of love. Unless there is love, philosophy becomes dry bones, psychology becomes a sort of theory, and work becomes mere labor. If there is love, philosophy becomes poetry, psychology becomes mysticism, and work the most delicious thing in creation. By merely reading books one becomes barren. Who becomes learned? He who can feel even one drop of love. God is love, and love is God. And God is everywhere. After seeing that God is love and God is everywhere, one does not know whether one stands on one's head or on one's feet, like a man who gets a bottle of wine and does not know where he stands. If we weep 10 minutes for God, we will not know where we are for the next 2 months. We will not remember the times for meals. We will not know what we are eating. How can you love God and always be so nice and businesslike? The all-conquering, omnipotent power of love, how can it come? Judge people not. They are all mad. Children are mad after their games, the young after the young, the old are chewing the cud of their past years, some are mad after gold. Why not some after God? Go crazy over the love of God as you go crazy over Johns and Janes. Who are they? People say, shall I give up this? Shall I give up that? One asked, shall I give up marriage? Do not give up anything. Things will give you up. Wait, and you will forget them. To be completely turned into love of God, there is the real worship. You have a glimpse of that now and then in the Roman Catholic Church, some of those wonderful monks and nuns going mad with marvelous love. Such love you ought to have. Such should be the love of God, without asking anything, without seeking anything. The question was asked, how to worship? Worship Him as dearer than all your possessions, dearer than all your relatives, dearer than your children. Worship Him as the one you love, as love itself. There is one whose name is infinite love. That is the only definition of God. Do not care if this universe is destroyed. What do we care as long as He is infinite love? Do you see what worship means? All other thoughts must go. Everything must vanish except God. The love the father or mother has for the child, the love the wife has for the husband for the wife, the friend for the friend, all these loves concentrated into one must be given to God. Now, if the woman loves the man, she cannot love another man. If the man loves the woman, he cannot love another woman. Such is the nature of love. My old master used to say, suppose there is a bag of gold in this room, and in the next room there is a robber. The robber is well aware that there is a bag of gold. Would the robber be able to sleep? Certainly not. All the time he would be crazy thinking how to reach the gold. Similarly, if a man loves God, how can he love anything else? How can anything else stand before that mighty love of God? Everything else vanishes before it. How can the mind stop without going crazy to find that love, to realize, to feel, to live in that? This is how we are to love God. I do not want wealth, nor friends, nor beauty, nor possessions, nor learning, nor even salvation. If it be thy will, send me 1,000 deaths. Grant me, this that I may love thee, and that for love's sake. That love which materialistic persons have for their worldly possessions, may that strong love come into my heart, but only for the beautiful. Praise to God. Praise to God the lover. God is nothing else than that. He does not care for the wonderful things many yogis can do. Little magicians do little tricks. God is the big magician, He does all the tricks. Who cares how many worlds there are? There is another way. It is to conquer everything, to subdue everything, to conquer the body and the mind. What is the use of conquering everything? My business is with God, says the devotee. There was one yogi, a great lover. He was dying of cancer of the throat. He was visited by another yogi, who was a philosopher. The latter said, "Look here, my friend, why don't you concentrate your mind on that sore of yours and get it cured?" The third time this question was asked, this great yogi said, "Do you think it possible that the mind which I have given entirely to the Lord can be fixed upon this cage of flesh and blood? Christ refused to bring legions of angels to His aid. Is this little body so great that I should bring 20,000 angels to keep it 2 or 3 days more? From the worldly standpoint, my all is this body. My world is this body. My God is this body. I am the body. If you pinch me, I am pinched. I forget God the moment I have a headache. I am the body. God and everything must come down for this highest goal, the body. From this standpoint, when Christ died on the cross and did not bring angels to His aid, He was a fool. He ought to have brought down angels and gotten himself off the cross. But from the standpoint of the lover, to whom this body is nothing, who cares for this nonsense? Why bother thinking about this body that comes and goes? There is no more to it than the piece of cloth the Roman soldiers cast lots for. There is a whole gamut of difference between the worldly standpoint and the lover's standpoint. Go on loving. If a man is angry, there is no reason why you should be angry. If he degrades himself, that is no reason why you should degrade yourself. Why should I become angry just because another man has made a fool of himself? Do thou resist not evil. That is what the lovers of God say. Whatever the world does, wherever it goes, has no influence on them. One yogi had attained supernatural powers. He said, "See my power. See the sky, I will cover it with clouds." It began to rain. Someone said, "My Lord, you are wonderful. But teach me that, knowing which, I shall not ask for anything else." To get rid even of power, to have nothing, not to want power. What this means cannot be understood simply by intellect. You cannot understand by reading thousands of books. When we begin to understand, the whole world opens before us. The girl is playing with her dolls, getting new husbands all the time, but when her real husband comes, all the dolls will be put away forever. So with all these goings on here. When the sun of love rises, all these play sons of power and these cravings all pass away. What shall we do with power? Thank God if you can get rid of the power that you have. Begin to love. Power must go. Nothing must stand between me and God except love. God is only love and nothing else. Love first, love in the middle, and love at the end. There is the story of a queen preaching the love of God in the streets. Her enraged husband persecuted her, and she was hunted up and down the country. She used to sing songs describing her love. Her songs have been sung everywhere. With tears in my eyes I nourished the everlasting creeper of love. This is the last, the great goal. What else is there? People want this and that. They all want to have and possess. That is why so few understand love, so few come to it. Wake them and tell them. They will get a few more hints. Love itself is the eternal, endless sacrifice. You will have to give up everything. You cannot take possession of anything. Finding love, you will never want anything else. Only be thou my love forever. That is what love wants. My love, one kiss of those lips. For him who has been kissed by thee, all sorrows vanish. Once kissed by thee, man becomes happy and forgets love of everything else. He praises thee alone and he sees thee alone. In the nature of human love even, there lurk divine elements. In the first moment of intense love the whole world seems in tune with your own heart. Every bird in the universe sings your love, the flowers bloom for you. It is infinite, eternal love itself that human love comes from. Why should the lover of God fear anything? Fear robbers, fear distress, fear even for his life. The lover may go to the utmost hell, but would it be hell? We all have to give up these ideas of heaven and hell and get greater love. Hundreds there are seeking this madness of love before which everything but God vanishes. At last, love, lover, and beloved become one. That is the goal. Why is there any separation between soul and man, between soul and God? Just to have this enjoyment of love. He wanted to love himself, so he split himself into many. This is the whole reason for creation, says the lover. We are all one. I and my Father are one. Just now I am separate in order to love God. Which is better, to become sugar or to eat sugar? To become sugar, what fun is that? To eat sugar, that is infinite enjoyment of love. All the ideals of love, God as our Father, Mother, Friend, Child, are conceived in order to strengthen devotion in us and make us feel nearer and dearer to God. The intensest love is that between the sexes. God must be loved with that sort of love. The woman loves her father, she loves her mothers, she loves her child, she loves her friend. but she cannot express herself all to the father, nor to the mother, nor to the child, nor to the friend. There is only one person from whom she does not hide anything. So with the man. The husband-wife relationship is the all-rounded relationship. The relationship of the sexes has all the other loves concentrated into one. In the husband, the woman has the father, the friend, the child. In the wife, the husband has mother, daughter, and something else. That tremendous complete love of the sexes must come for God, that same love with which a woman opens herself to a man without any bond of blood, perfectly, fearlessly, and shamelessly. No darkness. She would no more hide anything from her lover than she would from her own self. That very love must come for God. These things are hard and difficult to understand. You will begin to understand by, and all idea of sex will fall away. Like the water drop on the sand of the river bank on a summer day, even so is this life and all its relations. All these ideas, like He is the Creator, are ideas fit for children. He is my love, my life itself, that must be the cry of my heart. I have one hope. They call thee the Lord of the world, and good or evil, great or small, I am part of the world, and thou art also my love. My body, my mind, and my soul are all at thy altar. Love, refuse these gifts not. Vedanta and the West, September–Oct. 1955. Religion and Science. Experience is the only source of knowledge. In the world, religion is the only science where there is no surety, because it is not taught as a science of experience. This should not be. There is always, however, a small group of men who teach religion from experience. They are called mystics, and these mystics in every religion speak the same tongue and teach the same truth. This is the real science of religion. As mathematics in every part of the world does not differ, so the mystics do not differ. They are all similarly constituted and similarly situated. Their experience is the same, and this becomes law. In the church, religionists first learn a religion, then begin to practice it. They do not take experience as the basis of their belief. But the mystic starts out in search of truth, experiences it first, and then formulates his creed. The church takes the experience of others, the mystic has his own experience. The church goes from the outside in, the mystic goes from the inside out. Religion deals with the truths of the metaphysical world just as chemistry and the other natural sciences deal with the truths of the physical world. The book one must read to learn chemistry is the book of nature. The book from which to learn religion is your own mind and heart. The sage is often ignorant of physical science, because he reads the wrong book, the book within, and the scientist is too often ignorant of religion, because he too reads the wrong book, the book without. All science has its particular methods, so has the science of religion. It has more methods also, because it has more material to work upon. The human mind is not homogeneous like the external world. According to the different nature, there must be different methods. As some special sense predominates in a person, one person will see most, another will hear most, so there is a predominant mental sense, and through this gate must each reach his own mind. Yet through all minds runs a unity, and there is a science which may be applied to all. This science of religion is based on the analysis of the human soul. It has no creed. No one form of religion will do for all. Each is a pearl on a string. We must be particular above all else to find individuality in each. No man is born to any religion, he has a religion in his own soul. Any system which seeks to destroy individuality is in the long run disastrous. Each life has a current running through it, and this current will eventually take it to God. The end and aim of all religions is to realize God. The greatest of all training is to worship God alone. If each man chose his own ideal and stuck to it, all religious controversy would vanish. Religion is realization. The greatest name man ever gave to God is truth. Truth is the fruit of realization, therefore seek it within the soul. Get away from all books and forms and let your soul see itself. We are deluded and maddened by books, Sri Krishna declares. Be beyond the dualities of nature. The moment you think creed and form and ceremony the be-all and end-all, then you are in bondage. Take part in them to help others, but take care they do not become a bondage. Religion is one, but its application must be various. Let each one, therefore, give his message, but find not the defects in other religions. You must come out from all form if you would see the light. Drink deep of the nectar of the knowledge of God. The man who realizes, I am he, though clad in rags, is happy. Go forth into the eternal and come back with eternal energy. The slave goes out to search for truth, he comes back free. Religion is self-abnegation. One cannot divide the rights of the universe. To talk of right implies limitation. It is not right but responsibility. Each is responsible for the evil anywhere in the world. No one can separate himself from his brother. All that unites with the universal is virtue, all that separates is sin. You are a part of the infinite. This is your nature. Hence you are your brother's keeper. The first end of life is knowledge, the second end of life is happiness. Knowledge and happiness lead to freedom. But not one can attain liberty until every being, ant or dog, has liberty. Not one can be happy until all are happy. When you hurt anyone you hurt yourself, for you and your brother are one. He is indeed a yogi who sees himself in the whole universe and the whole universe in himself. Self-sacrifice, not self-assertion, is the law of the highest universe. The world is so evil because Jesus' teaching, resist not evil, has never been tried. Selflessness alone will solve the problem. Religion comes with intense self-sacrifice. Desire nothing for yourself. Do all for others. This is to live and move and have your being in God. Unselfish work is true renunciation. This world is not for cowards. Do not try to fly. Look not for success or failure. Join yourself to the perfectly unselfish will and work on. Know that the mind which is born to succeed joins itself to a determined will and perseveres. You have the right to work, but do not become so degenerate as to look for results. Work incessantly, but see something behind the work. Even good deeds can find a man in great bondage. Therefore be not bound by good deeds or by desire for name and fame. Those who know this secret pass beyond this round of birth and death and become immortal. The ordinary sannyasin gives up the world, goes out, and thinks of God. The real sannyasin lives in the world, but is not of it. Those who deny themselves, live in the forest, and chew the cud of unsatisfied desires are not true renouncers. Live in the midst of the battle of life. Anyone can keep calm in a cave or when asleep. Stand in the whirl and madness of action and reach the center. If you have found the center, you cannot be moved. Freedom of the self. As we cannot know except through effects that we have eyes, so we cannot see the self except by its effects. It cannot be brought down to the low plane of sense perception. It is the condition of everything in the universe, though itself unconditioned. When we know that we are the self, then we are free. The self can never change. It cannot be acted on by a cause, because it is itself the cause. It is self-caused. If we can find in ourself something that is not acted on by any cause, then we have known the self. Freedom is inseparably connected with immortality. To be free one must be above the laws of nature. Law exists so long as we are ignorant. When knowledge comes, then we find that law nothing but freedom in ourselves. The will can never be free, because it is the slave of cause and effect. But the I behind the will is free, and this is the self. I am free, that is the basis on which to build and live. And freedom means immortality. Notes on Vedanta. The cardinal features of the Hindu religion are founded on the meditative and speculative philosophy and on the ethical teachings contained in the various books of the Vedas, which assert that the universe is infinite in space and eternal in duration. It never had a beginning and it never will have an end. Innumerable have been the manifestations of the power of the spirit in the realm of matter, of the force or the infinite in the domain of the finite, but the infinite itself is self-existent, eternal, and unchangeable. The passage of time makes no mark whatever on the dial of eternity. In its supersensuous region, which cannot be comprehended at all by the human understanding, there is no past and there is no future. The Vedas teach that the soul of man is immortal. The body is subject to the law of growth and decay. What grows must of necessity decay. But the indwelling spirit is related to the infinite and eternal life. It never had a beginning, and it will never have an end. One of the chief distinctions between the Vedic and the Christian religion is that the Christian religion teaches that each human soul had its beginning at its birth into this world, whereas the Vedic religion asserts that the spirit of man is an emanation of the eternal being and had no more a beginning than God himself. Innumerable have been and will be its manifestations in its passage from one personality to another, subject to the great law of spiritual evolution, until it reaches perfection, when there is no more change. Hindu and Greek. 3 mountains stand as typical of progress: the Himalayas of Indo-Aryan, Sinai of Hebrew, and Olympus of Greek civilization. When the Aryans reached India, they found the climate so hot that they would not work incessantly, so they began to think, thus they became introspective and developed religion. They discovered that there was no limit to the power of mind, they therefore sought to master that, and through it they learnt that there was something infinite coiled up in the frame we call man, which was seeking to become kinetic. To evolve this became their chief aim. Another branch of the Aryans went into the smaller and more picturesque country of Greece, where the climate and natural conditions were more favorable, so their activity turned outwards, and they developed the external arts and outward liberty. The Greek sought political liberty. The Hindu has always sought spiritual liberty. Both are one-sided. The Indian cares not enough for national protection or patriotism, he will defend only his religion, while with the Greek and in Europe, where the Greek civilization finds its continuation, the country comes first. To care only for spiritual liberty and not for social liberty is a defect, but the opposite is a still greater defect. Liberty of both soul and body is to be striven for. Thoughts on the Vedas and the Upanishads. The Vedic sacrificial altar was the origin of geometry. The invocation of the Devas, or bright ones, was the basis of worship. The idea is that one invoked is helped and helps. Hymns are not only words of praise but words of power, being pronounced with the right attitude of mind. Heavens are only other states of existence with added senses and heightened powers. All higher bodies also are subject to disintegration, as is the physical. Death comes to all forms of bodies in this and other lives. Devas are also mortal and can only give enjoyment. Behind all Devas there is the unit being God, as behind this body there is something higher that feels and sees. The powers of creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe, and the attributes, such as omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence, make God of gods. Hear ye children of immortality. Hear ye Devas who live in higher spheres. Shvetashvatara, 2:5. I have found out a ray beyond all darkness, beyond all doubt. I have found the Ancient One, Ibid 3:8. The way to this is contained in the Upanishads. On earth we die. In heaven we die. In the highest heaven we die. It is only when we reach God that we attain life and become immortal. The Upanishads treat of this alone. The path of the Upanishads is the pure path. Many manners, customs, and local illusions cannot be understood today. Through them, however, truth becomes clear. Heavens and earth are all thrown off in order to come to light. The Upanishads declare, He the Lord has interpenetrated the universe. It is all His. He the omnipresent, the one without a second, the one without a body, pure, the great poet of the universe, whose meter is the suns and stars, is giving to each what he deserves. Isha Upanishad, 8, adapted. They are groping in utter darkness who try to reach the light by ceremonials. And they who think this nature is all are in darkness. They who wish to come out of nature through this thought are groping in still deeper darkness. Isha, 9. Are then ceremonials bad? No, they will benefit those who are coming on. In one of the Upanishads, i.e. Katha, this question is asked by Nachiketa, a youth. Some say of a dead man, he is gone, others, he is still living. You are Yama, death. You know the truth, do answer me. Yama replies, even the devas, many of them, know not, much less men. Boy, do not ask of me this answer. But Nachiketa persists. Yama again replies, the enjoyments of the gods, even these I offer you. Do not insist upon your query. But Nachiketa was firm as a rock. Then the god of death said, my boy, you have declined, for the third time, wealth, power, long life, fame, family. You are brave enough to ask the highest truth. I will teach you. There are two ways, one of truth, one of enjoyment. You have chosen the former. Now note here the conditions of imparting the truth. First, the purity of boy, a pure, unclouded soul, asking the secret of the universe. Second, that he must take truth for truth's sake alone. Until the truth has come through one who has had realization, from one who has perceived it himself, it cannot become fruitful. Books cannot give it, argument cannot establish it. Truth comes unto him who knows the secret of it. After you have received it, be quiet. Be not ruffled by vain argument. Come to your own realization. You alone can do it. Neither happiness nor misery, vice nor virtue, knowledge nor non-knowledge is it. You must realize it. How can I describe it to you? He who cries out with his whole heart, O Lord, I want but thee, to him the Lord reveals himself. Be pure, be calm, the mind when ruffled cannot reflect the Lord. He whom the Vedas declare, he, to reach whom, we serve with prayer and sacrifice, Om is the sacred name of that indescribable one. This word is the holiest of all words. He who knows the secret of this word receives that which he desires. Take refuge in this word. Whoso takes refuge in this word, to him the way opens. On Raja Yoga. The first stage of yoga is Yama. To master Yama 5 things are necessary. 1. Non-injuring any being by thought, word, and deed. 2. Speaking the truth in thought, word, and deed. 3. Non-covetousness in thought, word, and deed. 4. Perfect chastity in thought, word, and deed. 5. Perfect sinlessness in thought, word, and deed. Holiness is the greatest power. Everything else quails before it. Then come asana, or posture, of a devotee. The seat must be firm, the head, ribs, and body in a straight line, erect. Say to yourself that you are firmly seated, and that nothing can move you. Then mention the perfection of the body, bit by bit, from head to foot. Think of it as being dear as crystal, and as a perfect vessel to sail over the sea of life. Pray to God and to all the prophets and saviors of the world and holy spirits in the universe to help you. Then for half an hour practice pranayama, or the suspending, restraining, and controlling of the breath, mentally repeating the word Om as you inhale and exhale the breath. Words charged with spirit have wonderful power. The other stages of yoga are, 1. Pratyahara, or the restraint of the organs of sense from all outward things, and directing them entirely to mental impressions. 2. Dharana, or steadfast concentration. 3. Dhyana, or meditation. 4. Samadhi, or abstract meditation. It is the highest and last stage of yoga. Samadhi is perfect absorption of thought into the Supreme Spirit, when one realizes, I and my Father are one. Do one thing at a time, and while doing it put your whole soul into it to the exclusion of all else. On Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga is the path of systematist devotion for the attainment of union with the Absolute. It is the easiest and surest path to religion or realization. Love to God is the one essential to be perfect in this path. There are 5 stages of love. First, man wants help and has a little fear. Second, when God is seen as Father. Third, when God is seen as Mother. Then all women are looked upon as reflections of the Mother God. With the idea of Mother God real love begins. Fourth, love for love's sake. Love for love's sake transcends all qualities. Fifth, love in divine union. It leads to oneness or superconsciousness. God is both personal and impersonal as we are personal and impersonal. Prayer and praise are the first means of growth. Repeating the names of God has wonderful power. Mantra is a special word, or sacred text, or name of God chosen by the Guru for repetition and reflection by the disciple. The disciple must concentrate on a personality for prayer and praise, and that is his Ishta. These words, mantras, are not sounds of words but God Himself, and we have them within us. Think of Him, speak of Him. No desire for the world. Buddha's Sermon on the Mount was, as thou thinkest, so art thou. After attaining superconsciousness, the bhakta descends again to love and worship. Pure love has no motive. It has nothing to gain. After prayer and praise comes meditation. Then comes reflection on the name and on the ishta of the individual. Pray that that manifestation which is our Father, our Mother, may cut our bonds. Pray, take us by the hand as a father takes his sons and leave us not. Pray, I do not want wealth or beauty, this world, or another, but Thee, O God. Lord. I have become weary. Oh, take me by the hand, Lord, I take shelter with Thee, make me Thy servant. Be Thou my refuge. Pray, Thou our Father, our Mother, our dearest friend. Thou who bearest this universe, help us to bear the little burden of this our life. Leave us not. Let us never be separated from Thee. Let us always dwell in Thee. When love to God is revealed and is all, this world appears like a drop. Pass from non-existence to existence, from darkness to light. Anjanana Yoga. First, meditation should be of a negative nature. Think away everything. Analyze everything that comes in the mind by the sheer action of the will. Next, assert what we really are: existence, knowledge, and bliss, being, knowing, and loving. Meditation is the means of unification of the subject and object. Meditate. Above, it is full of me; below, it is full of me; in the middle, it is full of me. I am in all beings, and all beings are in me. Om Tat Sat, I am it. I am existence above mind. I am the one spirit of the universe. I am neither pleasure nor pain. The body drinks, eats, and so on. I am not the body. I am not mind. I am He. I am the witness. I look on. When health comes, I am the witness; when disease comes, I am the witness. I am existence, knowledge, bliss. I am the essence and nectar of knowledge. Through eternity I change not. I am calm, resplendent, and unchanging. The reality and shadow. That which differentiates one thing from another is time, space, and causation. The differentiation is in the form, not in the substance. You may destroy the form and it disappears forever, but the substance remains the same. You can never destroy the substance. Evolution is in nature, not in the soul. Evolution of nature, manifestation of the soul. Maya is not illusion as it is popularly interpreted. Maya is real, yet it is not real. It is real in that the real is behind it and gives it its appearance of reality. That which is real in Maya is the reality in and through Maya. Yet the reality is never seen, and hence that which is seen is unreal, and it has no real independent existence of itself, but is dependent upon the real for its existence. Maya then is a paradox: real, yet not real; an illusion, yet not an illusion. He who knows the real sees in Maya not illusion, but reality. He who knows not the real sees in Maya illusion and thinks it real. How to become free? All things in nature work according to law. Nothing is accepted. The mind as well as everything in external nature is governed and controlled by law. Internal and external nature, mind and matter, are in time and space, and are bound by the law of causation. The freedom of the mind is a delusion. How can the mind be free when it is controlled and bound by law? The law of karma is the law of causation. We must become free. We are free, the work is to know it. We must give up all slavery, all bondage of whatever kind. We must not only give up our bondage to earth and everything and everybody on earth, but also to all ideas of heaven and happiness. We are bound to earth by desire and also to God, heaven, and the angels. A slave is a slave whether to man, to God, or to angels. The idea of heaven must pass away. The idea of heaven after death where the good live a life of eternal happiness is a vain dream, without a particle of meaning or sense in it. Wherever there is happiness there must follow unhappiness sometime. Wherever there is pleasure there must be pain. This is absolutely certain, every action has its reaction somehow. The idea of freedom is the only true idea of salvation, freedom from everything, the senses, whether of pleasure or pain, from good as well as evil. More than this even, we must be free from death, and to be free from death, we must be free from life. Life is but a dream of death. Where there is life, there will be death, so get away from life if you would be rid of death. We are ever free if we would only believe it, only have faith enough. You are the soul, free and eternal, ever free, ever blessed. Have faith enough and you will be free in a minute. Everything in time, space, and causation is bound. The soul is beyond all time, all space, all causation. That which is bound is nature, not the soul. Therefore proclaim your freedom and be what you are, ever free, ever blessed. Time, space, and causation we call Maya. Soul and God. Anything that is in space has form. Space itself has form. Either you are in space, or space is in you. The soul is beyond all space. Space is in the soul, not the soul in space. Form is confined to time and space and is bound by the law of causation. All time is in us, we are not in time. As the soul is not in time and space, all time and space are within the soul. The soul is therefore omnipresent. Our idea of God is the reflection of ourselves. Old Persian and Sanskrit have affinities. The primitive idea of God was identifying God with different forms of nature worship. The next stage was the tribal God. The next stage, the worship of kings. The idea of God in heaven is predominant in all nations except in India. The idea is very crude. The idea of the continuity of life is foolish. We can never get rid of death until we get rid of life. The goal. Dualism recognizes God and nature to be eternally separate, the universe and nature eternally dependent upon God. The extreme monists make no such distinction. In the last analysis, they claim, all is God, the universe becomes lost in God, God is the eternal life of the universe. With them infinite and finite are mere terms. The universe, nature, etc. exist by virtue of differentiation. Nature is itself differentiation. Such questions as, why did God create the universe? Why did the all-perfect create the imperfect? Etc., can never be answered, because such questions are logical absurdities. Reason exists in nature, beyond nature it has no existence. God is omnipotent, hence to ask why he did so and so is to limit him, for it implies that there is a purpose in his creating the universe. If he has a purpose, it must be a means to an end, and this would mean that he could not have the end without the means. The questions, why and wherefore, can only be asked of something which depends upon something else. Concentration. Concentration is the essence of all knowledge, nothing can be done without it. 90% of thought force is wasted by the ordinary human being, and therefore he is constantly committing blunders. The trained man or mind never makes a mistake. When the mind is concentrated and turned backward on itself, all within us will be our servants, not our masters. The Greeks applied their concentration to the external world, and the result was perfection in art, literature, etc. The Hindu concentrated on the internal world, upon the unseen realms in the self, and developed the science of yoga. Yoga is controlling the senses, will and mind. The benefit of its study is that we learn to control instead of being controlled. Mind seems to be layer on layer. Our real goal is to cross all these intervening strata of our being and find God. The end and aim of yoga is to realize God. To do this we must go beyond relative knowledge, go beyond the sense world. The world is awake to the senses, the children of the Lord are asleep on that plane. The world is asleep to the eternal, the children of the Lord are awake in that realm. These are the sons of God. There is but one way to control the senses to see Him who is the reality in the universe. Then and only then can we really conquer our senses. Concentration is restraining the mind into smaller and smaller limits. There are 8 processes for thus restraining the mind. The first is yama, controlling the mind by avoiding externals. All morality is included in this. Beget no evil. Injure no living creature. If you injure nothing for 12 years, then even lions and tigers will go down before you. Practice truthfulness. 12 years of absolute truthfulness in thought, word, and deed gives a man what he wills. Be chaste in thought, word, and action. Chastity is the basis of all religions. Personal purity is imperative. Next is niyama, not allowing the mind to wander in any direction. Then asana, posture. There are 84 postures, but the best is that most natural to each one, that is, which can be kept longest with the greatest ease. After this comes pranayama, restraint of breath. Then pratyahara, drawing in of the organs from their objects. Then dharana, concentration. Then dhyana, contemplation or meditation. This is the kernel of the yoga system. And last, samadhi, superconsciousness. The purer the body and mind, the quicker the desired result will be obtained. You must be perfectly pure. Do not think of evil things, such thoughts will surely drag you down. If you are perfectly pure and practice faithfully, your mind can finally be made a searchlight of infinite power. There is no limit to its scope. But there must be constant practice and non-attachment to the world. When a man reaches the superconscious state, all feeling of body melts away. Then alone does he become free and immortal. To all external appearance, unconsciousness and superconsciousness are the same, but they differ as a lump of clay from a lump of gold. The one whose whole soul is given up to God has reached the superconscious plane. Notes taken down in Madras, 1892-93. The 3 essentials of Hinduism are belief in God, in the Vedas as revelation, in the doctrine of karma and transmigration. If one studies the Vedas between the lines, one sees a religion of harmony. One point of difference between Hinduism and other religions is that in Hinduism we pass from truth to truth, from a lower truth to a higher truth, and never from error to truth. The Vedas should be studied through the eyeglass of evolution. They contain the whole history of the progress of religious consciousness, until religion has reached perfection in unity. The Vedas are anadi, eternal. The meaning of the statement is not, as is erroneously supposed by some, that the words of the Vedas are anadi, but that the spiritual laws inculcated by the Vedas are such. These laws, which are immutable and eternal, have been discovered at various times by great men or rishis, though some of them are forgotten now, while others are preserved. When a number of people from various angles and distances have a look at the sea, each man sees a portion of it according to his horizon. Though each man may say that what he sees is the real sea, all of them speak the truth, for all of them see portions of the same wide expanse. So the religious scriptures, though they seem to contain varying and conflicting statements, speak the truth, for they are all descriptions of that one infinite reality. When one sees a mirage for the first time, he mistakes it for a reality, and after vainly trying to quench his thirst in it, learns that it is a mirage. But whenever he sees such a phenomenon in future, in spite of the apparent reality, the idea that he sees a mirage always presents itself to him. So is the world of Maya to a Jivanmukta, the liberated in life. Some of the Vedic secrets were known to certain families only, as certain powers naturally exist in some families. With the extinction of these families, those secrets have died away. Vedic anatomy was no less perfect than the Ayurvedic. There were many names for many parts of the organs, because they had to cut up animals for sacrifice. The sea is described as full of ships. Sea voyage was prohibited later on, partly because there came the fear that people might thereby become Buddhists. Buddhism was the rebellion of newly formed Kshatriyas against Vedic priestcraft. Hinduism threw away Buddhism after taking its sap. The attempt of all the southern acharyas was to effect a reconciliation between the two. Shankaracharya's teaching shows the influence of Buddhism. His disciples perverted his teaching and carried it to such an extreme point that some of the later reformers were right in calling the acharyas' followers crypto-Buddhists. What is Spencer's unknowable? It is our Maya. Western philosophers are afraid of the unknowable, but our philosophers have taken a big jump into the unknown, and they have conquered. Western philosophers are like vultures soaring high in the sky, but all the while, with their eye fixed on the carrion beneath. They cannot cross the unknown, and they therefore turn back and worship the almighty dollar. There have been two lines of progress in this world, political and religious. In the former the Greeks are everything, the modern political institutions being only the development of the Grecian, in the latter the Hindus are everything. My religion is one of which Christianity is an offshoot and Buddhism a rebel child. Chemistry ceases to improve when one element is found from which all others are deducible. Physics ceases to progress when one force is found of which all others are manifestations. So religion ceases to progress when unity is reached, which is the case with Hinduism. There is no new religious idea preached anywhere which is not found in the Vedas. In everything, there are two kinds of development, analytical and synthetical. In the former the Hindus excel other nations. In the latter they are nil. Here by the term synthesis is meant a scientific generalization, and by the term analysis an ontological reduction of facts and objects to their immanent principles. Ed. The Hindus have cultivated the power of analysis and abstraction. No nation has yet produced a grammar like that of Panini. Ramanuja's important work is the conversion of Jains and Buddhists to Hinduism. He is a great advocate of image worship. He introduced love and faith as potent means of salvation. Even in the Bhagavata, 24 avatars are mentioned corresponding to the 24 Tirthankaras of the Jains, the name of Rishabhadeva being common to both. The practice of yoga gives the power of abstraction. The superiority of a siddha over others consists in his being able to separate attributes from objects and think of them independently, giving them objective reality. The opposite extremes always meet and resemble each other. The greatest self-forgotten devotee whose mind is absorbed in the contemplation of the infinite Brahman and the most debased, drunken maniac present the same externals. At times we are surprised with the analogical transition from one to the other. Extremely nervous men succeed as religious men. They become fervent over whatever they take into their head. All are mad in this world, some are mad after gold, others after women, and some are after God. If drowning is to be the fate of man, it is better to be drowned in an ocean of milk than in a pool of dung, a devotee replied who was charged with madness. The God of infinite love and the object of love sublime and infinite are painted blue. Krishna is painted blue, so also Solomon's, see Old Testament, the Song of Solomon, I5, 7, 14. God of love. It is a natural law that anything sublime and infinite is associated with blue color. Take a handful of water, it is absolutely colorless. But look at the deep wide ocean, it is as blue as anything. Examine the space near you, it is colorless. But look at the infinite expanse of the sky, it is blue. That the Hindus, absorbed in the ideal, lacked in realistic observation is evident from this. Take painting and sculpture. What do you see in the Hindu paintings? All sorts of grotesque and unnatural figures. What do you see in a Hindu temple? A chaturbanga, lit bent at 4 places or joints of the body. Narayana or some such thing. But take into consideration any Italian picture or Grecian statue, what a study of nature you find in them. A gentleman for 20 years sat burning a candle in his hand, in order to paint a lady carrying a candle in her hand. The Hindus progressed in the subjective sciences. There are as many different conducts taught in the Vedas as there are differences in human nature. What is taught to an adult cannot be taught to a child. A guru should be a doctor of men. He should understand the nature of his disciple and teach him the method which suits him best. There are infinite ways of practicing yoga. Certain methods have produced successful result with certain men. But two are of general importance with all: 1. Reaching the reality by negativing every known experience; 2. Thinking that you are everything, the whole universe. The second method, though it leads to the goal sooner than the first, is not the safest one. It is generally attended with great dangers which may lead a man astray and deter him from obtaining his aim. There is this difference between the love taught by Christianity and that taught by Hinduism. Christianity teaches us to love our neighbors as we should wish them to love us. Hinduism asks us to love them as ourselves, in fact to see ourselves in them. A mongoose is generally kept in a glass case with a long chain attached to it, so that it may go about freely. When it scents danger as it wanders about, with one jump it goes into the glass case. So is a yogi in this world. *******. The whole universe is one chain of existence, of which matter forms one pole and God the other. The doctrine of Vishishtadvaitism may be explained by some such ideas. The Vedas are full of passages which prove the existence of a personal God. The rishis, who through long devotion saw God, had a peep into the unknown and threw their challenge to the world. It is only presumptuous men, who have not walked in the path described by the rishis and who have not followed their teachings, that criticize them and oppose them. No man has yet come forward who would dare to say that he has properly followed their directions and has not seen anything, and that these men are liars. There are men who have been under trial at various times and have felt that they have not been forsaken by God. The world is such that if faith in God does not offer us any consolation, it is better to commit suicide. A pious missionary went out on business. All of a sudden his 3 sons died of cholera. His wife covered the 3 dead bodies of her beloved children with a sheet and was awaiting her husband at the gate. When he returned, she detained him at the gate and put him the question, "My dear husband, someone entrusts something to you and in your absence suddenly takes it back. Will you feel sorry?" He replied, "Certainly I would not." Then she took him in, removed the sheet and showed the 3 corpses. He bore this calmly and buried the bodies. Such is the strength of mind of those who hold firm faith in the existence of an all-merciful God who disposes of everything in the universe. The absolute can never be thought of. We can have no idea of a thing unless it is finite. God the infinite can only be conceived and worshipped as the finite. John the Baptist was an Essena sect of Buddhists. The Christian cross is nothing but the Shivalinga converted into a cross. Remnants of Buddhist worship are still to be found among the relics of ancient Rome. In South India, some of the ragas, tunes, are sung and remembered as independent ragas, whereas they are derivations of the 6 primary ones. In their music, there is very little of murchhana, or oscillating touches of sound. Even the use of the perfect instrument of music is rare. The veena of the South is not the real veena. We have no martial music, no martial poetry either. Babudi is a little martial. ******. Christ was a sannyasin, and his religion is essentially fit for sannyasins only. His teachings may be summed up as, give up, nothing more being fit for the favored few. Turn the other cheek also. Impossible, impracticable. The Westerners know it. It is meant for those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, who aim at perfection. Stand on your rights, is the rule for the ordinary men. One set of moral rules cannot be preached to all sadhus and householders. All sectarian religions take for granted that all men are equal. This is not warranted by science. There is more difference between minds than between bodies. One fundamental doctrine of Hinduism is that all men are different, there being unity in variety. Even for a drunkard, there are some mantras, even for a man going to a prostitute. Morality is a relative term. Is there anything like absolute morality in this world? The idea is a superstition. We have no right to judge every man in every age by the same standard. Every man, in every age, in every country is under peculiar circumstances. If the circumstances change, ideas also must change. Beef eating was once moral. The climate was cold, and the cereals were not much known. Meat was the chief food available. So in that age and clime, beef was in a manner indispensable. But beef eating is held to be immoral now. The one thing unchangeable is God. Society is moving. Jagat, world, means that which is moving. God is achla, immovable. What I say is not, reform, but, move on. Nothing is too bad to reform. Adaptability is the whole mystery of life, the principle underneath which serves to unfold it. Adjustment or adaptation is the outcome of the self pitted against external forces tending to suppress it. He who adjusts himself best lives the longest. Even if I do not preach this, society is changing, it must change. It is not Christianity nor science, it is necessity, that is working underneath, the necessity that people must have to live or starve. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The best scenery in the world can be seen on the sublime heights of the Himalayas. If one lives there for a time, he is sure to have mental calmness, however restless he might have been before. God is the highest form of generalist law. When once this law is known, all others can be explained as being subordinate to it. God is to religion what Newton's law of gravity is to falling bodies. Every worship consists of prayer in the highest form. For a man who cannot make dhyana or mental worship, puja or ceremonial worship is necessary. He must have the thing concrete. The brave alone can afford to be sincere. Compare the lion and the fox. Loving only the good in God and nature, even a child does that. You should love the terrible and the painful as well. A father loves the child, even when he is giving him trouble. Sri Krishna was God, incarnated to save mankind. Gopi Lila, his disport with the cowherd maids, is the acme of the religion of love in which individuality vanishes and there is communion. It is in this Lila that Sri Krishna shows what he preaches in the Gita: give up every other tie for me. Go and take shelter under Vrindavana Lila to understand Bhakti. On this subject a great number of books is extant. It is the religion of India. The larger number of Hindus follow Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna is the God of the poor, the beggar, the sinner, the son, the father, the wife, and of everyone. He enters intimately into all our human relations and makes everything holy, and in the end brings us to salvation. He is the God who hides himself from the philosopher and the learned and reveals himself to the ignorant and the children. He is the God of faith and love and not of learning. With the gopis, love and God were the same thing. They knew him to be love incarnate. In Dvarka, Sri Krishna teaches duty; in Vrindavana, love. He allowed his sons to kill each other, they being wicked. God, according to the Jewish and Mohammedan idea, is a big sessions judge. Our God is rigorous on the surface, but loving and merciful at heart. There are some who do not understand Advaitism and make a travesty of its teachings. They say, what is Shuddha and Ashuddha, pure and impure, what is the difference between virtue and vice? It is all human superstition, and observe no moral restraint in their actions. It is downright roguery, and any amount of harm is done by the preaching of such things. This body is made up of two sorts of karma consisting of virtue and vice, injurious vice and non-injurious virtue. A thorn is pricking my body, and I take another thorn to take it out and then throw both away. A man desiring to be perfect takes a thorn of virtue and with it takes off the thorn of vice. He still lives, and virtue alone being left, the momentum of action left to him must be of virtue. A bit of holiness is left to the Jivanmukta, and he lives, but everything he does must be holy. Virtue is that which tends to our improvement, and vice to our degeneration. Man is made up of three qualities: brutal, human, and godly. That which tends to increase the divinity in you is virtue, and that which tends to increase brutality in you is vice. You must kill the brutal nature and become human, that is, loving and charitable. You must transcend that too and become pure bliss. Satchidananda, fire without burning, wonderfully loving, but without the weakness of human love, without the feeling of misery. Bhakti is divided into Vaidhi and Raganuga Bhakti. Vaidhi Bhakti is implicit belief in obedience to the teachings of the Vedas. Raganuga Bhakti is of 5 kinds. 1. Shanta as illustrated by the religion of Christ. 2. Dajya as illustrated by that of Hanuman to Rama. 3. Sakya as illustrated by that of Arjuna to Sri Krishna. 4. Vatsalya as illustrated by that of Vasudeva to Sri Krishna. 5. Madhura, that of the husband and wife, in the lives of Sri Krishna and Gopis. Keshav Chandra Sen compared society to an ellipse. God is the central sun. Society is sometimes in the aphelion and sometimes in the perihelion. An avatara comes and takes it to the perihelion. Then it goes back again. Why should it be so? I cannot say. What necessity for an avatara? What necessity was there to create? Why did he not create us all perfect? It is Lila, sport, we do not know. Men can become Brahman but not God. If anybody becomes God, show me his creation. Vishvamitra's creation is his own imagination. It should have obeyed Vishvamitra's law. If anybody becomes a creator, there would be an end of the world, on account of the conflict of laws. The balance is so nice that if you disturb the equilibrium of one atom, the whole world will come to an end. There were great men so great that no number nor human arithmetic could state the difference between them and us. But compared with God, they were geometrical points. In comparison with the infinite, everything is nothing. Compared with God, what is Vishvamitra but a human moth? Patanjali is the father of the theory of evolution, spiritual and physical. Generally the organism is weaker than the environment. It is struggling to adjust itself. Sometimes it over-adjusts itself. Then the whole body changes into another species. Nandi was a man whose holiness was so great that the human body could not contain it. So those molecules changed into a god body. The tremendous engine of competition will destroy everything. If you are to live at all, you must adjust yourself to the times. If we are to live at all, we must be a scientific nation. Intellectual power is the force. You must learn the power of organization of the Europeans. You must become educated and must educate your women. You must abolish child marriage. All these ideas are floating over society. You all know it, yet dare not act. Who is to bail the cat? In the fullness of time a wonderful man will come. Then all the rats will be made bold. Whenever a great man comes, the circumstances are ready under his feet. He is the last straw to break the camel's back. He is the spark of the cannon. There is something in the talking we are preparing for him. Was Krishna cunning? No, he was not cunning. He tried his best to prevent the war. It was Duryodhana who forced the war. But, when once in the thing, you should not recede, that is the man of duty. Do not run away, it is cowardice. When in the thing, you must do it. You should not budge an inch, of course not for a wrong thing. This war was a righteous war. The devil comes in many guises: anger in the form of justice, passion in the form of duty. When it first comes, the man knows and then he forgets. Just as your pleader's conscience, at first they know it is all badmashi, roguery, then it is duty to their clients, at last they get hardened. Yogis live on the banks of the Narmada, the best place for them, because the climate is very even. Bhaktas live in Vrindavana. Sipahis, sepoys, die soon. Nature is full of defect, the athletes die soon. The gentleman class are the strongest, while the poor are the hardiest. Fruit diet may agree with the cost of man. Civilized man needs rest for intellectual work. For food he has to take spices and condiments. The savage walks 40 or 50 miles a day. He relishes the blandest foods. Our fruits are all artificial, and the natural mango is a poor affair. Wheat also is artificial. Save the spiritual store in your body, observing continence. The rule for a householder about the expenditure of his income is, 1/4 of the income for his family, 1/4 for charity, 1/4 to be saved, 1/4 for self. Unity in variety is the plan of creation, individuality in universality. Why deny the cause only? Deny the effect also. The cause must contain everything that is in the effect. Christ's public life extended only over 18 months, and for this he had silently been preparing himself for 32 years. Mohammed was 40 years old before he came out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It is true that the caste system becomes essential in the ordinary course of nature. Those that have aptitudes for a particular work form a class. But who is to settle the class of a particular individual? If a Brahmin thinks that he has a special aptitude for spiritual culture, why should he be afraid to meet a Shudra in an open field? Will a horse be afraid of running a race with a jade? Refer to the life of the author of Krishna Karnamrita, Vilvamangala, a devotee who plucked his eyes out because he could not see God. His life illustrates the principle that even misdirected love leads in the end to love proper. Too early religious advancement of the Hindus and that superfineness in everything which made them cling to higher alternatives, have reduced them to what they are. The Hindus have to learn a little bit of materialism from the West and teach them a little bit of spirituality. Educate your women first and leave them to themselves, then they will tell you what reforms are necessary for them. In matters concerning them, who are you? Who reduced the Banjas and the pariahs to their present degraded condition? Heartlessness in our behavior and at the same time preaching wonderful Advaitism, is it not adding insult to injury? Form and formless are intertwined in this world. The formless can only be expressed in form, and form can only be thought with the formless. The world is a form of our thoughts. The idol is the expression of religion. In God all natures are possible. But we can see him only through human nature. We can love him as we love a man as father, son. The strongest love in the world is that between man and woman, and that also when it is clandestine. This is typified in the love between Krishna and Radha. Nowhere is it said in the Vedas that man is born a sinner. To say so is a great libel on human nature. It is not an easy task to reach the state of seeing the reality face to face. The other day one could not find the hidden cat in a whole picture, though it occupied the major portion of the picture. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You cannot injure anybody and sit quietly. It is a wonderful machinery, you cannot escape God's vengeance. Kama, lust, is blind and leads to hell. Prema is love, it leads to heaven. There is no idea of lust or sympathy in the love of Krishna and Radha. Radha says to Krishna, "If you place sour feet on my heart, all lust will vanish." When abstraction is reached, lust dies and there is only love. A poet loved a washerwoman. Hot dal fell upon the feet of the woman and the feet of the poet were scalded. Shiva is the sublime aspect of God, Krishna the beautiful aspect of God. Love crystallizes into blueness. Blue color is expressive of intense love. Solomon saw Krishna. Here Krishna came to be seen by all. Even now, when you get love, you see Radha. Become Radha and be saved. There is no other way. Christians do not understand Solomon's song. They call it prophecy symbolizing Christ's love for the church. They think it nonsense and father some story upon it. Hindus believe Buddha to be an avatara. Hindus believe in God positively. Buddhism does not try to know whether he is or not. Buddha came to whip us into practice. Be good, destroy the passions. Then you will know for yourself whether Dvaita or Advaita philosophy is true, whether there is one or there are more than one. Buddha was a reformer of Hinduism. In the same man the mother sees a son, while the wife at the same time sees differently with different results. The wicked see in God wickedness. The virtuous see in him virtue. He admits of all forms. He can be molded according to the imagination of each person. Water assumes various shapes in various vessels. But water is in all of them. Hence all religions are true. God is cruel and not cruel. He is all being and not being at the same time. Hence he is all contradictions. Nature also is nothing but a mass of contradictions. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Freedom of the will. It is as you feel you are free to act. But this freedom is a species of necessity. There is one infinite link before, after, and between the thought and the action, but the latter takes the name of freedom like a bird flitting through a bright room. We feel the freedom and feel it has no other cause. We cannot go beyond consciousness, therefore we feel we are free. We can trace it no further than consciousness. God alone feels the real freedom. Mahapurushas, saints, feel themselves identified with God, hence they also feel the real freedom. You may stop the water flowing out of the fountain by closing that part of the stream and gathering it all in the fountain, you have no liberty beyond it. But the source remains unchanged. Everything is predestination, and a part of that predestination is that you shall have such feeling, the feeling of freedom. I am shaping my own action. Responsibility is the feeling of reaction. There is no absolute power. Power here is the conscious feeling of exercising any faculty which is created by necessity. Man has the feeling I act. What he means by power of freedom is the feeling. The power is attended with responsibility. Whatever may be done through us by predestination, we feel the reaction. A ball thrown by one, itself feels the reaction. But this innate necessity which comes to us as our freedom does not affect also the conscious relations we form with our surroundings. The relativity is not changed. Either everybody is free or everybody is under necessity. That would not matter. The relations would be the same. Vice and virtue would be the same. If a thief pleads that he was under the necessity of stealing, the magistrate would say that he was under the necessity to punish. We are seated in a room, and the whole room is moving. The relation between us is unchanged. To get out of this infinite chain of causation is mukti, freedom. Muktas, free souls, are not actuated by necessity, they are like God. They begin the chain of cause and effect. God is the only free being, the first source of their will, and is always experienced by them as such. The feeling of want is the real prayer, not the words. But you must have patience to wait and see if your prayers are answered. You should cultivate a noble nature by doing your duty. By doing our duty we get rid of the idea of duty, and then only we feel everything as done by God. We are but machines in His hand. This body is opaque, God is the lamp. Whatever is going out of the body is God's. You do not feel it. You feel I. This is delusion. You must learn calm submission to the will of God. Duty is the best school for it. This duty is morality. Drill yourself to be thoroughly submissive. Get rid of the I. No humbugism. Then you can get rid of the idea of duty, for all is His. Then you go on naturally, forgiving, forgetting, etc. Our religion always presents different gradations of duty and religion to different people. Light is everywhere visible only in the men of holiness. A Mahapurusha is like crystal glass, full rays of God passing and repassing through. Why not worship a Jivanmukta? Contact with holy men is good. If you go near holy men, you will feel holiness overflowing unconsciously in everything there. Resist not evil done to yourself, but you may resist evil done to others. If you wish to become a saint, you should renounce all kinds of pleasures. Ordinarily, you may enjoy all, but pray to God for guidance, and He will lead you on. The universe fills only a small portion of the heart which craves for something beyond and above the world. Selfishness is the devil incarnate in every man. Every bit of self, bit by bit, is devil. Take off self by one side and God enters by the other. When the self is got rid of, only God remains. Light and darkness cannot remain together. Forgetting the little I is a sign of healthy and pure mind. A healthy child forgets its body. Siddha to say that she was pure is a blasphemy. She was purity itself, embodied the most beautiful character that ever lived on earth. A bhakta should be like Siddha before Rama. He might be thrown into all kinds of difficulties. Siddha did not mind her sufferings, she centered herself in Rama. Buddhism proves nothing about the absolute entity. In a stream the water is changing, we have no right to call the stream one. Buddhists deny the one, and say, it is many. We say it is one and deny the many. What they call karma is what we call the soul. According to Buddhism, man is a series of waves. Every wave dies, but somehow the first wave causes the second. That the second wave is identical with the first is illusion. To get rid of illusion, good karma is necessary. Buddhists do not postulate anything beyond the world. We say, beyond the relative there is the absolute. Buddhism accepts that there is misery, and sufficient it is that we can get rid of this dukkha, misery, whether we get sukha, happiness, or not, we do not know. Buddha preached not the soul preached by others. According to the Hindus, soul is an entity or substance, and God is absolute. Both agree in this, that they destroy the relative. But Buddhists do not give what is the effect of that destruction of the relative. Present-day Hinduism and Buddhism were growths from the same branch. Buddhism degenerated, and Shankara lopped it off. Buddha is said to have denied the Vedas because there is so much himsa, killing, and other things. Every page of Buddhism is a fight with the Vedas, the ritualistic aspect. But he had no authority to do so. Buddha is expressly agnostic about God, but God is everywhere preached in our religion. The Vedas teach God both personal and impersonal. God is everywhere preached in the Gita. Hinduism is nothing without God. The Vedas are nothing without him. That is the only way to salvation. Sannyasins have to repeat the following, several times, I, wishing for mukti, take refuge in God, who created the world, who breathed out the Vedas. Buddha, we may say now, ought to have understood the harmony of religions. He introduced sectarianism. Modern Hinduism, modern Jainism, and Buddhism branched off at the same time. For some period, each seemed to have wanted to outdo the others in grotesqueness and humbugism. We cannot imagine anything which is not God. He is all that we can imagine with our five senses, and more. He is like a chameleon, each man, each nation, sees one face of him and at different times, in different forms. Let each man see and take of God whatever is suitable to him. Compare each animal absorbing from nature whatever food is suitable to it. The fault with all religions like Christianity is that they have one set of rules for all. But Hindu religion is suited to all grades of religious aspiration and progress. It contains all the ideals in their perfect form. For example, the ideal of Shanta or blessedness is to be found in Vasishtha, that of love in Krishna, that of duty in Rama and Sita, and that of intellect in Shukadeva. Study the characters of these and of other ideal men. Adopt one which suits you best. Follow truth wherever it may lead you, carry ideas to their utmost logical conclusions. Do not be cowardly and hypocritical. You must have a great devotion to your ideal, devotion not of the moment, but calm, persevering, and steady devotion, like that of a shataka, a kind of bird, which looks into the sky in the midst of thunder and lightning and would drink no water but from the clouds. Perish in the struggle to be holy, 1,000 times welcome death. Be not disheartened. When good nectar is unattainable, it is no reason why we should eat poison. There is no escape. This world is as unknown as the other. Charity never faileth, devotion to an ideal never fails in sympathy, never becomes weary of sympathizing with others. Love to enemies is not possible for ordinary men, they drive out others in order to live themselves. Only a very few men lived in the world who practiced both. King Janaka was one of them. Such a man is superior even to sannyasins. Shukadeva, who was purity and renunciation embodied, made Janaka his guru, and Janaka said to him, "You are a born siddha, whatever you know and your father taught you, is true. I assure you of this." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Individuality in universality is the plan of creation. Each cell has its part in bringing about consciousness. Man is individual and at the same time universal. It is while realizing our individual nature that we realize even our national and universal nature. Each is an infinite circle whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere. By practice one can feel universal selfhood, which is the essence of Hinduism. He who sees in every being his own self is a pandita, sage. Rishis are discoverers of spiritual laws. In Advaitism, there is no Jivatma, it is only a delusion. In Dvaitism, there is Jiva infinitely distinct from God. Both are true. One went to the fountain, another to the tank. Apparently we are all Dvaitists as far as our consciousness goes. But beyond? Beyond that we are Advaitists. In reality, this is the only truth. According to Advaitism, love every man as your own self and not as your brother as in Christianity. Brotherhood should be superseded by universal selfhood. Not universal brotherhood, but universal selfhood is our motto. Advaitism may include also the greatest happiness theory. Soham I am he. Repeat the idea constantly, voluntarily at first, then it becomes automatic in practice. It percolates to the nerves. So this idea, by rote, by repetition, should be driven even into the nerves. Or, first begin with Dvaitism that is in your consciousness, second stage, Vishishtadvaitism I in you in me, and all is God. This is the teaching of Christ. The highest Advaitism cannot be brought down to practical life. Advaitism made practical works from the plane of Vishishtadvaitism. Dvaitism small circle different from the big circle, only connected by bhakti, Vishishtadvaitism small circle within big circle, motion regulated by the big circle, Advaitism small circle expands and coincides with the big circle. In Advaitism I loses itself in God. God is here, God is there, God is I. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One way for attaining bhakti is by repeating the name of God a number of times. Mantras have effect the mere repetition of words. Jalangam Chetty's powers are due to the repetition of the mantra, repetition of certain words with certain ceremonies. The powers of the astras or banas, missiles, arrows, etc., of ancient war were due to mantra. This is taken for granted throughout our shastras. That we should take all these shastras to be imagination is superstition. To obtain bhakti, seek the company of holy men who have bhakti, and read books like the Gita and the Imitation of Christ. Always think of the attributes of God. The Vedas contain not only the means how to obtain bhakti but also the means for obtaining any earthly good or evil. Take whatever you want. Bengal is a land of bhakti or bhaktas. The stone on which Chaitanya used to stand in the temple of Jagannatha to see the image was worn by his tears of love and devotion. When he took sannyasa, he showed his fitness for it to his guru by keeping sugar on his tongue for some time without its being dissolved. He discovered Vrindavana by the power of insight he had acquired through devotion. I will tell you something for your guidance in life. Everything that comes from India take as true, until you find cogent reasons for disbelieving it. Everything that comes from Europe take as false, until you find cogent reasons for believing it. Do not be carried away by European fooleries. Think for yourselves. Only one thing is lacking: you are slaves, you follow whatever Europeans do. That is simply an impotent state of mind. Society may take up materials from any quarter but should grow in its own way. To be shocked by a new custom is the father of all superstition, the first road to hell. It leads to bigotry and fanaticism. Truth is heaven. Bigotry is hell. Fragmentary notes on the Ramayana. Worship him who alone stands by us, whether we are doing good or are doing evil, who never leaves us even, as love never pulls down, as love knows no barter, no selfishness. Rama was the soul of the old king, but he was a king, and he could not go back on his word. Wherever Rama goes, there go I, says Lakshmana, the younger brother. The wife of the elder brother to us Hindus is just like a mother. At last he found Sita, pale and thin, like a bit of the moon that lies low at the foot of the horizon. Sita was chastity itself, she would never touch the body of another man except that of her husband. Pure? She is chastity itself, says Rama. Drama and music are by themselves religion, any song, love song, or any song, never mind, if one's whole soul is in that song, he attains salvation, just by that, nothing else he has to do, if a man's whole soul is in that, his soul gets salvation. They say it leads to the same goal. Wife the co-religionist. Hundreds of ceremonies the Hindu has to perform, and not one can be performed if he has not a wife. You see the priests tie them up together, and they go round temples and make very great pilgrimages tied together. Rama gave up his body and joined Sita in the other world. Sita the pure, the all-suffering. Sita is the name in India for everything that is goods pure, and holy, everything that in women we call woman. Sita the patient, all-suffering, ever faithful, ever pure wife. Through all the suffering she had, there was not one harsh word against Rama. Sita never returned injury. Be Sita. Spirit and nature. Religion is the realization of spirit as spirit, not spirit as matter. Religion is a growth. Each one must experience it himself. The Christians believe that Jesus Christ died to save man. With you it is belief in a doctrine, and this belief constitutes your salvation. With us doctrine has nothing whatever to do with salvation. Each one may believe in whatever doctrine he likes, or in no doctrine. What difference does it make to you whether Jesus Christ lived at a certain time or not? What has it to do with you that Moses saw God in the burning bush? The fact that Moses saw God in the burning bush does not constitute your seeing him, does it? If it does, then the fact that Moses ate is enough for you, you ought to stop eating. One is just as sensible as the other. Records of great spiritual men of the past do us no good whatever except that they urge us onward to do the same, to experience religion ourselves. Whatever Christ or Moses or anybody else did does not help us in the least, except to urge us on. Each one has a special nature peculiar to himself which he must follow and through which he will find his way to freedom. Your teacher should be able to tell you what your particular path in nature is and to put you in it. He should know by your face where you belong and should be able to indicate it to you. You should never try to follow another's path, for that is his way, not yours. When that path is found, you have nothing to do but fold your arms, and the tide will carry you to freedom. Therefore when you find it, never swerve from it. Your way is the best for you, but that is no sign that it is the best for others. The truly spiritual see spirit as spirit, not as matter. It is spirit that makes nature move, it is the reality in nature. So action is in nature, not in the spirit. Spirit is always the same, changeless, eternal. Spirit and matter are in reality the same, but spirit, as such, never becomes matter, and matter, as such, never becomes spirit. The spirit never acts. Why should it? It merely is, and that is sufficient. It is pure existence absolute and has no need of action. You are not bound by law. That is in your nature. The mind is in nature and is bound by law. All nature is bound by law, the law of its own action, and this law can never be broken. If you could break a law of nature, all nature would come to an end in an instant. There would be no more nature. He who attains freedom breaks the law of nature, and for him nature fades away and has no more power over him. Each one will break the law but once and forever, and that will end his trouble with nature. Governments, societies, etc. are comparative evils. All societies are based on bad generalization. The moment you form yourselves into an organization, you begin to hate everybody outside of that organization. When you join an organization, you are putting bounds upon yourself, you are limiting your own freedom. The greatest goodness is the highest freedom. Our aim should be to allow the individual to move towards this freedom. More of goodness, less of artificial laws. Such laws are not laws at all. If it were a law, it could not be broken. The fact that these so-called laws are broken, shows clearly that they are not laws. A law is that which cannot be broken. Whenever you suppress a thought, it is simply pressed down out of sight, in a coil like a spring, only to spring out again at a moment's notice, with all the pent-up force resulting from the suppression, and do in a few moments what it would have done in a much longer period. Every ounce of pleasure brings its pound of pain. It is the same energy that at one time manifests itself as pleasure, at another time as pain. As soon as one set of sensations stops, another begins. But in some cases, in more advanced persons, one may have two, even 100 different thoughts entering into active operation at the same time. Mind is action of its own nature. Mind activity means creation. The thought is followed by the word, and the word by the form. All of this creating will have to stop, both mental and physical, before the mind can reflect the soul. The design theory. The idea that nature in all her orderly arrangements shows design on the part of the creator of the universe is good as a kindergarten teaching to show the beauty, power, and glory of God, in order to lead children in religion up to a philosophical conception of God, but apart from that, it is not good, and perfectly illogical. As a philosophical idea, it is entirely without foundation, if God is taken to be omnipotent. If nature shows the power of God in creating the universe, then, to have a design in so doing also shows his weakness. If God is omnipotent, he needs no design, no scheme, to do anything. He has but to will it, and it is done. No question, no scheme, no plan, of God in nature. The material universe is the result of the limited consciousness of man. When man becomes conscious of his divinity, all matter, all nature, as we know it, will cease to exist. The material world, as such, has no place in the consciousness of the all-presence as a necessity of any end. If it had, God would be limited by the universe. To say that nature exists by his permission is not to say that it exists as a necessity for him to make man perfect, or for any other reason. It is a creation for man's necessity, not God's. There is no scheme of God in the plan of the universe. How could there be any if he is omnipotent? Why should he have need of a plan, or a scheme, or a reason to do anything? To say that he has is to limit him and to rob him of his character of omnipotence. For instance, if you came to a very wide river, so wide that you could not get across it except by building a bridge, the very fact that you would have to build the bridge to get across the river would show your limitation, would show your weakness, even if the ability to build the bridge did show your strength. If you were not limited but could just fly or jump across, you would not be under the necessity of building the bridge, and to build the bridge just to exhibit your power to do so would show your weakness again by showing your vanity, more than it would show anything else. Monism and dualism are essentially the same. The difference consists in the expression. As the dualists hold the Father and Son to be two, the monists hold them to be really one. Dualism is in nature, in manifestation, and monism is pure spirituality in the essence. The idea of renunciation and sacrifice is in all religions as a means to reach God. On proof of religion. The great question about religion is, what makes it so unscientific? If religion is a science, why is it not as certain as other sciences? All beliefs in God, heaven, etc., are mere conjectures, mere beliefs. There seems to be nothing certain about it. Our ideas concerning religion are changing all the time. The mind is in a constant state of flux. Is man a soul, an unchanging substance, or is he a constantly changing quantity? All religions, except primitive Buddhism, believe that man is a soul, an identity, a unit that never dies but is immortal. The primitive Buddhists believe that man is a constantly changing quantity, and that his consciousness consists in an almost infinite succession of incalculably rapid changes, each change, as it were, being unconnected with the others, standing alone, thus precluding the theory of the law of sequence or causation. If there is a unit, there is a substance. A unit is always simple. A simple is not a compound of anything. It does not depend on anything else. It stands alone and is immortal. Primitive Buddhists contend that everything is unconnected, nothing is a unit, and that the theory of man being a unit is a mere belief and cannot be proved. Now the great question is man a unit, or is he a constantly changing mass? There is but one way to prove this, to answer this question. Stop the gyrations of the mind, and the theory that a man is a unit, a simple, will be demonstrated. All changes are in me, in the chit, the mind substance. I am not the changes. If I were, I could not stop them. Everyone is trying to make himself and everybody else believe that this world is all very fine, that he is perfectly happy. But when man stops to question his motives in life, he will see that the reason he is struggling after this and that is because he cannot help himself. He must move on. He cannot stop, so he tries to make himself believe that he really wants this and that. The one who actually succeeds in making himself believe that he is having a good time is the man of splendid physical health. This man responds to his desires instantly, without question. He acts in response to that power within him, urging him on without a thought, as though he acted because he wanted to. But when he has been knocked about a good deal by nature, when he has received a good many wounds and bruises, he begins to question the meaning of all this, and as he gets hurt more and thinks more, he sees that he is urged on by a power beyond his control and that he acts simply because he must. Then he begins to rebel, and the battle begins. Now if there is a way out of all this trouble, it is within ourselves. We are always trying to realize the reality. Instinctively we are always trying to do that. It is creation in the human soul that covers up God. That is why there is so much difference in God ideals. Only when creation stops can we find the absolute. The absolute is in the soul, not in creation. So by stopping creation, we come to know the absolute. When we think of ourselves, we think of the body, and when we think of God, we think of Him as body. To stop the gyrations of the mind, so that the soul may become manifested, is the work. Training begins with the body. Breathing trains the body, gets it into a harmonious condition. The object of the breathing exercises is to attain meditation and concentration. If you can get absolutely still for just one moment, you have reached the goal. The mind may go on working after that, but it will never be the same mind again. You will know yourself as you are your true self. Still the mind but for one moment, and the truth of your real nature will flash upon you, and freedom is at hand, no more bondage after that. This follows from the theory that if you can know an instant of time, you know all time, as the whole is the rapid succession of one. Master the one, know thoroughly one instant and freedom is reached. All religions believe in God and the soul except the primitive Buddhist. The modern Buddhists believe in God and the soul. Among the primitive Buddhists are the Burmese, Siamese, Chinese, etc. Arnold's book, The Light of Asia, represents more of Vedantism than Buddhism. The power of the mind. The cause becomes the effect. The cause is not one thing and the effect something else that exists as a result. The effect is always the cause worked out. Always, the cause becomes the effect. The popular idea is that the effect is the result of the operation of a cause which is something independent and aloof from the effect. This is not so. The effect is always the cause worked out into another condition. The universe is really homogeneous. Heterogeneity is only in appearance. There seem to be different substances, different powers, etc. throughout nature. But take two different substances, say a piece of glass and a piece of wood, grind them up together fine enough, reduce them till there is nothing more to reduce, and the substance remaining appears homogeneous. All substances in the last analysis are one. Homogeneity is the substance, the reality; heterogeneity is the appearance of many things as though they were man's substances. The one is homogeneity, the appearance of the one as many is heterogeneity. Hearing, seeing, or tasting, etc. is the mind in different states of action. The atmosphere of a room may be hypnotized so that everybody who enters it will see all sorts of things, men and objects flying through the air. Everybody is hypnotized already. The work of attaining freedom, of realizing one's real nature, consists in dehypnotization. One thing to be remembered is that we are not gaining powers at all. We have them already. The whole process of growth is dehypnotization. The purer the mind, the easier it is to control. Purity of the mind must be insisted upon if you would control it. Do not think covetously about mere mental powers. Let them go. One who seeks the powers of the mind succumbs to them. Almost all who desire powers become ensnared by them. Perfect morality is the all-in-all of complete control over mind. The man who is perfectly moral has nothing more to do, he is free. The man who is perfectly moral cannot possibly hurt anything or anybody. Non-injuring has to be attained by him who would be free. No one is more powerful than he who has attained perfect non-injuring. No one could fight, no one could quarrel, in his presence. Yes, his very presence, and nothing else, means peace, means love wherever he may be. Nobody could be angry or fight in his presence. Even the animals, ferocious animals, would be peaceful before him. I once knew a yogi, a very old man, who lived in a hole in the ground all by himself. Pavayari Baba of Ghazipur. See Volume 4. All he had was a pan or two to cook his meals in. He ate very little, and wore scarcely anything, and spent most of his time meditating. With him all people were alike. He had attained to non-injuring. What he saw in everything, in every person, in every animal, was the soul, the Lord of the universe. With him, every person and every animal was my Lord. He never addressed any person or animal in any other way. Well, one day a thief came his way and stole one of his pans. He saw him and ran after him. The chase was a long one. At last the thief from exhaustion had to stop, and the yogi, running up to him, fell on his knees before him and said, "My Lord, you do me a great honor to come my way. Do me the honor to accept the other pan. It is also yours." This old man is dead now. He was full of love for everything in the world. He would have died for an ant. Wild animals instinctively knew this old man to be their friend. Snakes and ferocious animals would go into his hole and sleep with him. They all loved him and never fought in his presence. Never talk about the faults of others, no matter how bad they may be. Nothing is ever gained by that. You never help one by talking about his fault, you do him an injury, and injure yourself as well. All regulations in eating, practicing, etc., are all right so long as they are complementary to a spiritual aspiration, but they are not ends in themselves, they are only helps. Never quarrel about religion. All quarrels and disputations concerning religion simply show that spirituality is not present. Religious quarrels are always over the husks. When purity, when spirituality goes, leaving the soul dry, quarrels begin, and not before. Lessons on Raja Yoga. These lessons and those on Bhakti Yoga that follow are made out of class notes preserved in England ed. Prana. The theory of creation is that matter is subject to 5 conditions: ether, luminous ether, gaseous, liquid, and solid. They are all evoked out of one primal element, which is very finest ether. The name of the energy in the universe is prana, which is the force residing in these elements. Mind is the great instrument for using the prana. Mind is material. Behind the mind is Atman, which takes hold of the prana. Prana is the driving power of the world, and can be seen in every manifestation of life. The body is mortal and the mind is mortal, both, being compounds, must die. Behind all is the Atman which never dies. The Atman is pure intelligence controlling and directing prana. But the intelligence we see around us is always imperfect. When intelligence is perfect, we get the incarnation, the Christ. Intelligence is always trying to manifest itself, and in order to do this it is creating minds and bodies of different degrees of development. In reality, and at the back of all things, every being is equal. Mind is very fine matter, it is the instrument for manifesting prana. Force requires matter for manifestation. The next point is how to use this prana. We all use it, but how sadly we waste it. The first doctrine in the preparatory stage is that all knowledge is the outcome of experience. Whatever is beyond the five senses must also be experienced in order to become true to us. Our mind is acting on three planes, the subconscious, conscious, and superconscious. Of men, the yogi alone is superconscious. The whole theory of yoga is to go beyond the mind. These three planes can be understood by considering the vibrations of light or sound. There are certain vibrations of light too slow to become visible, then as they get faster, we see them as light, and then they get too fast for us to see them at all. The same with sound. How to transcend the senses without disturbing the health is what we want to learn. The Western mind has stumbled into acquiring some of the psychic gifts which in them are abnormal and are frequently the sign of disease. The Hindu has studied and made perfect the subject of science, which all may now study without fear or danger. Mental healing is a fine proof of the superconscious state, for the thought which heals is a sort of vibration in the prana, and it does not go as a thought but as something higher for which we have no name. Each thought has three states. First, the rising or beginning, of which we are unconscious; second, when the thought rises to the surface; and third, when it goes from us. Thought is like a bubble rising to the surface. When thought is joined to will, we call it power. That which strikes the sick person whom you are trying to help is not thought, but power. The self-man running through it all is called in Sanskrit Sutratma, the thread self. The last and highest manifestation of prana is love. The moment you have succeeded in manufacturing love out of prana, you are free. It is the hardest and the greatest thing to gain. You must not criticize others, you must criticize yourself. If you see a drunkard, do not criticize him, remember he is you in another shape. He who has not darkness sees no darkness in others. What you have inside you is that you see in others. This is the surest way of reform. If the would-be reformers who criticize and see evil would themselves stop creating evil, the world would be better. Beat this idea into yourself. The practice of yoga. The body must be properly taken care of. The people who torture their flesh are demoniacal. Always keep your mind joyful. If melancholy thoughts come, kick them out. A yogi must not eat too much, but he also must not fast; he must not sleep too much, but he must not go without any sleep. In all things only the man who holds the golden mean can become a yogi. What is the best time for practice in yoga? The junction time of dawn and twilight, when all nature becomes calm. Take help of nature. Take the easiest posture in sitting. Have the three parts straight: the ribs, the shoulders, and the head, leaving the spine free and straight, no leaning backwards or forwards. Then mentally hold the body as perfect, part by part. Then send a current of love to all the world, then pray for enlightenment. And lastly, join your mind to your breath and gradually attain the power of concentrating your attention on its movements. The reason for this will be apparent by degrees. The ojas. The ojas is that which makes the difference between man and man. The man who has much ojas is the leader of men. It gives a tremendous power of attraction. Ojas is manufactured from the nerve currents. It has this peculiarity: it is most easily made from that force which manifests itself in the sexual powers. If the powers of the sexual centers are not frittered away and their energies wasted, action is only thought in a grosser state, they can be manufactured into ajas. The two great nerve currents of the body start from the brain, go down on each side of the spinal cord, but they cross in the shape of the figure 8 at the back of the head. Thus the left side of the body is governed by the right side of the head. At the lowest point of the circuit is the sexual center, the sacral plexus. The energy conveyed by these two currents of nerves comes down, and a large amount is continually being stored in the sacral plexus. The last bone in the spine is over the sacral plexus and is described in symbolic language as a triangle, and as the energy is stored up beside it, this energy is symbolized by a serpent. Consciousness and subconsciousness work through these two nerve currents. But superconsciousness takes off the nerve current when it reaches the lower end of the circuit, and instead of allowing it to go up and complete the circuit, stops and forces it up the spinal cord as ajas from the sacral plexus. The spinal cord is naturally closed, but it can be opened to form a passage for this ajas. As the current travels from one center of the spinal cord to another, you can travel from one plane of existence to another. This is why the human being is greater than others, because all planes, all experiences, are possible to the spirit in the human body. We do not need another, for man can, if he likes, finish in his body his probation and can after that become pure spirit. When the ajas has gone from center to center and reaches the pineal gland, a part of the brain to which science can assign no function, man then becomes neither mind nor body, he is free from all bondage. The great danger of psychic powers is that man stumbles, as it were, into them, and knows not how to use them rightly. He is without training and without knowledge of what has happened to him. The danger is that in using these psychic powers, the sexual feelings are abnormally roused, as these powers are in fact manufactured out of the sexual center. The best and safest way is to avoid psychic manifestations, for they play the most horrible pranks on their ignorant and untrained owners. To go back to symbols. Because this movement of the ajas up the spinal cord feels like a spiral one, it is called the snake. The snake, therefore, or the serpent, rests on the bone or triangle. When it is roused, it travels up the spinal cord, and as it goes from center to center, a new natural world is opened inside us. The kundalini is roused. Pranayama. The practice of pranayama is the training of the superconscious mind. The physical practice is divided into 3 parts and deals entirely with the breath. It consists of drawing in, holding, and throwing out the breath. The breath must be drawn in by one nostril whilst you count 4, then held whilst you count 16, and thrown away by the other nostril whilst you count 8. Then reverse the process, closing the other nostril while you breathe in. You will have to begin by holding one nostril with your thumb, but in time your breathing will obey your mind. Make 4 of these pranayamas morning and evening. Meet agnosticism. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The word repent is in Greek metanout. Meta means behind, after, beyond, and means literally go beyond knowledge, the knowledge of the 5 senses, and look within, where you will find the kingdom of heaven. Sir William Hamilton says at the end of a philosophical work, "Here philosophy ends, here religion begins." Religion is not, and never can be, in the field of intellect. Intellectual reasoning is based on facts evident to the senses. Now religion has nothing to do with the senses. The agnostics say they cannot know God, and rightly, for they have exhausted the limits of their senses and yet get no further in knowledge of God. Therefore, in order to prove religion, that is, the existence of God, immortality, etc., we have to go beyond the knowledge of the senses. All great prophets and seers claim to have seen God, that is to say, they have had direct experience. There is no knowledge without experience, and man has to see God in his own soul. When man has come face to face with the one great fact in the universe, then alone will doubts vanish and crooked things become straight. This is seeing God. Our business is to verify, not to swallow. Religion, like other sciences, requires you to gather facts, to see for yourself, and this is possible when you go beyond the knowledge which lies in the region of the five senses. Religious truths need verification by everyone. To see God is the one goal. Power is not the goal. Pure existence, knowledge and love is the goal, and love is God. Thought, imagination, and meditation. The same faculty that we employ in dreams and thoughts, namely, imagination, will also be the means by which we arrive at truth. When the imagination is very powerful, the object becomes visualized. Therefore by it we can bring our bodies to any state of health or disease. When we see a thing, the particles of the brain fall into a certain position like the mosaics of a kaleidoscope. Memory consists in getting back this combination and the same setting of the particles of the brain. The stronger the will, the greater will be the success in resetting these particles of the brain. There is only one power to cure the body, and that is in every man. Medicine only rouses this power. Disease is only the manifest struggle of that power to throw off the poison which has entered the body. Although the power to overthrow poison may be roused by medicine, it may be nor permanently roused by the force of thought. Imagination must hold to the thought of health and strength in order that in case of illness the memory of the ideal of health may be roused and the particles rearranged in the position into which they fell when healthy. The tendency of the body is then to follow the brain. The next step is when this process can be arrived at by another's mind working on us. Instances of this may be seen every day. Words are only a mode of mind acting on mind. Good and evil thoughts are each a potent power, and they fill the universe. As vibration continues, so thought remains in the form of thought until translated into action. For example, force is latent in the man's arm until he strikes a blow, when he translates it into activity. We are the heirs of good and evil thought. If we make ourselves pure and the instruments of good thoughts, these will enter us. The good soul will not be receptive to evil thoughts. Evil thoughts find the best field in evil people. They are like microbes which germinate and increase only when they find a suitable soil. Mere thoughts are like little wavelets, fresh impulses to vibration come to them simultaneously, until at last one great wave seems to stand up and swallow up the rest. These universal thought waves seem to recur every 500 years, when invariably the great wave typifies and swallows up the others. It is this which constitutes a prophet. He focuses in his own mind the thought of the age in which he is living and gives it back to mankind in concrete form. Krishna, Buddha, Christ, Mohammed, and Luther may be instanced as the great waves that stood up above their fellows, with a probable lapse of 500 years between them. Always the wave that is backed by the greatest purity and the noblest character is what breaks upon the world as a movement of social reform. Once again in our day there is a vibration of the waves of thought, and the central idea is that of the immanent God, and this is everywhere cropping up in every form and every sect. In these waves, construction alternates with destruction, yet the construction always makes an end of the work of destruction. Now, as a man dives deeper to reach his spiritual nature, he feels no longer bound by superstition. The majority of sects will be transient, and last only as bubbles because the leaders are not usually men of character. Perfect love, the heart never reacting, this is what builds character. There is no allegiance possible where there is no character in the leader, and perfect purity ensures the most lasting allegiance and confidence. Take up an idea, devote yourself to it, struggle on in patience, and the sun will rise for you. ******. To return to imagination, we have to visualize the Kundalini. The symbol is the serpent coiled on the triangular bone. Then practice the breathing as described before, and, while holding the breath, imagine that breath like the current which flows down the figure 8, when it reaches the lowest point, imagine that it strikes the serpent on the triangle and causes the serpent to mount up the channel within the spinal cord. Direct the breath in thought to this triangle. We have now finished the physical process, and from this point it becomes mental. The first exercise is called the gathering in. The mind has to be gathered up or withdrawn from wandering. After the physical process, let the mind run on and do not restrain it, but keep watch on your mind as a witness watching its action. This mind is thus divided into two: the player and the witness. Now strengthen the witnessing part and do not waste time in restraining your wanderings. The mind must think, but slowly and gradually, as the witness does its part, the player will come more and more under control, until at last you cease to play or wander. Second exercise, meditation, which may be divided into two. We are concrete in constitution and the mind must think in forms. Religion admits this necessity and gives the help of outward forms and ceremonies. You cannot meditate on God without some form. One will come to you, for thought and symbol are inseparable. Try to fix your mind on that form. Third exercise, this is attained by practicing meditation and is really one-pointedness. The mind usually works in a circle, make it remain on one point. The last is the result. When the mind has reached this, all is gained: healing, clairvoyance, and all psychic gifts. In a moment you can direct this current of thought to anyone, as Jesus did, with instantaneous result. People have stumbled upon these gifts without previous training, but I advise you to wait and practice all these steps slowly, then you will get everything under your control. You may practice healing a little if love is the motive, for that cannot hurt. Man is very short-sighted and impatient. All want power, but few will wait to gain it for themselves. He distributes but will not store up. It takes a long time to earn and but a short time to distribute. Therefore store up your powers as you acquire them and do not dissipate them. Every wave of passion restrained is a balance in your favor. It is therefore good policy not to return anger for anger, as with all true morality. Christ said, "Resist not evil," and we do not understand it until we discover that it is not only moral but actually the best policy, for anger is loss of energy to the man who displays it. You should not allow your minds to come into those brain combinations of anger and hatred. When the primal element is discovered in chemical science, the work of the chemist will be finished. When unity is discovered, perfection in the science of religion is reached, and this was attained thousands of years ago. Perfect unity is reached when man says, "I and my Father are one." Lessons on Bhakti Yoga. The Yoga through devotion. We have been considering Raja Yoga and the physical exercises. Now we shall consider Yoga through devotion. But you must remember that no one system is necessary, for all. I want to set before you many systems, many ideals, in order that you may find one that will suit you. If one does not, perhaps another may. We want to become harmonious beings, with the psychical, spiritual, intellectual, and working, active, sides of our nature equally developed. Nations and individuals typify one of these sides or types and cannot understand more than that one. They get so built up into one ideal that they cannot see any other. The ideal is really that we should become many-sided. Indeed, the cause of the misery of the world is that we are so one-sided that we cannot sympathize with one another. Consider a man looking at the sun from beneath the earth, up the shaft of a mine. He sees one aspect of the sun. Then another man sees the sun from the earth's level, another through mist and fog, another from the mountain top. To each the sun is a different appearance. So there are many appearances, but in reality there is only one sun. There is diversity of vision, but one object, and that is the sun. Each man, according to his nature, has a peculiar tendency and takes to certain ideals and a certain path by which to reach them. But the goal is always the same to all. The Roman Catholic is deep and spiritual, but he has lost breadth. The Unitarian is wide, but he has lost spirituality and considers religion as of divided importance. What we want is the depth of the Roman Catholic and the breadth of the Unitarian. We must be as broad as the skies, as deep as the ocean. We must have the zeal of the fanatic, the depth of the mystic, and the width of the agnostic. The word toleration has acquired an unpleasant association with the conceited man who, thinking himself in a high position, looks down on his fellow creatures with pity. This is a horrible state of mind. We are all traveling the same way, towards the same goal, but by different paths made by the necessities of the case to suit diverse minds. We must become many-sided, indeed we must become protean in character, so as not only to tolerate, but to do what it's much more difficult, to sympathize, to enter into another's path, and feel with him in his aspirations and seeking after God. There are two elements in every religion, a positive and a negative. In Christianity, for instance, when you speak of the Incarnation, of the Trinity, of salvation through Jesus Christ, I am with you. I say, very good, that I also hold true. But when you go on to says, there is no other true religion, there is no other revelation of God, then I say, stop, I cannot go with your when you shut out, when you deny. Every religion has a message to deliver, something to teach man, but when it begins to protest, when it tries to disturb others, then it takes up a negative and therefore a dangerous position, and does not know where to begin or where to end. Every force completes a circuit. The force we call man starts from the infinite God and must return to him. This return to God must be accomplished in one of two ways, either by slowly drifting back, going with nature, or by our own inward power, which causes us to stop on our course, which would, if left alone, carry us in a circuit back to God, and violently turn round and find God, as it were, by a shortcut. This is what the yogi does. I have said that every man must choose his own ideal which is in accord with his nature. This ideal is called a man's ishta. You must keep it sacred, and therefore secret, and when you worship God, worship according to your ishta. How are we to find out the particular method? It is very difficult, but as you persevere in your worship, it will come of itself. Three things are the special gifts of God to man: the human body, the desire to be free, and the blessing of help from one who is already free. Now, we cannot have devotion without a personal God. There must be the lover and the beloved. God is an infinitist human being. It is bound to be so, for so long as we are human, we must have a humanist God, we are forced to see a personal God and Him only. Consider how all that we see in this world is not the object pure and simple, but the object plus our own mind. The chair plus the chair's reaction on your mind is the real chair. You must color everything with your mind, and then alone you can see it. Example, the white, square, shiny, hard box, seen by the man with 3 senses, then by the man with 4 senses, then by him with 5 senses. The last alone sees it with all the enumerated qualities, and each one before has seen an additional one to the previous man. Now suppose a man with 6 senses sees the same box, he would see still another quality added. Because I see love and knowledge, I know the universal cause is manifesting that love and knowledge. How can that be loveless which causes love in me? We cannot think of the universal cause without human qualities. To see God as separate from ourselves in the universe is necessary as a first step. There are 3 visions of God: the lowest vision, when God seems to have a body like ourselves, see Byzantine art; a higher vision when we invest God with human qualities, and then on, till we come to the highest vision, when we see God. But remember that in all these steps we are seeing God and God alone, there is no illusion in it, no mistake. Just as when we saw the sun from different points, it was still the sun and not the moon or anything else. We cannot help seeing God as we are infinitist, but still as we are. Suppose we tried to conceive God as the absolute, we should have again to come back to the relative state in order to enjoy and love. The devotion to God as seen in every religion is divided into 2 parts, the devotion which works through forms and ceremonies and through words, and that which works through love. In this world we are bound by laws, and we are always striving to break through these laws, we are always trying to disobey, to trample on nature. For instance, nature gives us no houses, we build them. Nature made us naked, we clothe ourselves. Man's goal is to be free, and just in so far as we fare incompetent to break nature's laws shall we suffer. We only obey nature's law in order to be outlawed beyond law. The whole struggle of life is not to obey. That is why I sympathize with Christian Scientists, for they teach the liberty of man and the divinity of soul. The soul is superior to all environment. The universe is my Father's kingdom, I am the heir apparent. That is the attitude for man to take. My own soul can subdue all. We must work through law before we come to liberty. External helps and methods, forms, ceremonies, creeds, doctrines, all have their right place and are meant to support and strengthen us until we become strong. Then they are no more necessary. They are our nurses, and as such indispensable in youth. Even books are nurses, medicines are nurses. But we must work to bring about the time when man shall recognize his mastery over his own body. Herbs and medicines have power over us as long as we allow them. When we become strong, these external methods are no more necessary. Worships through words and love. Body is only mind in a grosser form, mind being composed of finer layers and the body being the denser layers, and when man has perfect control over his mind, he will also have control over his body. Just as each mind has its own peculiar body, so to each word belongs a particular thought. We talk in double consonants when we are angry, stupid, fool, idiot, etc., in soft vowels when we are sad, ami. These are momentary feelings, of course, but there are eternal feelings, such as love, peace, calmness, joy, holiness, and these feelings have their word expression in all religions, the word being only the embodiment of these, man's highest feelings. Now the thought has produced the word, and in their turn these words may produce the thoughts or feelings. This is where the help of words come in. Each of such words covers one ideal. These sacred mysterious words we all recognize and know, and yet if we merely read them in books, they have no effect on us. To be effective, they must be charged with spirit, touched and used by one who has himself been touched by the Spirit of God and who now lives. It is only he who can set the current in motion. The laying on of hands is the continuation of that current which was set in motion by Christ. The one who has the power of transmitting this current is called a guru. With great teachers the use of words is not necessary as with Jesus. But the small fry transmit this current through words. Do not look on the faults of others. You cannot judge a man by his faults. Example, suppose we were to judge of an apple tree by the rotten, unripe, unformed apples we find on the ground. Even so do the faults of a man not show what the man's character is. Remember, the wicked are always the same all over the world. The thief and the murderer are the same in Asia and Europe and America. They form a nation by themselves. It is only in the good and the pure and the strong that you find variety. Do not recognize wickedness in others. Wickedness is ignorance, weakness. What is the good of telling people they are weak? Criticism and destruction are of no avail. We must give them something higher, tell them of their own glorious nature, their birthright. Why do not more people come to God? The reason is that so few people have any enjoyments outside their five senses. The majority cannot see with their eyes nor hear with their ears in the inner world. We now come to worship through love. It has been said, it is good to be born in a church, but not to die in it. The tree receives support and shelter from the hedge that surrounds it when young, but unless the hedge is removed, the growth and strength of that tree will be hindered. Formal worship, as we have seen, is a necessary stage, but gradually by slow growth we outgrow it and come to a higher platform. When love to God becomes perfect, we think no more of the qualities of God, that He is omnipotent, omnipresent, and all those big adjectives. We do not want anything of God, so we do not care to notice these qualities. Just all we want is love of God. But anthropomorphism still follows us. We cannot get away from our humanity, we cannot jump out of our bodies, so we must love God as we love one another. There are 5 steps in human love. 1. The lowest, most commonplace, peaceful love, when we look up to our Father for all we want, protection, food, etc. 2. The love which makes us want to serve. Man wants to serve God as his master, the longing to serve dominating every other feeling, and we are indifferent whether the master is good or bad, kind or unkind. 3. The love of a friend, the love of equals, companions, playmates. Man feels God to be his companion. 4. Motherly love. God is looked upon as a child. In India this is considered a higher love than the foregoing, because it has absolutely no element of fear. 5. The love of husband and wife, love for love's sake, God the perfect, beloved one. It has been beautifully expressed: 4 eyes meet, a change begins to come into two souls, love comes in the middle between these two souls and makes them one. When a man has this last and most perfect form of love, then all desires vanish, forms and doctrines and churches drop away, even the desire for freedom, the end and aim of all religions is freedom from birth and death and other things, is given up. The highest love is the love that is sexless, for it is perfect unity that is expressed in the highest love, and sex differentiates bodies. It is therefore only in spirit that union is possible. The less we have of the physical idea, the more perfect will be our love. At last all physical thought will be forgotten, and the two souls will become one. We love always. Love comes and penetrates through the forms and sees beyond. It has been said, the lover sees Helen's beauty in an Ethiopian's brow. The Ethiopian is the suggestion, and upon that suggestion the man throws his love. As the oyster throws over the irritants, it finds in its shell the substance that turns the irritants into beautiful pearls, so man throws out love, and it is always man's highest ideal that he loves, and the highest ideal is always selfless, so man loves love. God is love, and we love God or love love. We only see love, love cannot be expressed. A dumb man eating butter cannot tell you what butter is like. Butter is butter, and its qualities cannot be expressed to those who have not tasted it. Love for love's sake cannot be expressed to those who have not felt it. Love may be symbolized by a triangle. The first angle is, love never begs, never asks for anything; the second, love knows no fear; the third and the apex, love for love's sake. Through the power of love the senses become finer and higher. The perfect love is very rare in human relation, for human love is almost always interdependent and mutual. But God's love is a constant stream, nothing can hurt or disturb it. When man loves God as his highest ideal, as no beggar, wanting nothing, then is love carried to the extreme of evolution, and it becomes a great power in the universe. It takes a long time to get to these things, and we have to begin by that which is nearest to our nature. Some are born to service, some to be mothers in love. Anyhow, the result is with God. We must take advantage of nature. On doing good to the world, we are asked, what good is your religion to society? Society is made a test of truth. Now this is very illogical. Society is only a stage of growth through which we are passing. We might just as well judge the good or utility of a scientific discovery by its use to the baby. It is simply monstrous. If the social state were permanent, it would be the same as if the baby remained a baby. There can be no perfect man-baby, the words are a contradiction in terms, so there can be no perfect society. Man must and will grow out of such early stages. Society is good at a certain stage, but it cannot be our ideal, it is a constant flux. The present mercantile civilization must die, with all its pretensions and humbug, all a kind of Lord Mayor's show. What the world wants is thought power through individuals. My master used to say, why don't you help your own lotus flower to bloom? The bees will then come of themselves. The world needs people who are mad with the love of God. You must believe in yourself, and then you will believe in God. The history of the world is that of 6 men of faith, 6 men of deep pure character. We need to have 3 things, the heart to feel, the brain to conceive, the hand to work. First we must go out of the world and make ourselves fit instruments. Make yourself a dynamo. Feel first for the world. At a time when all men are ready to work, where is the man of feeling? Where is the feeling that produced an Ignatius Loyola? Test your love and humility. That man is not humble or loving who is jealous. Jealousy is a terrible, horrible sin, it enters a man so mysteriously. Ask yourself, does your mind react in hatred or jealousy? Good works are continually being undone by the tons of hatred and anger which are being poured out on the world. If you are pure, if you are strong, you, one man, are equal to the whole world. The brain to conceive the next condition of doing good works is only a dry Sahara after all, it cannot do anything alone unless it has the feeling behind it. Take love, which has never failed, and then the brain will conceive, and the hand will work righteousness. Sages have dreamed of and have seen the vision of God. The pure in heart shall see God. All the great ones claim to have seen God. Thousands of years ago has the vision been seen, and the unity which lies beyond has been recognized, and now the only thing we can do is to fill in these glorious outlines. Mother Worship. Based on fragmentary notes of a class talk by Swami Vivekananda in New York. The two conj ointment facts of perception: we can never get rid of our happiness and unhappiness. Things which bring us pain also bring pleasure. Our world is made up of these two. We cannot get rid of them, with every pulsation of life they are present. The world is busy trying to reconcile these opposites, sages trying to find solution of this commingling of the opposites. The burning heat of pain is intermitted by flashes of rest, the gleam of light breaking the darkness in intermittent flashes only to make the gloom deeper. Children are born optimists, but the rest of life is a continuous disillusionment, not one ideal can be fully attained, not one thirst can be quenched. So on they go trying to solve the riddle, and religion has taken up the task. In religions of dualism, among the Persians, there was a God and a Satan. This through the Jews has gone all over Europe and America. It was a working hypothesis thousands of years ago, but now we know, that is not tenable. There is nothing absolutely good or evil, it is good to one and evil to another, evil today, good tomorrow, and vice versa. God was first of course a clan god, then he became God of gods. With ancient Egyptians and Babylonians, this idea, of a dual God and Satan, was very practically carried out. Their Moloch became god of gods and the captured gods were forced to do homage in his temple. Yet the riddle remains, who presides over this evil? Many are hoping against hope that all is good and that we do not understand. We are clutching at a straw, burying our heads in the sand. Yet we all follow morality, and the gist of morality is sacrifice not I but thou. Yet how it clashes with the great good God of the universe. He is so selfish, the most vengeful person that we know, with plagues, famines, war. We all have to get experiences in this life. We may try to fly bitter experiences, but sooner or later they catch us. And I pity the man who does not face the whole. Manu Deva of the Vedas, was transformed in Persia as Ahriman. So the mythological explanation of the question was dead, but the question remained, and there was no reply, no solution. But there was the other idea in the old Vedic hymn to the goddess, I am the light. I am the light of the sun and moon, I am the air which animates all beings. This is the germ which afterwards develops into mother worship. By mother worship is not meant difference between father and mother. The first idea connoted by it is that of energy. I am the power that is in all beings. The baby is a man of nerves. He goes on and until he is a man of power. The idea of good and evil was not at first differentiated and developed. An advancing consciousness showed power as the primal idea. Resistance and struggle at every step is the law. We are the resultant of the two, energy and resistance, internal and external power. Every atom is working and resisting every thought in the mind. Everything we see and know is but the resultant of these two forces. This idea of God is something new. In the Vedic hymns Varuna and Indra shower the choicest gifts and blessings on devotees, a very human idea, more human than man himself. This is the new principle. There is one power behind all phenomena. Power is power everywhere, whether in the form of evil or as savior of the world. So this is the new idea, the old idea was man-God. Here is the first opening out of the idea of one universal power. I stretch the bows of Rudra when he desires to destroy evil, Rig Veda, X 125, Devi Sukta. Very soon in the Gita, 9:19, also X 4-5, we find, O Arjuna, I am the Sat and I am the Asat, I am the good and I am the bad, I am the power of saints, I am the power of the wicked. But soon the speaker patches up truth, and the idea goes to sleep. I am power in good so long as it is doing good works. In the religion of Persia, there was the idea of Satan, but in India, no conception of Satan. Later books began to realize this new idea. Evil exists, and there is no shirking the fact. The universe is a fact, and if a fact, it is a huge composite of good and evil. Whoever rules must rule over good and evil. If that power makes us live, the same makes us die. Laughter and tears are kin, and there are more tears than laughter in this world. Who made flowers? Who made the Himalayas? A very good God. Who made my sins and weaknesses? Karma, Satan, self. The result is a lame, one-legged universe, and naturally the God of the universe, a one-legged God. The view of the absolute separation of good and evil, two cut and dried and separate existences, makes us brutes of unsympathetic hearts. The good woman jumps aside from the street walker. Why? She may be infinitely better than you in some respects. This view brings eternal jealousy and hatred in the world, eternal barrier between man and man, between the good man and the comparatively less good or evil man. Such brutal view is pure evil, more evil than evil itself. Good and evil are not separate existences, but there is an evolution of good, and what is less good we call evil. Some are saints and some sinners. The sun shines on good and evil alike. Does he make any distinction? The old idea of the fatherhood of God is connected with the sweet notion of God presiding over happiness. We want to deny facts. Evil is non-existent, is zero. The I is evil. And the I exists only too much. Am I zero? Every day I try to find myself so and fail. All these ideas are attempts to fly evil. But we have to face it. Face the whole. Am I under contract to anyone to offer partial love to God only in happiness and good, not in misery and evil? The lamp by the light of which one forges a name and another writes a check for $1,000 for famine, shines on both, knows no difference. Light knows no evil, you and I make it good or evil. This idea must have a new name. It is called mother, because in a literal sense it began long ago with a feminine writer elevated to a goddess. Then came Sankhya, and with it all energy is female. The magnet is still, the iron filings are active. The highest of all feminine types in India is mother, higher than wife. Wife and children may desert a man, but his mother never. Mother is the same or loves her child perhaps a little more. Mother represents colorless love that knows no barter, love that never dies. Who can have such love? Only mother, not son, nor daughter, nor wife. I am the power that manifests everywhere, says the mother, she who is bringing out this universe, and she who is bringing forth the following destruction. No need to say that destruction is only the beginning of creation. The top of a hill is only the beginning of a valley. Be bold, face facts as facts. Do not be chased about the universe by evil. Evils are evils. What of that? After all, it is only mother's play. Nothing serious after all. What could move the Almighty? What made mother create the universe? She could have no goal. Why? Because the goal is something that is not yet attained. What is this creation for? Just fun. We forget this and begin to quarrel and endure misery. We are the playmates of the mother. Look at the torture the mother bears in bringing up the baby. Does she enjoy it? Surely. Fasting and praying and watching. She loves it better than anything else. Why? Because there is no selfishness. Pleasure will come good, who forbids? pain will come, welcome that too. A mosquito was sitting on a bull's horn, then his conscience troubled him and he said, "Mr. Bull, I have been sitting here a long time. Perhaps I annoy you. I am sorry, I will go away." But the bull replied, "Oh, no, not at all. Bring your whole family and live on my horn, what can you do to me? Why can we not say that to misery? To be brave is to have faith in the mother. I am life, I am death. She it is whose shadow is life and death. She is the pleasure in all pleasure. She is the misery in all misery. If life comes, it is the mother, if death comes, it is the mother. If heaven comes, she is. If hell comes, there is the mother, plunge in. We have not faith, we have not patience to see this. We trust the man in the street, but there is one being in the universe we never trust, and that is God. We trust him when he works just our way. But the time will come when, getting blow after blow, the self-sufficient mind will die. In everything we do, the serpent ego is rising up. We are glad that there are so many thorns on the path. They strike the hood of the cobra. Last of all will come self-surrender. Then we shall be able to give ourselves up to the mother. If misery comes, welcome, if happiness comes, welcome. Then, when we come up to this love, all crooked things shall be straight. There will be the same sight for the Brahmin, the pariah, and the dog. Until we love the universe with same-sidedness, with impartial, undying love, we are missing again and again. But then all will have vanished, and we shall see in all the same infinite eternal mother. Narada Bhakti Sutras. A free translation dictated by Swamiji in America. Chapter I. 1. Bhakti is intense love for God. 2. It is the nectar of love. 3. Getting which man becomes perfect, immortal, and satisfied forever. 4. Getting which man desires no more, does not become jealous of anything, does not take pleasure in vanities. 5. Knowing which man becomes filled with spirituality, becomes calm, and finds pleasure only in God. 6. It cannot be used to fill any desire, itself being the check to all desires. 7. Sannyasa is giving up both the popular and the scriptural forms of worship. 8. The Bhakti Sannyasin is the one whose whole soul goes unto God, and whatever militates against love to God, he rejects. 9. Giving up all other refuge, he takes refuge in God. 10. Scriptures are to be followed as long as one's life has not become firm. 11. Or else there is danger of doing evil in the name of liberty. 12. When love becomes established, even social forms are given up, except those which are necessary for the preservation of life. 13. There have been many definitions of love, but Narada gives these as the signs of love, when all thoughts, all words, and all deeds are given up unto the Lord, and the least forgetfulness of God makes one intensely miserable, then love has begun. 14. As the gopis had it. 15. Because, although worshipping God as their lover, they never forgot his God nature. 16. Otherwise they would have committed the sin of unchastity. 17. This is the highest form of love, because there is no desire of reciprocity, which desire is in all human love. Chapter 2. 1. Bhakti is greater than karma, greater than jnana, greater than yoga, raja yoga, because bhakti itself is its result, because bhakti is both the means and the end, fruit. 2. As a man cannot satisfy his hunger by simple knowledge or sight of food, so a man cannot be satisfied by the knowledge or even the perception of God until love comes, therefore love is the highest. Chapter 3. 1. These, however, the masters have said about bhakti. 2. One who wants this bhakti must give up sense enjoyments and even the company of people. 3. Day and night he must think about bhakti and nothing else. 4. He must go where they sing or talk of God. 5. The principal cause of bhakti is the mercy of a great, or free, soul. 6. Meeting with a great soul is hard to obtain, and never fails to save the soul. 7. Through the mercy of God we get such gurus. 8. There is no difference between him and his own ones. 9. Seek, therefore, for this. 10. Evil company is always to be shunned. 11. Because it leads to lust and anger, illusion, forgetfulness of the goal, destruction of the will, lack of perseverance, and destruction of everything. 12. These disturbances may at first be like ripples, but evil company at last makes them like the sea. 13. He gets across Maya who gives up all attachment, serves the great ones, lives alone, cuts the bondages of this world, goes beyond the qualities of nature, and depends upon the Lord for even his living. 14. He who gives up the fruits of work, he who gives up all work and the dualism of joy and misery, who gives up even the scriptures, gets that unbroken love for God. 15. He crosses this river and helps others to cross it. Chapter 4. 1. The nature of love is inexpressible. 2. As the dumb man cannot express what he tastes, but his actions betray his feelings, so man cannot express this love in words, but his actions betray it. 3. In some rare persons it is expressed. 4. Beyond all qualities, all desires, ever increasing, unbroken, the finest perception is love. 5. When a man gets this love, he sees love everywhere, he hears love everywhere, he talks love everywhere, he thinks love everywhere. 6. According to the qualities or conditions, this love manifests itself differently. 7. The qualities are, tamas, dullness, heaviness, rajas, restlessness, activity, sattva, serenity, purity, and the conditions are, artha, afflicted, artharthya, wanting something, jijnaju, searching truth, jnani, knower. 8 of these, the latter, are higher than the preceding ones. 9. Bhakti is the easiest way of worship. 10. It is its own proof and does not require any other. 11. Its nature is peace and perfect bliss. 12. Bhakti never seeks to injure anyone or anything, not even the popular modes of worship. 13. Conversation about lust, or doubt of God or about one's enemies must not be listened to. 14. Egotism, pride, etc. must be given up. 15. If those passions cannot be controlled, place them upon God, and place all your actions on Him. 16. Merging the trinity of love, lover, and beloved, worship God as His eternal servant, His eternal bride. Thus love is to be made unto God. Chapter V. 1. That love is highest which is concentrated upon God. 2. When such speak of God, their voices stick in their throats, they cry and weep, and it is they who give holy places their holiness, they make good works, good books better, because they are permeated with God. 3. When a man loves God so much, his forefathers rejoice, the gods dance, and the earth gets a master. 4. To such lovers there is no difference of caste, sex, knowledge, form, birth, or wealth. 5. Because they are all gods. 6. Arguments are to be avoided. 7. Because there is no end to them, and they lead to no satisfactory result. 8. Read books treating of this love, and do deeds which increase it. 9. Giving up all desires of pleasure and pain, gain and loss, worship God day and night. Not a moment is to be spent in vain. 10. Ahimsa, non-killing, truthfulness, purity, mercy, and godliness are always to be kept. 11. Giving up all other thoughts, the whole mind should day and night worship God. Thus being worshipped day and night, He reveals Himself and makes His worshippers feel Him. 12. In past, present, and future, love is greatest. Thus following the ancient sages, we have dared to preach the doctrine of love, without fearing the jeers of the world. Historical evolution of India. Om Tat Sat. Om Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishnaya. Existence cannot be produced by non-existence. Non-existence can never be the cause of what exists. Something cannot come out of nothing. That the law of causation is omnipotent and knows no time or place when it did not exist is a doctrine as old as the Aryan race, sung by its ancient poet-seers, formulated by its philosophers, and made the cornerstone upon which the Hindu man even of today builds his whole scheme of life. There was an inquisitiveness in the race to start with, which very soon developed into bold analysis, and though, in the first attempt, the work turned out might be like the attempts with shaky hands of the future master sculptor, It very soon gave way to strict science, bold attempts, and startling results. Its boldness made these men search every brick of their sacrificial altars, scan, cement, and pulverize every word of their scriptures, arrange, rearrange, doubt, deny, or explain the ceremonies. It turned their gods inside out, and assigned only a secondary place to their omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent creator of the universe, their ancestral Father in heaven, or threw him altogether overboard as useless, and started a world religion without him, with even now the largest following of any religion. It evolved the science of geometry from the arrangements of bricks to build various altars, and startled the world with astronomical knowledge that arose from the attempts accurately to time their worship and oblations. It made their contribution to the science of mathematics the largest of any race, ancient or modern, and to their knowledge of chemistry, of metallic compounds in medicine, their scale of musical notes, their invention of the bow instruments, all, of great service in the building of modern European civilization. It led them to invent the science of building up the child mind through shining fables, of which every child in every civilized country learns in a nursery or a school and carries an impress through life. Behind and before this analytical keenness, covering it as in a velvet sheath, was the other great mental peculiarity of the race: poetic insight. Its religion, its philosophy, its history, its ethics, its politics were all inlaid in a flower bed of poetic imagery, the miracle of language which was called Sanskrit or perfected, lending itself to expressing and manipulating them better than any other tongue. The aid of melodious numbers was invoked even to express the hard facts of mathematics. This analytical power and the boldness of poetical visions which urged it onward are the two great internal causes in the makeup of the Hindu race. They together formed, as it were, the keynote to the national character. This combination is what is always making the race press onwards beyond the senses, the secret of those speculations which are like the steel blades the artisans used to manufacture, cutting through bars of iron, yet pliable enough to be easily bent into a circle. They wrought poetry in silver and gold, the symphony of jewels, the maze of marble wonders, the music of colors, the fine fabrics which belong more to the fairyland of dreams than to the real, have back of them thousands of years of working of this national trait. Arts and sciences, even the realities of domestic life, are covered with a mass of poetical conceptions, which are pressed forward till the sensuous touches the supersensuous and the real gets the rose hue of the unreal. The earliest glimpses we have of this race show it already in the possession of this characteristic, as an instrument of some use in its hands. Many forms of religion and society must have been left behind in the onward march, before we find the race as depicted in the scriptures, the Vedas. An organized pantheon, elaborate ceremonials, divisions of society into hereditary classes necessitated by a variety of occupations, a great many necessaries and a good many luxuries of life are already there. Most modern scholars are agreed that surroundings as to climate and conditions, purely Indian, were not yet working on the race. Onwards through several centuries, we come to a multitude surrounded by the snows of Himalayas on the north and the heat of the south, vast plains, interminable forests, through which mighty rivers roll their tides. We catch a glimpse of different races: Dravidians, Tartars, and Aboriginals pouring in their quota of blood, of speech, of manners and religions. And at last a great nation emerges to our view, still keeping the type of the Aryan, stronger, broader, and more organized by the assimilation. We find the central assimilative core giving its type and character to the whole mass, clinging on with great pride to its name of Aryan, and, though willing to give other races the benefits of its civilization, it was by no means willing to admit them within the Aryan pale. The Indian climate again gave a higher direction to the genius of the race. In a land where nature was propitious and yielded easy victories, the national mind started to grapple with and conquer the higher problems of life in the field of thought. Naturally the thinker, the priest, became the highest class in the Indian society, and not the man of the sword. The priests again, even at that dawn of history, put most of their energy in elaborating rituals, and when the nation began to find the load of ceremonies and lifeless rituals too heavy, came the first philosophical speculations, and the royal race was the first to break through the maze of killing rituals. On the one hand, the majority of the priests impelled by economical considerations were bound to defend that form of religion which made their existence a necessity of society and assigned them the highest place in the scale of caste. On the other hand, the king caste, whose strong right hand guarded and guided the nation and who now found itself as leading in the higher thoughts also, were loath to give up the first place to men who only knew how to conduct a ceremonial. There were then others, recruited from both the priests and king castes, who ridiculed equally the ritualists and philosophers, declared spiritualism as fraud and priestcraft, and upheld the attainment of material comforts as the highest goal of life. The people, tired of ceremonials and wondering at the philosophers, joined in masses the materialists. This was the beginning of that caste question and that triangular fight in India between ceremonials, philosophy, and materialism which has come down unsolved to our own days. The first solution of the difficulty attempted was by applying the eclecticism which from the earliest days had taught the people to see in differences the same truth in various garbs. The great leader of this school, Krishna himself of royal race, and his sermon, the Gita, have after various vicissitudes, brought about by the upheavals of the Jains, the Buddhists, and other sects, fairly established themselves as the prophet of India and the truest philosophy of life. Though the tension was toned down for the time, it did not satisfy the social wants which were among the causes the claim of the king race to stand first in the scale of caste and the popular intolerance of priestly privilege. Krishna had opened the gates of spiritual knowledge and attainment to all irrespective of sex or caste, but he left undisturbed the same problem on the social side. This again has come down to our own days, in spite of the gigantic struggle of the Buddhists, Vaishnavas, etc. to attain social equality for all. Modern India admits spiritual equality of all souls but strictly keeps the social difference. Thus we find the struggle renewed all along the line in the 7th century before the Christian era and finally in the 6th, overwhelming the ancient order of things under Shakyamuni, the Buddha. In their reaction against the privileged priesthood, Buddhists swept off almost every bit of the old ritual of the Vedas, subordinated the gods of the Vedas to the position of servants to their own human saints, and declared the creator and supreme ruler as an invention of priestcraft and superstition. But the aim of Buddhism was reform of the Vedic religion by standing against ceremonials requiring offerings of animals, against hereditary caste and exclusive priesthood, and against belief in permanent souls. It never attempted to destroy that religion, or overturn the social order. It introduced a vigorous method by organizing a class of sannyasins into a strong monastic brotherhood, and the Brahmavadanas into a body of nuns by introducing images of saints in the place of altar fires. It is probable that the reformers had for centuries the majority of the Indian people with them. The older forces were never entirely pacified, but they underwent a good deal of modification during the centuries of Buddhistic supremacy. In ancient India the centers of national life were always the intellectual and spiritual and not political. Of old, as now, political and social power has been always subordinated to spiritual and intellectual. The outburst of national life was round colleges of sages and spiritual teachers. We thus find the Samhitas of the Panchalas, of the Kashyas, of Varanasi, the Maithilas standing out as great centers of spiritual culture and philosophy, even in the Upanishads. Again these centers in turn became the focus of political ambition of the various divisions of the Aryans. The great epic Mahabharata tells us of the war of the Kurus and Panchalas for supremacy over the nation, in which they destroyed each other. The spiritual supremacy veered round and centered in the east among the Magadhas and Maithilas, and after the Kuru-Panchala war a sort of supremacy was obtained by the kings of Magadha. The Buddhist Reformation and its chief field of activity were also in the same eastern region, and when the Maurya kings, forced possibly by the bar sinister on their escutcheon, patronized and led the new movement, the new priest power joined hands with the political power of the empire of Pataliputra. The popularity of Buddhism and its fresh vigor made the Maurya kings the greatest emperors that India ever had. The power of the Maurya sovereigns made Buddhism that worldwide religion that we see even today. The exclusiveness of the old form of Vedic religions debarred it from taking ready help from outside. At the same time it kept it pure and free from many debasing elements which Buddhism in its propagandist zeal was forced to assimilate. This extreme adaptability in the long run made Indian Buddhism lose almost all its individuality, and extreme desire to be of the people made it unfit to cope with the intellectual forces of the mother religion in a few centuries. The Vedic party in the meanwhile got rid of a good deal of its most objectionable features, as animal sacrifice, and took lessons from the rival daughter in the judicious use of images, temple processions, and other impressive performances, and stood ready to take within her fold the whole empire of Indian Buddhism, already tottering to its fall. And the crash came with the Scythian invasions and the total destruction of the empire of Pataliputra. The invaders, already incensed at the invasion of their Central Asiatic home by the preachers of Buddhism, found in the sun worship of the Brahmins a great sympathy with their own solar religion, and when the Brahminist party were ready to adapt and spiritualize many of the customs of the newcomers, the invaders threw themselves heart and soul into the Brahminic cause. Then there is a veil of darkness and shifting shadows, there are tumults of war, rumors of massacres, and the next scene rises upon a new phase of things. The empire of Magadha was gone. Most of northern India was under the rule of petty chiefs always at war with one another. Buddhism was almost extinct except in some eastern and Himalayan provinces and in the extreme south, and the nation after centuries of struggle against the power of a hereditary priesthood awoke to find itself in the clutches of a double priesthood of hereditary Brahmins and exclusive monks of the new regime, with all the powers of the Buddhistic organization and without their sympathy for the people. A renascent India, bought by the velour and blood of the heroic Rajputs, defined by the merciless intellect of a Brahmin from the same historical thought center of Mithila, led by a new philosophical impulse organized by Shankara and his bands of sannyasins, and beautified by the arts and literature of the courts of Malava, arose on the ruins of the old. The task before it was profound, problems vaster than any their ancestors had ever faced. A comparatively small and compact race of the same blood and speech and the same social and religious aspiration, trying to save its unity by unscalable walls around itself, grew huge by multiplication and addition during the Buddhistic supremacy, and, it, was divided by race, color, speech, spiritual instinct, and social ambitions into hopelessly jarring factions. And this had to be unified and welded into one gigantic nation. This task Buddhism had also come to solve, and had taken it up when the proportions were not so vast. So long it was a question of Aryanizing the other types that were pressing for admission, and thus, out of different elements, making a huge Aryan body. In spite of concessions and compromises, Buddhism was eminently successful and remained the national religion of India. But the time came when the allurements of sensual forms of worship, indiscriminately taken in along with various low races, were too dangerous for the Central Aryan core, and a longer contact would certainly have destroyed the civilization of the Aryans. Then came a natural reaction for self-preservation, and Buddhism and separate sects ceased to live in most parts of its land of birth. The reaction movement, led in close succession by Kumarila in the north and Shankara and Ramanuj in the south, has become the last embodiment of that vast accumulation of sects and doctrines and rituals called Hinduism. For the last 1,000 years or more, its great task has been assimilation, with now and then an outburst of reformation. This reaction first wanted to revive the rituals of the Vedas, failing which, it made the Upanishads or the philosophic portions of the Vedas its basis. It brought Vyasa's system of Mimamsa philosophy and Krishna's sermon, the Gita, to the forefront, and all succeeding movements have followed the same. The movement of Shankara forced its way through its high intellectuality, but it could be of little service to the masses, because of its adherence to strict caste laws, very small scope for ordinary emotion, and making Sanskrit the only vehicle of communication. Ramanuj, on the other hand, with a most practical philosophy, a great appeal to the emotions, an entire denial of birthrights before spiritual attainments, and appeals through the popular tongue, completely succeeded in bringing the masses back to the Vedic religion. The northern reaction of ritualism was followed by the fitful glory of the Mallava Empire. With the destruction of that in a short time, northern India went to sleep, as it were, for a long period, to be rudely awakened by the thundering onrush of Mohammedan cavalry across the passes of Afghanistan. In the south, however, the spiritual upheaval of Shankara and Ramanuj was followed by the usual Indian sequence of united races and powerful empires. It was the home of refuge of Indian religion and civilization, when northern India from sea to sea lay bound at the feet of Central Asiatic conquerors. The Mohammedan tried for centuries to subjugate the south, but can scarcely be said to have got even a strong foothold, and when the strong and united empire of the Mughals was very near completing its conquest, the hills and plateaus of the south poured in their bands of fighting peasant horsemen, determined to die for the religion which Ram Das preached and Tukas sang, and in a short time the gigantic empire of the Mughals was only a name. The movements in northern India during the Mohammedan period are characterized by their uniform attempt to hold the masses back from joining the religion of the conquerors, which brought in its train social and spiritual equality for all. The friars of the orders founded by Ramananda, Kabir, Dadu, Chaitanya, or Nanak were all agreed in preaching the equality of man, however differing from each other in philosophy. Their energy was for the most part spent in checking the rapid conquest of Islam among the masses, and they had very little left to give birth to new thoughts and aspirations. Though evidently successful in their purpose of keeping the masses within the fold of the old religion, and tempering the fanaticism of the Mohammedans, they were mere apologists, struggling to obtain permission to live. One great prophet, however, arose in the north, Govind Singh, the last guru of the Sikhs, with creative genius, and the result of his spiritual work was followed by the well-known political organization of the Sikhs. We have seen throughout the history of India, a spiritual upheaval is almost always succeeded by a political unity extending over more or less area of the continent, which in its turn helps to strengthen the spiritual aspiration that brings it to being. But the spiritual aspiration that preceded the rise of the Maratha or the Sikh Empire was entirely reactionary. We seek in vain to find in the court of Pune or Lahore even a ray of reflection of that intellectual glory which surrounded the courts of the Mughals, much less the brilliance of Malava or Vijayanagara. It was intellectually the darkest period of Indian history, and both these meteoric empires, representing the upheaval of mass fanaticism and hating culture with all their hearts, lost all their motive power as soon as they had succeeded in destroying the rule of the hated Mohammedans. Then there came again a period of confusion. Friends and foes, the Mughal Empire and its destroyers, and the till then peaceful foreign traders, French and English, all joined in a melee of fight. For more than half a century there was nothing but war and pillage and destruction. And when the smoke and dust cleared, England was stalking victorious over the rest. There has been half a century of peace and law and order under the sway of Britain. Time alone will prove if it is the order of progress or not. There have been a few religious movements amongst the Indian people during the British rule, following the same line that was taken up by northern Indian sects during the sway of the Empire of Delhi. They are the voices of the dead or the dying, the feeble tones of a terrorist people, pleading for permission to live. They are ever eager to adjust their spiritual or social surroundings according to the tastes of the conquerors if they are only left the right to live, especially the sects under the English domination, in which social differences with the conquering race are more glaring than the spiritual. The Hindu sects of the century seem to have set one ideal of truth before them, the approval of their English masters. No wonder that these sects have mushroom lives to live. The vast body of the Indian people religiously hold aloof from them, and the only popular recognition they get is the jubilation of the people when they die. But possibly, for some time yet, it cannot be otherwise. The story of the boy Gopala. Oh mother! I am so afraid to go to school through the woods alone. Other boys have servants or somebody to bring them to school or take them home. Why cannot I have someone to bring me home? Thus said Gopala, a little Brahmin boy, to his mother one winter afternoon when he was getting ready for school. The school hours were in the morning and afternoon. It was dark when the school closed in the afternoon, and the path lay through the woods. Gopala's mother was a widow. His father, who had lived as a Brahmin, should never caring for the goods of the world, studying and teaching, worshipping and helping others to worship, died when Gopala was a baby. and the poor widow retired entirely from the concerns of the world, even from that little she ever had, her soul given entirely to God, and waiting patiently with prayers, fasting, and discipline, for the great deliverer death, to meet in another life, him who was the eternal companion of her joys and sorrows, her partner in the good and evil of the beginningless chain of lives. She lived in her little cottage. A small rice field her husband received as sacred gift to learning brought her sufficient rice, and the piece of land that surrounded her cottage, with its clumps of bamboos, a few coconut palms, a few mangoes, and lychees, with the help of the kindly village folk, brought forth sufficient vegetables all the year round. For the rest, she worked hard every day for hours at the spinning wheel. She was up long before the rosy dawn touched the tufted heads of the palms, long before the birds had begun to warble in their nests, and sitting on her bed, a mat on the ground covered with a blanket, repeated the sacred names of the holy women of the past, saluted the ancient sages, recited the sacred names of Narayana, the refuge of mankind, of Shiva the merciful, of Tara the Savior Mother, and above all, she prayed to him whom her heart most loved, Krishna, who had taken the form of Gopala, a cowherd, to teach and save mankind, and rejoiced that by one day she was nearer to him who had gone ahead, and with him nearer by a day to him, the cowherd. Before the light of the day, she had her bath in the neighboring stream, praying that her mind might be made as clean by the mercy of Krishna, as her body by the water. Then she put on her fresh-washed whiter cotton garment, collected some flowers, rubbed a piece of sandalwood on a circular stone with a little water to make a fragrant paste, gathered a few sweet-scented tulsi leaves, and retired into a little room in the cottage, kept apart for worship. In this room she kept her baby cowherd. On a small wooden throne under a small silk canopy, on a small velvet cushion, almost covered with flowers, was placed a bronze image of Krishna as a baby. Her mother's heart could only be satisfied by conceiving God as her baby. Many and many a time her learned husband had talked to her of him who is preached in the Vedas, the formless, the infinite, the impersonal. She listened with all attention, and the conclusion was always the same: what is written in the Vedas must be true, but, oh! It was so immense, so far off, and she, only a weak, ignorant woman, and then, it was also written, in whatsoever form one seeks me, I reach him in that form, for all mankind are but following the paths I laid down for them, and that was enough. She wanted to know no more. And there she was, all of the devotion, of faith, of love her heart was capable of, was there in Krishna, the baby cowherd, and all that heart entwined round the visible cowherd, this little bronze image. Then again she had heard, serve me as you would a being of flesh and blood, with love and purity, and I accept that all. So she served as she would a master, a beloved teacher, above all, as she would serve the apple of her eye, her only child, her son. So she bathed and dressed the image, burned incense before it, and for offering? Oh, she was so poor. But with tears in her eyes she remembered her husband reading from the books, I accept with gladness even leaves and flowers, fruits and water, whatever is offered with love, and she offered, Thou for whom the world of flowers bloom, accept my few common flowers. Thou who feedest the universe, accept my poor offerings of fruits. I am weak, I am ignorant. I do not know how to approach thee, how to worship thee, my God, my cowherd, my child. Let my worship be pure, my love for thee selfless, and if there is any virtue in worship, let it be thine. Grant me only love, love that never asks for anything, never seeks for anything but love. Perchance the mendicant in his morning call was singing in the little yard. Thy knowledge, man, I value not. It is thy love I fear. It is thy love that shakes my throne. Brings God to human tear. For love, behold the Lord of all. The formless, ever free, is made to take the human form, to play and live with thee. What learning, they of Vrinda's groves. The herdsman, ever God. What science, girls that milked the kine. They loved, and me they bought. Then, in the divine, the mother heart found her earthly son Gopala, lit cowherd, named after the divine cowherd. And the soul which would almost mechanically move among its earthly surroundings, which, as it were, was constantly floating in a heavenly ether ready to drift away from contact of things material, found its earthly moorings in her child. It was the only thing left to her to pile all her earthly joys and love on. Were not her movements, her thoughts, her pleasures, her very life for that little one that bound her to life? For years she watched over the day-to-day unfolding of that baby life with all a mother's care, and now that he was old enough to go to school, how hard she worked for months to get the necessaries for the young scholar. The necessaries, however, were few. In a land where men contentedly pass their lives poring over books in the light of a mud lamp, with an ounce of oil in which is a thin cotton wicker rush mat being the only furniture about them, the necessaries of a student are not many. Yet there were some, and even those cost many a day of hard work to the poor mother. How for days she toiled over her will to buy Gopala a new cotton dhoti and a piece of cotton chador, the under and upper coverings, the small mat in which Gopala was to put his bundle of palm leaves for writing and his reed pens, and which he was to carry rolled up under his arm to be used as his seat at school and the inkstand. And what joy to her it was, when on a day of good omen Gopal attempted to write his first letters. Only a mother's heart, a poor mother's, can know. But today there is a dark shadow in her mind. Gopala is frightened to go alone through the wood. Never before had she felt her widowhood, her loneliness, her poverty so bitter. For a moment it was all dark, but she recalled to her mind what she had heard of the eternal promise, those that depend on me giving up all other thoughts, to them I myself carry whatever is necessary. And she was one of the souls who could believe. So the mother wiped her tears and told her child that he need not fear. For in those woods lived another son of hers tending cattle, and also called Gopala, and if he was ever afraid passing through them, he had only to call on brother Gopala. The child was that mother's son, and he believed. That day, coming home from school through the wood, Gopala was frightened and called upon his brother Gopala, the cowherd. Brother cowherd, are you here? Mother said you are, and I am to call on you. I am frightened being alone. And a voice came from behind the trees, don't be afraid, little brother, I am here, go home without fear. Thus every day the boy called, and the voice answered. The mother heard of it with wonder and love, and she instructed her child to ask the brother of the wood to show himself the next time. The next day the boy, when passing through the woods, called upon his brother. The voice came as usual, but the boy asked the brother in the woods to show himself to him. The voice replied, I am busy today, brother, and cannot come. But the boy insisted, and out of the shade of the trees came the cowherd of the woods, a boy dressed in the garb of cowherds, with a little crown on his head in which were peacock's feathers, and the cowherd's flute in his hands. And they were so happy, they played together for hours in the woods, climbing trees, gathering fruits and flowers, the widow's Gopala and the Gopala of the woods, till it was almost late for school. Then the widow's Gopala went to school with a reluctant heart, and nearly forgot all his lesson, his mind eager to return to the woods and play with his brother. Months passed this wise. The poor mother heard of it day by day and, in the joy of this divine mercy, forgot her widowhood, her poverty, and blessed her miseries 1,000 times. Then there came some religious ceremonies which the teacher had to perform in honor of his ancestors. These village teachers, managing alone a number of boys and receiving no fixed fees from them, have to depend a great deal upon presents when the occasion requires them. Each pupil brought in his share, in goods or money. And Gopala, the orphan, the widow's son. The other boys smiled a smile of contempt on him when they talked of the presents they were bringing. That night Gopala's heart was heavy, and he asked his mother for some present for the teacher, and the poor mother had nothing. But she determined to do what she had been doing all her life, to depend on the cowherd, and told her son to ask from his brother Gopala in the forests for some present for the teacher. The next day, after Gopala had met the cowherd boy in the woods as usual and after they had some games together, Gopala told his brother of the forest the grief that was in his mind and begged him to give him something to present his teacher with. "Brother Gopala," said the cowherd, "I am only a cowherd, you see, and have no money, but take this pot of cream as from a poor cowherd and present it to your teacher." Gopala, quite glad that he now had something to give his teacher, more so because it was a present from his brother in the forest, hastened to the home of the teacher and stood with an eager heart behind a crowd of boys handing over their presents to the teacher. Many and varied were the presents they had brought, and no one thought of looking even at the present of the orphan. The neglect was quite disheartening. Tears stood in the eyes of Gopala, when by a sudden stroke of fortune the teacher happened to take notice of him. He took the small pot of cream from Gopala's hand, and poured the cream into a big vessel, when to his wonder the pot filled up again. Again he emptied the contents into a bigger vessel, again it was full, and thus it went on, the small pot filling up quicker than he could empty it. Then amazement took hold of everyone, and the teacher took the poor orphan in his arms and inquired about the pot of cream. Gopala told his teacher all about his brother cowherd in the forest, how he answered his call, how he played with him, and how at last he gave him the pot of cream. The teacher asked Gopala to take him to the woods and show him his brother of the woods, and Gopala was only too glad to take his teacher there. The boy called upon his brother to appear, but there was no voice even that day. He called again and again. No answer. And then the boy entreated his brother in the forest to speak, else the teacher would think he was not speaking the truth. Then came the voice as from a great distance. "Gopala, thy mother's and thy love and faith brought me to thee, but tell thy teacher, he will have to wait a long while yet." Why play is done. Written in the spring of 1895 in New York. Ever rising, ever falling with the waves of time. Still rolling on I go. From fleeting scene to scene ephemeral. With life's currents ebb and flow. Oh! I am sick of this unending force. These shows they please no more. This ever running, never reaching. Nor e'en a distant glimpse of shore. From life to life I'm waiting at the gates. Alas, they open not. Dim are my eyes with vain attempt to catch one ray long sought. On little life's high, narrow bridge, I stand and see below the struggling, crying, laughing throng. For what? No one can know. In front yon gates stand frowning dark, and say, no farther way. This is the limit, tempt not fate. Bear it as best you may. Go, mix with them and drink this cup. And be as mad as they. Who dares to know but comes to grieve? Stop then, and with them stay. Alas for me, I cannot rest. This floating bubble, earth. Its hollow form, its hollow name. Its hollow death and birth. For me is nothing. How I long to get beyond the crust of name and form. Ah! Ope the gates. To me they open must. Open the gates of light, O mother, to me thy tired son. I long, oh, long to return home. Mother, my play is done. You sent me out in the dark to play, and wore a frightful mask. Then hope departed, terror came, and play became a task. Tossed to and fro, from wave to wave. In this seething, surging sea of passions strong and sorrows deep. Grief is, and joy to be. Where life is living death, alas! And death, who knows but 'tis another start, another round of this old wheel of grief and bliss, where children dream bright, golden dreams, too soon to find them dust. And I look back to hope long lost, and life a mass of rust. Too late, the knowledge age doth gain. Scarce from the will we're gone. When fresh, young lives put their strength to the wheel, which thus goes on, from day to day and year to year. 'Tis but delusion's toy. False hope its motor, desire, knave. Its spokes are grief and joy. I go adrift and know not whither. Save me from this fire. Rescue me, merciful Mother, from floating with desire. Turn not to me thy awful face. 'Tis more than I can bear. Be merciful and kind to me. To chide my faults forbear. Take me, O Mother, to those shores, where strifes forever cease. Beyond all sorrows, beyond tears. Beyond e'en earthly bliss. Whose glory neither sun, nor moon, nor stars that twinkle bright, nor flash of lightning can express. They but reflect its light. Let never more delusive dreams veil off thy face from me. My play is done, O Mother. Break my chains and make me free. The cup. This is your cup, the cup assigned to you from the beginning. Nay, my child, I know how much of that dark drink is your own brew. Of fault and passion, ages long ago. In the deep years of yesterday, I know. This is your road, a painful road and drear. I made the stones that never give you rest. I set your friend in pleasant ways and clear. And he shall come like you, unto my breast. But you, my child, must travel here. This is your task. It has no joy nor grace. But it is not meant for any other hand. And in my universe hath measured place. Take it. I do not bid you understand. I bid you close your eyes to see my face. A benediction. Written to Sister Nivedita. The mother's heart, the hero's will. The sweetness of the southern breeze. The sacred charm and strength that dwell on Aryan altars, flaming, free. All these be yours, and many more. No ancient soul could dream before. Be thou to India's future son. The mistress, servant, friend in one. The hymn of creation. A translation of the Nasadiya Sukta, Rigveda, X 129. Existence was not then, nor non-existence. The world was not, the sky beyond was neither. What covered the mist? Of whom was that? What was in the depths of darkness thick? Death was not then, nor immortality. The night was neither separate from day. But motionless did that vibrate. Alone, with its own glory one. Beyond that nothing did exist. At first in darkness hidden darkness lay. Undistinguished as one mass of water. Then that which lay in void thus covered. A glory did put forth by Tapa. First desire rose, the primal seed of mind. The sages have seen all this in their hearts. Sifting existence from non-existence. Its rays above, below, and sideways spread. Creative then became the glory. With self-sustaining principle below. And creative energy above. Who knew the way? Who there declared? Whence this arose? Projection whence? For after this projection came the gods. Who therefore knew indeed, came out this whence? This projection whence arose? Whether held or whether not? He the ruler in the supreme sky, of this. He, O Sharman, knows, or knows not. He perchance. On the sea's bosom. Swami Vivekananda composed this poem in Bengali during his return from his second trip to the West. At the time of writing it, he was probably crossing the eastern Mediterranean. In blue sky floats a multitude of clouds. White, black, of snaky shades and thicknesses. An orange sun, about to say farewell, touches the massed cloud shapes with streaks of red. The wind blows as it lists, a hurricane. Now carving shapes, now breaking them apart. Fancies, colors, forms, inert creations. A myriad scenes, though real, yet fantastic. Their light clouds spread, heaping up spun cotton. See next a huge snake, then a strong lion. Again, behold a couple locked in love. All vanish, at last, in the vapory sky. Below, the sea sings a varied music. But not grand, O India, nor ennobling. Thy waters, widely praised, murmur serene. in soothing cadence, without a harsh roar. Hinduism and Sri Ramakrishna. Translated from Bengali. By the word Shastras, the Vedas without beginning or end are meant. In matters of religious duty, the Vedas are the only capable authority. The Puranas and other religious scriptures are all denoted by the word Smriti. And their authority goes so far as they follow the Vedas and do not contradict them. Truth is of two kinds: 1. That which is cognoscible by the five ordinary senses of man, and by reasonings based thereon; 2. That which is cognoscible by the subtle, supersensuous power of yoga. Knowledge acquired by the first means is called science, and knowledge acquired by the second is called the Vedas. The whole body of supersensuous truths, having no beginning or end, and called by the name of the Vedas, is ever existent. The Creator himself is creating, preserving, and destroying the universe with the help of these truths. The person in whom this supersensuous power is manifested is called a Rishi, and the supersensuous truths which he realizes by this power are called the Vedas. This Rishihood, this power of supersensuous perception of the Vedas, is real religion. And so long as this does not develop in the life of an initiate, so long is religion a mere empty word to him, and it is to be understood that he has not taken yet the first step in religion. The authority of the Vedas extends to all ages, climes, and persons, that is to say, their application is not confined to any particular place, time, and persons. The Vedas are the only exponent of the universal religion. Although the supersensuous vision of truths is to be met with in some measure in our Puranas and Itihasas and in the religious scriptures of other races, still the fourfold scripture known among the Aryan race as the Vedas, being the first, the most complete, and the most undistort collection of spiritual truths, deserve to occupy the highest place among all scriptures, command the respect of all nations of the earth, and furnish the rationale of all their respective scriptures. With regard to the whole Vedic collection of truths discovered by the Aryan race, this also has to be understood, that those portions alone which do not refer to purely secular matters and which do not merely record tradition or history, or merely provide incentives to duty, form the Vedas in the real sense. The Vedas are divided into two portions, the Jnanakanda, knowledge portion, and the Karmakanda, ritual portion. The ceremonies and the fruits of the Karmakanda are confined within the limits of the world of Maya, and therefore they have been undergoing and will undergo transformation according to the law of change which operates through time, space, and personality. Social laws and customs likewise, being based on this Karmakanda, have been changing and will continue to change hereafter. Minor social usages also will be recognized and accepted when they are compatible with the spirit of the true scriptures and the conduct and example of holy sages. But blind allegiance only to usages such as are repugnant to the spirit of the Shastras and the conduct of holy sages has been one of the main causes of the downfall of the Aryan race. It is the Jnanakanda or the Vedanta only that has for all time commanded recognition for leading men across Maya and bestowing salvation on them through the practice of yoga, bhakti, jnana, or selfless work, and as its validity and authority remain unaffected by any limitations of time, place, or persons, it is the only exponent of the universal and eternal religion for all mankind. The Samhitas of Manu and other sages, following the lines laid down in the Karmakanda, have mainly ordained rules of conduct conducive to social welfare, according to the exigencies of time, place, and persons. The Puranas etc. have taken up the truths embedded in the Vedanta and have explained them in detail in the course of describing the exalted life and deeds of avatars and others. They have each emphasized, besides, some out of the infinite aspects of the Divine Lord to teach men about them. But when by the process of time, fallen from the true ideals and rules of conduct and devoid of the spirit of renunciation, addicted only to blind usages, and degraded in intellect, the descendants of the Aryans failed to appreciate even the spirit of these Puranas etc., which taught men of ordinary intelligence the abstruse truths of the Vedanta in concrete form and diffuse language, and appeared antagonistic to one another on the surface, because of each inculcating with special emphasis only particular aspects of the spiritual ideal. And when, as a consequence, they reduced India, the fair land of religion, to a scene of almost infernal confusion by breaking up piecemeal the one eternal religion of the Vedas, Sanatana Dharma, the grand synthesis of all the aspects of the spiritual ideal, into conflicting sects, and by seeking to sacrifice one another in the flames of sectarian hatred and intolerance. Then it was that Sri Bhagwan Ramakrishna incarnated himself in India, to demonstrate what the true religion of the Aryan race is, to show where amidst all its many divisions and offshoots, scattered over the land in the course of its immemorial history, lies the true unity of the Hindu religion, which by its overwhelming number of sects discordant to superficial view, quarreling constantly with each other and abounding in customs divergent in every way, has constituted itself a misleading enigma for our countrymen and the butt of contempt for foreigners, and above all, to hold up before men, for their lasting welfare, as a living embodiment of the Sanatana Dharma, his own wonderful life into which he infused the universal spirit and character of this Dharma, so long cast into oblivion by the process of time. In order to show how the Vedic truths eternally existent as the instrument with the Creator in his work of creation, preservation, and dissolution reveal themselves spontaneously in the minds of the rishis purified from all impressions of worldly attachment, and because such verification and confirmation of the scriptural truths will help the revival, reinstatement, and spread of religion, the Lord, though the very embodiment of the Vedas, in this his new incarnation has thoroughly discarded all external forms of learning. That the Lord incarnates again and again in human form for the protection of the Vedas or the true religion, and of Brahmanhood or the ministry of that religion, is a doctrine well established in the Puranas, etc. The waters of a river falling in a cataract acquire greater velocity, the rising wave after a hollow swells higher, so after every spell of decline, the Aryan society recovering from all the evils by the merciful dispensation of Providence has risen the more glorious and powerful. Such is the testimony of history. After rising from every fall, our revived society is expressing more and more its innate eternal perfection, and so also the omnipresent Lord in each successive incarnation is manifesting himself more and more. Again and again has our country fallen into a swoon, as it were, and again has India's Lord, by the manifestation of himself, revivified her. But greater than the present deep dismal night, now almost over, no pall of darkness had ever before enveloped this holy land of ours. And compared with the depth of this fall, all previous falls appear like little hoof marks. Therefore, before the effulgence of this new awakening, the glory of all past revivals in her history will pale like stars before the rising sun, and compared with this mighty manifestation of renewed strength, all the many past epochs of such restoration will be as child's play. The various constituent ideals of the religion eternal, during its present state of decline, have been lying scattered here and there for want of competent men to realize them, some being preserved partially among small sects and some completely lost. But strong in the strength of this new spiritual renaissance, men, after reorganizing these scattered and disconnected spiritual ideals, will be able to comprehend and practice them in their own lives, and also to recover from oblivion those that are lost. And as the sure pledge of this glorious future, the all-merciful Lord has manifested in the present age, as stated above, an incarnation which in point of completeness in revelation, its synthetic harmonizing of all ideals, and its promoting of every sphere of spiritual culture, surpasses the manifestations of all past ages. So at the very dawn of this momentous epoch, the reconciliation of all aspects and ideals of religious thought and worship is being proclaimed. This boundless, all-embracing idea had been lying inherent, but so long concealed, in the religion eternal and its scriptures, and now rediscovered, it is being declared to humanity in a trumpet voice. This epochal new dispensation is the harbinger of great good to the whole world, specially to India, and the inspirer of this dispensation, Sri Bhagwan Ramakrishna, is the reformed and remodeled manifestation of all the past great epoch makers in religion. O man, have faith in this, and lay to heart. The dead never return, the past night does not reappear, a spent-up tidal wave does not rise anew, neither does man inhabit the same body over again. So from the worship of the dead past, O man, we invite you to the worship of the living present, from the regretful brooding over bygones, we invite you to the activities of the present. From the waste of energy in retracing lost and demolished pathways, we call you back to broad new laid highways lying very near. He that is wise, let him understand. Of that power, which at the very first impulse has roused distant echoes from all the four quarters of the globe, conceive in your mind the manifestation in its fullness, and discarding all idle misgivings, weaknesses, and the jealousies characteristic of enslaved peoples, come and help in the turning of this mighty wheel of new dispensation. With the conviction firmly rooted in your heart that you are the servants of the Lord, His children, helpers in the fulfillment of His purpose, enter the arena of work. The Bengali language. Translated from Bengali. Written for the Udbodhan. In our country, owing to all learning being in Sanskrit from the ancient times, there has arisen an immeasurable gulf between the learned and the common folk. All the great personages, from Buddha down to Chaitanya and Ramakrishna, who came for the well-being of the world, taught the common people in the language of the people themselves. Of course, scholarship is an excellent thing, but cannot scholarship be displayed through any other medium than a language that is stiff and unintelligible, that is unnatural and merely artificial? Is there no room for art in the spoken language? What is the use of creating an unnatural language to the exclusion of the natural one? Do you not think out your scholastic researches in the language which you are accustomed to speak at home? Why then do you introduce such a queer and unwieldy thing when you proceed to put them in black and white? The language in which you think out philosophy and science in your mind, and argue with others in public is not that the language for writing philosophy and science? If it is not, how then do you reason out those truths within yourselves and in company of others in that very language? The language in which we naturally express ourselves, in which we communicate our anger, grief, or love, etc. There cannot be a fitter language than that. We must stick to that idea, that manner of expression, that diction, and all. No artificial language can ever have that force, and that brevity and expressiveness, or admit of being given any turn you please, as that spoken language. Language must be made like pure steel, turn and twist it any way you like, it is again the same, it cleaves a rock in twain at one stroke, without its edge being turned. Our language is becoming artificial by imitating the slow and pompous movement and only that of Sanskrit. And language is the chief means and index of a nation's progress. If you say, it is all right, but there are various kinds of dialects in different parts of Bengal, which of them to accept? The answer is, we must accept that which is gaining strength and spreading through natural laws, that is to say, the language of Calcutta. East or west, from wheresoever people may come, once they breathe in the air of Calcutta, they are found to speak the language in vogue there, so nature herself points out which language to write in. The more railroads and facilities of communication there are, the more will the difference of East and West disappear, and from Chittagong to Badrinath there will be that one language, viz. That of Calcutta. It is not the question which district possesses a language most approaching Sanskrit, you must see which language is triumphing. When it is evident that the language of Calcutta will soon become the language of the whole of Bengal, then, if one has to make the written and spoken language the same, one would, if one is intelligent enough, certainly make the language of Calcutta one's foundation. Here local jealousies also should be thrown overboard. Where the welfare of the whole province is concerned, you must overlook the claims to superiority of your own district or village. Language is the vehicle of ideas. It is the ideas that are of prime importance, language comes after. Does it look well to place a monkey on a horse that has trappings of diamonds and pearls? Just look at Sanskrit. Look at the Sanskrit of the Brahmanas, at Chabara Swami's commentary on the Mimamsa philosophy, the Mahabhashya of Patanjali, and, finally, at the great commentary of Acharya Shankara, and look also at the Sanskrit of comparatively recent times. You will at once understand that so long as a man is alive, he talks a living language, but when he is dead, he speaks a dead language. The nearer death approaches, the more does the power of original thinking wane, the more is there the attempt to bury one or two rotten ideas under a heap of flowers and scents. Great God! What a parade they make! After 10 pages of big adjectives, all on a sudden you have there lived the king. Oh, what an array of spun-out adjectives, and giant compounds, and skillful puns. They are symptoms of death. When the country began to decay, then all these signs became manifest. It was not merely in language, all the arts began to manifest them. A building now neither expressed any idea nor followed any style, the columns were turned and turned till they had all their strength taken out of them. The ornaments pierced the nose and the neck and converted the wearer into a veritable ogress, but oh, the profusion of leaves and foliage carved fantastically in them. Again, in music, nobody, not even the sage Bharata, the originator of dramatic performances, could understand whether it was singing, or weeping, or wrangling, and what meaning or purpose it sought to convey. And what an abundance of intricacies in that music! What labyrinths of flourishes enough to strain all one's nerves! Over and above that, that music had its birth in the nasal tone uttered through the teeth compressed, in imitation of the Mohammedan musical experts. Nowadays there is an indication of correcting these. Now will people gradually understand that a language, or art, or music that expresses no meaning and is lifeless is of no good. Now they will understand that the more strength is infused into the national life, the more will language, art, and music, etc. become spontaneously instinct with ideas and life. The volume of meaning that a couple of words of everyday use will convey, you may search in vain in 2,000 set epithets. Then every image of the deity will inspire devotion, every girl decked in ornaments will appear to be a goddess, and every house and room and furniture will be animated with the vibration of life. Matter for serious thought. Translated from Bengali. A man presented himself to be blessed by a sight of the deity. He had an access of joy and devotion at the sight, and perhaps to pay back the good he received, he burst out into a song. In one corner of the hall, reclining against a pillar, was Chobji dozing. He was the priest in the temple, an athlete, a player on the guitar, was a good hand in swallowing 2 jugfuls of bhang, an intoxicating drink, and had various other qualifications besides. All on a sudden, a dreadful noise assailing his tympanum, the fantastic universe conjured up under the influence of the inebriating liquor vanished for a moment from Chobji's enormous chest of 42 inches. And casting his crimson-tinged, languid eyes around in search of the cause of disturbance to his tranquil mind, Chobji discovered that in front of the god was a man singing, overwhelmed with his own feelings, in a tune as touching as the scouring of cauldrons in a festive house, and, in so doing, he was subjecting the shades of the whole host of musical masters like Narada, Bharata, Hanuman, Nayaka, and the rest to ineffable anguish. The mortified Chobji in a sharp reprimanding tone addressed the man who had been the direct obstacle to his enjoyment of that peculiar bliss of inebriation. "Hello, my friend, what are you shouting like that for, without caring for time or tune?" Quick came the response, "What need I care for time or tune? I am trying to win the Lord's heart." "Humph!" retorted Chobji, "do you think the Lord is such a fool? You must be mad. You could not win my heart even, and has the Lord less brains than I? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Lord has declared unto Arjuna, Take thou refuge in me, thou hast nothing else to do. And I shall deliver thee." Bholakand is mighty glad to hear this from some people. He now and then yells out in a trenchant note, "I have taken refuge in the Lord. I shall not have to do anything further." Bholakand is under the impression that it is the height of devotion to bawl out those words repeatedly in the harshest tone possible. Moreover, he does not fail to make it known now and then in the aforesaid pitch that he is ever ready to lay down his life even, for the Lord's sake, and that if the Lord does not voluntarily surrender himself to this tie of devotion, everything would be hollow and false. And a few foolish satellites of his also share the same opinion. But Bholakand is not prepared to give up a single piece of wickedness for the sake of the Lord. Well, is the Lord really such a fool? Why, this is not enough to hoodwink us even. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bholapuri and out Vedantin in everything he is careful to trumpet his Brahminhood. If all people are about to starve for food around Bholapuri, it does not touch him even in the least. He expounds the unsubstantiality of pleasure and pain. If through disease, or affliction, or starvation people die by the thousand, what matters even that to him? He at once reflects on the immortality of the soul. If the strong overpower the weak and even kill them before his very eyes, Bholapuri is lost in the profound depths of the meaning of the spiritual dictum, the soul neither kills nor is killed. He is exceedingly averse to action of any kind. If hard pressed, he replies that he finished all actions in his previous births. But Bholapuri's realization of unity of the self suffers a terrible check when he is hurt in one point. When there is some anomaly in the completeness of his bhiksha, or when the householder is unwilling to offer him worship according to his expectations, then, in the opinion of Puriji, there are no more despicable creatures on earth than householders, and he is at a loss to make out why the village that failed to offer adequate worship to him should, even for a moment, add to the world's burden. He, too, has evidently thought the Lord more foolish than ourselves. ******. I say, Ramcharan, you have neither education nor the means to set up a trade, nor are you fit for physical labor. Besides, you cannot give up indulging in intoxications, nor do away with your wickednesses. Tell me, how do you manage to make your living? Ramcharan, that is an easy job, sir, I preach unto all. What has Ramcharan taken the Lord for? *****. The city of Lucknow is astir with the festivities of the Moharram. The gorgeous decorations and illumination in the principal mosque, the Imambara, know no bounds. Countless people have congregated. Hindus, Mohammedans, Christians, Jews, all sorts of people, men, women, and children of all races and creeds have crowded today to witness the Moharram. Lucknow is the capital of the Shias, and wailings in the name of the illustrious Hassan and Hussein rend the skies today. Who was there whose heart was not touched by the lamentation and beating of breasts that took place on this mournful occasion? The tale of the Karbala, now 1,000 years old, has been renovated today. Among this crowd of spectators were two Rajput gentlemen, who had come from a far-off village to see the festival. The Thakur Sahibs were, as is generally the case with village zamindars, landlords, innocent of learning. That Mohammedan culture, the shower of euphuistic phraseology with its nice and correct pronunciation, the varieties of fashionable dress, the loose-fitting cloaks and tight trousers and turbans, of 100 different colors, to suit the taste of the townsfolk, all these had not yet found their way to such a remote village to convert the Thakur Sahibs. The Thakurs were, therefore, simple and straightforward, always fond of hunting, stalwart and hardy, and of exceedingly tough hearts. The Thakurs had crossed the gate and were about to enter the mosque, when the guard interrupted them. Upon inquiring into the reasons, he answered, "Look here, this giant figure that you see standing by the doorway, you must give it 5 kicks first, and then you can go in." "Whose is the statue, pray?" "It is the statue of the nefarious Yezid who killed the illustrious Hassan and Hussein 1,000 years ago. Therefore is this crying and this mourning." The guard thought that after this elaborate explanation the statue of Yezid was sure to merit 10 kicks instead of 5. But mysterious are the workings of karma, and everything was sadly misunderstood. The Thakurs reverentially put their scarfs round their neck and prostrate and rolled themselves at the feet of the statue of Yezid, praying with faltering accents, "What is the use of going in any more? What other gods need be seen? Bravo Yezid! Thou alone art the true God. Thou hast thrashed the rascals so well that they are weeping till now." *****. There is the towering temple of the eternal Hindu religion, and how many ways of approaching it. And what can you not find there? From the absolute Brahman of the Vedantin down to Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Shakti, Uncle Sun, the sun is popularly given this familiar appellation, the rat-riding Ganesha, and the minor deities such as Shashti and Mahakal, and so forth, which is lacking there? And in the Vedas, in the Vedanta, and the philosophies, in the Puranas and the Tantras, there are lots of materials, a single sentence of which is enough to break one's chain of transmigration forever. And oh, the crowd! Millions and millions of people are rushing towards the temple. I, too, had a curiosity to see and join in the rush. But what was this that met my eyes when I reached the spot? Nobody was going inside the temple. By the side of the door, there was a standing figure, with 50 heads, 100 arms, 200 bellies, and 500 legs, and everyone was rolling at the feet of that. I asked one for the reason and got the reply, those deities that you see in the interior, it is worship enough for them to make a short prostration, or throw in a few flowers from a distance. But the real worship must be offered to him who is at the gate, and those Vedas, the Vedanta and the philosophies, the Puranas and other scriptures that you see, there is no harm if you hear them read now and then, but you must obey the mandate of this one. Then I asked again, well, what is the name of this God of gods? He is named Popular Custom, came the reply. I was reminded of the Thakur Sahibs, and exclaimed, bravo, Popular Custom. Thou hast thrashed them so well, etc. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gurgur Krishnavel Bhattacharya is a vastly learned man, who has the knowledge of the whole world at his finger ends. His frame is a skeleton, his friends say it is through the rigors of his austerities, but his enemies ascribe it to want of food. The wicked, again, are of opinion that such a physique is but natural to one who has a dozen issues every year. However that may be, there is nothing on earth that Krishnavel does not know, specially, he is omniscient about the flow of electric magnetic currents all over the human body, from the hair tuft to its furthest nook and corner. And being possessed of this esoteric knowledge, he is incomparably the best authority for giving a scientific explanation all things from a certain earth used in the worship of the goddess Durga down to the reasonable age of puberty of a girl being 10, and sundry inexplicable and mysterious rites pertaining to allied matters. And as for adducing precedents, well, he has made the thing so clear that even boys could understand it. There is forsooth no other land for religion than India, and within India itself none but the Brahmins have the qualification for understanding religion, and among Brahmins, too, all others excepting the Krishnavel family are as nothing, and, of these latter again, Gurgur has the preeminent claim. Therefore whatever Gurgur Krishnavel says is self-evident truth. Learning is being cultivated to a considerable extent, and people are becoming a bit conscious and active, so that they want to understand anal taste everything. So Krishnavel is assuring everybody, discard all fear. Whatever doubts are arising in your minds, I am giving scientific explanations for them. You remain just as you were. Sleep to your heart's content and never mind anything else. Only, don't forget my honorarium. The people exclaimed, oh, what a relief! What a great danger did really confront us! We should have had to sit up, and walk, and move, what a pest! So they said, long live Krishnavel, and turned on one side on the bed once more. The habit of 1,000 years was not to go so soon. The body itself would resent it. The inveterate obtuseness of the mind of 1,000 years was not to pass away at a moment's notice. And is it not for this that the Krishnavel class are held in repute? Bravo, habit! Thou hast thrashed them so well, etc. Iva's demon. This incomplete story was found among Swamiji's papers after he had passed away. It is printed as the last article in the Bengali book Babarkatha. Baron K lived in a district of Germany. Born in all aristocratic family, he inherited high rank, honor, and wealth even in early youth. Besides, he was highly cultured and endowed with many accomplishments. A good many charming, affluent, and young women of rank craved for his love. And which father or mother does not wish for a son-in-law of such parts, culture, handsomeness, social position, lineage, and youthful age? An aristocratic beauty had attracted Baron K also, but the marriage was still far off. In spite of all rank and wealth, Baron K had none to call his own, except a sister who was exquisitely beautiful and educated. The Baron had taken a vow that he would marry only after his sister had chosen her fiancé and the marriage celebrated with ducats and rich dowries from him. She had been the apple of her parents' eyes. Baron K did not want to enjoy a married life before her wedding. Besides, the custom in this Western country is that the son does not live in his father's or in any relative's family after marriage, the couple live separately. It may be possible for the husband to live with his wife in his father-in-law's house, but a wife will never live in her father-in-law's. So K postponed his marriage till his sister's. *******. For some months K had no news of his sister. Foregoing the life of ease, comfort, and happiness in a palace served by a big retinue, and snatching herself from the affection of her only brother, she had absconded. All search had been in vain. That brought K untold sorrow. He had no more any relish for the pleasures of life, he was ever unhappy and dejected. His relatives now gave up all hope of the sister's return, and tried to make the Baron cheerful. They were very anxious about him, and his fiancée was ever full of apprehension. *****. It was the time of the Paris exhibition. The elite of all countries assembled there. The art treasures, and artistic products were brought to Paris from all quarters. Baron K.'s relatives advised him to go to Paris, where his despondent heart would regain its normal health and buoyancy, once it was in contact with that active, invigorating current of joy. The Baron bowed down to their wishes and started for Paris with his friends.